Racing Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken Series.
Hammer down, it's hammer time.
So it's going to be very, very tight.
Side, but they touch. Daneben setzen, geht der Flap out daneben, das macht dann vorne, wird das Auto leicht. Kleines Kausel, nochmal reintauchen. Fährt der da an den Diffusor ran? Dann springen die Autos wieder raus, schön zu sehen.
Here's the muscle from Munich. What a drive.
Sehr, sehr spannendes Rennen.
Well, hello everyone. Delighted to have your company once again. A new morning, a new day, a new chance to go racing at the Green Hell, and welcome along to the Bill Shine 3-hour race. We're underway now for round 4, the penultimate round of the latest edition of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series, and that means penultimate chance for drivers to stake their claim for a championship. Arjuna Kankipati on hand alongside Ewan O'Leary with qualifying underway for 4 of the classes right now. Ewan, we've had an incredible 3 races so far. This 4th round, the shortest race distance that we have all season, all building to the season finale with the longest race of the season. Boy, there's some excitement here today.
There certainly is. We've seen some long races already, by the way, but some incredibly close finishes as well. Once again, it came down to the last lap in DNLS 3 with Maximilian Weinig eventually hanging on to a race win. And in the end, BS Competition effectively trading a championship lead for 10 seconds less worth of a penalty ballast here today with their pit stop time. So that's all to get into over the course of the day. It's going to be an exciting one. Another 3 hours. Set ourselves up for that championship finale in a few weeks' time.
And of course, if you're new to the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series, well, yes, our race lengths do change depending on, well, how much fun we want to have with the drivers. We do, of course, have driver changes in all the classes, although in 4 of the classes, you can do the race by yourself. This might be one race where we talk about that a little bit more. And if you get yourself into a rather big wreck, as, well, can be quite easy to do at the Nordschleife. Well, we have fast repairs, the ability for drivers and teams to get fresh cars, albeit with a slight time penalty to serve. And I'm not going to probably end up talking too much about incident points and penalties as a result of that, albeit live race control has already been relatively busy this morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you are around the world. Delighted that you can join us. And that's an important factor because we have drivers from all around the world, not just in the commentary booth where I'm on the west coast of the US, Ewan's over in the UK, but similarly teams, drivers dealing with that sort of thing as well. 4 classes out there for qualifying right now. It's everyone but the SP9, so the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring cars, the SP10s, aka the GT4s, the SP3Ts, TCR machines, and the VT2s, the Toyota GR86s, which always means getting a lap in qualifying together. You and you're just hoping to try and keep a foul of any sort of traffic interaction.
Exactly, that's the difference in this first part of qualifying compared to the SP9s, who get the luxury of the whole Nordschleife to themselves. The other classes of car certainly do not, but there is a fair amount of space out here on the Nordschleife, of course, a long way around, and so they can find the space eventually. So far, for example, we've got 39 cars that have set lap times. If you really even that out over the course of a lap, in theory, everybody should be relatively spaced out and find the room, but everyone's got different speeds, of course, from the Porsche Cup class right at the front to the VT2s right at the back. There's a very big difference in pace.
Yeah, and if you're wondering where Max Verstappen is, well, he'll be going out, of course, in the SP9 qualifying, so stick around. We're not far away from seeing him out on track. See the SP3T machine, the Carlar Esports Hyundai work its way to the end of the lap, going to run under the bridge down towards the Tiergarten and to finish off the lap. Currently sits in 3rd, of course, about 8/10 off of the pole position where Sim RC as expected traditionally in the class on top, and that's Carlar making a bit of a hash out of the final corner, but getting it all squared up in the nick of time to be able to run it back towards the line and see if there's any sort of an improvement there. But got to remember at the Nordschleife, here at the combined layout as well with the Grand Prix stretch as well, you're not finished until you get to the line, and Carlar will find themselves with a slight improvement in time, if not in position, still 3rd for them, although Scherer Esports at the top in SP3T.
Yeah, and Scherer right there in that in that qualifying session for now among those who are up there in terms of the championship. Sim RC currently leading that one, and it is a bit of a surprise, I've got to say, to see them not on top of this qualifying session. Speaking of Scherer, by the way, I was distracted by the fact they're 1-2 in Porsche Cup right now, which is very good across the board, I suppose, for them.
Yeah, no, exactly. And that's the thing as well when it comes to the race starts. How is it going to work? We've seen drama in that class in particular. Here's Victor Brill in the Pro Sport Aston Martin GT4 entry in that SB10 class that runs to the line. He does not improve in time. It's very, very marginal. Here's one of the Porsche 992 Cup machines that will work its way to the end of the qualifying session. Currently find top 3 cars split by less than 0.8 of a second, and then you get to the Apex Racing Team and Team Redline along with WSR Esports. Butt kicker, it'll be Team Redline along with Scherer's 105, the car that currently sits on pole, and the Apex Racing Team that in class have their respective success penalties. And if you're new to the world of the DNLS, you're wondering what success penalties you're talking about. Well, we've had 3 rounds already this season, and last round, drivers that finished on the podium, if you win the race in your class, you get 30 seconds added in a penalty to your first pit stop time, 20 seconds for second, 10 for third place. There is a disadvantage effectively to winning races, especially important today, heading into the final round of the championship next time out.
Yeah, exactly. With some really close championships, in fact 5 really close championships across all the classes, it's really going to be a conundrum as to, do you want the championship lead with a race win, or do you want the lack of success penalty? Now, the fact that it's the longest race of the season next time out in the final round does mean that there is a bit more incentive to go and win the race, because I think if it was a 3-hour race to finish off, we would legitimately get the situation where people are intending to lose.
Yes, you're intending to try and keep yourself in a position where you don't have to try and fight back as much time through limited time, effectively. So, yes, strategies abound. Would have been interesting if this was a 4-hour race, that was a 3-hour race, but it's not the card that was dealt. It was a close run for PB Performance. The line improves by around 90 thousandths of a second or something like that, but no improvement in position. The margins in this qualifying session amongst the closest that we've seen so far. Here come Greico Motorsports. Bruno Heinrich, 8:02.701, his best lap time so far. Calculates against a 7:54 for pole position, so not necessarily up towards the very top of the class, but we've got so many of these machines, 14 of these Porsche Cup cars that will do battle, that some improvement in time. We'll see plenty of improvement in position if Heinrich can keep it out of the wall through the final corner, which he navigates through quite successfully, runs towards the line, and again, remember, 7:54, the benchmark from pole position, 7:58, we'll see him rise to 8th position.
Yeah, much better from Bruno Heinrich on that occasion to really jump up through the order. Now, Team Huisenfeld making their way towards the line. Bit of a surprise that in the way that they've somewhat struggled this season. However, they are only 4 points off the championship lead after all, and that puts them relatively up there in the overall standings, by the way, as well, which is something worth bearing in mind for the remainder of the season, since that standing is exceptionally close as well.
Yep, no, exactly, and it's an interesting point system, of course, that pays out more points in each class depending on how many cars there are in the class. And so, you know, the VT2s, for example, only 5 of them have been battling for the most part of the season. They've been at a somewhat disadvantage. Rest of the classes have a relatively decent chance of success. Team Huisenfeld to the top in qualifying. And just a note, Sim RC, last time out, were missing Corentin Gunes, who'd been one of the drivers that has led them to so much success in this championship in the last almost 2 years now. He's missing in action today as well, and so as these drivers get their qualifying session in the books, Sim RC find themselves maybe at a slight disadvantage. If you're wondering as well where our guest entrants are, the Bilstein by Black Falcon SB10 team that sees Jimmy Broadbent paired up with Super GT, well, let's just say they didn't quite get the rules all sorted in terms of following the regulations and practice and the beginning stages of qualifying. They have a qualifying ban, and they'll be starting from the back, but it's great to have drivers that have made the step from the virtual to real world, finished on the podium in the NLS, make it over here to the DNLS.
Yeah, it's good to have that crossover. They don't need real world drivers, of course, in that class, but nevertheless, they are here. Unfortunately, though, as you say, not quite a full grasp of the rules, which I hope they'll get a proper read-through during this qualifying session for the race.
I mean, it's the DNLS. We've got rules. You've got to understand them. Poor Jimmy, poor Super GT. They'll start from the back, but don't go anywhere. Qualifying for the SP9s up next here for DNLS.
Hol dir jetzt dein eigenes Motorsporterlebnis nach Hause. Dein Online-Shop für Simracing-Hardware und Zubehör. www.simraceshop.de.
Liebe Fans, besucht unsere
Social-Media-Kanäle
auf Facebook,
Instagram,
YouTube, Twitter und TikTok. Willkommen bei der NLS.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Already, of course, seen 4 classes finish up qualifying, and while the SP9s are on deck, Max Verstappen ready to go racing in qualifying for the Bilstein 3-hour race. Before we talk about that, we've got to run you down through the starting grid for the rest of the classes. We'll start, of course, with the VT2s, the Toyota GR86s, where, yes, there's only 5 cars, but you only need 2 to put on a fight, and only a second between the Nürburgring esports team and Wolf Motorsports at the front. Fast lane by Smilia Esports, then third, and the 2 Kaufman entries, the 509 in front of the 499, 4th and 5th positions. If you're wondering where the penalties are going success-wise here, fast lane by Smilia, 1 last time out, they've got the 30 seconds. Nürburgring Esports, 20 seconds. And then the Kaufman 509, 10 seconds to add to their running total of their pit stop count in stop number 1. SP3Ts, it's Team Oisingveld, the 842-818 that's able to see them grab pole position in class. They'll start in a combined starting group with the VT2s. SimRC will be alongside on that front row. Scherer's 816 alongside Carlar to find 1 second, splitting the front 2 rows of the qualifying results. And then Impulse Racing by GTU and Parabit Sim Racing alongside one another on row number 3. The Pro Sport Sim Racing team find themselves a little bit off the pace, but back down in 7th spot alongside simracers.de by Racing 77. 8 cars in this SP3T class. And oh yeah, they are all racing identical Hyundai Velosters, although of course the setup may be slightly different amongst the teams. SP10, well, it's bound to be full of excitement, especially in terms of drafts. And look at the margin at the front between the Aston Martin and the BMW. Dory Esports and Lucas Muller in 823.431, 47 thousandths quicker than Sontec, and Tattoo Seipel are going to be amazing to see them blast away at the start of the race. Pro Sport Sim Racing, Victor Brill inside of the Mahler Racing team, and in their Mercedes, of course, Frozen Speed by Grid and Go alongside Adrenaline Motorsports, and 2 seconds splitting those machines. X-Racer, Leipert, those are the rest of the drivers through the top 8. And then Adopt Don't Shop, Rennie Lant's going to be thrilled by the fact that he's not last in qualifying. And then the Nürburgring Esports team 10th, ATRS in there, Aston Martin have some work to do all the way back in 11th spot, and plenty of time to be found after qualifying not necessarily going their way. Last but not least, one more class to talk about before we can get to the SP9s. It's the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy, the Nürburgring class as well, where Scherer Esports lock out the front row, the 105 in front of the 115, and then Door Esports get in front of the Apex Racing team and Team Redline, 2 juggernauts in this class that, of course, have been so successful over the course of the season. WSR Esports Butt Kicker 6th, Coanda Esports 7th, and then Greiker Motorsports. We saw Bruno Heinrich improve in the closing stages. He was able to jump up to 8th position at the end of the day. There are 2 Coanda Esports cars, by the way, the 108 machine, the one that is going to see Bobby Zelensky teamed up with Xander Reed. The second one of their cars lines up back in 9th position, and that's one of the cars that's going to be doing this Bilstein 3-hour race by themselves. David Williams going to line up in that Coanda Esports 118 alongside the PB Performance car, the 106. Holdo Motorsport, Kramer Racing Esports, Pro Sport Sim Racing Cup, and then the Avia WNS eMotorsports and Nürburgring esports team round out the 15 cars in class. I can finally stop talking. Welcome Ewan O'Leary back into the commentary booth. Ewan, 4 classes and an interesting qualifying rundown through all of them.
Yeah, it was, and it sets us up for the 3 hours, of course, not taking into account who's going to drop back throughout with the success penalties or not, but a close qualifying, relatively so, especially in SP3T, to be honest. Team Huizinga taking pole position by a pretty small margin. Carlo only a second behind, despite being in 4th place, and that's been one of the classes that has seen quite some field spread over the season. But now we're about to see what we're going to get from the SP9s. 15 minutes for them, not long in reality, and they're all going to be out there together. So we'll see who decides to take the cut through right-hand side through the Grand Prix now, or who decides to go for a full-out lap on the Nordschleife this week.
Yep, we've seen the split in terms of drivers electing to use the shortcut procedure where you can hang a right instead of hanging a left through the Grand Prix hairpin and effectively take a bit of a shortcut as we get an interesting look through the grandstands, through the grounds, and through plenty of other things that block our view of the GT3 machine. We'll say just by the way as well, as we get underway here in SP9 qualifying, of course so many people will focus on the likes of Max Verstappen. That Manthey by Kawanda Porsche that we see has seen Ayhancan Guven behind the wheel of it plenty over the course of this DNLS campaign. No Guven this week. Instead, it's Loic Hartog alongside Elvis Rankin, 2 drivers who have plenty of real-world experience, by the way, in their own regard, piloting that car. Ayhancan Guven is down under racing in the 12 hours of Bathurst alongside the crew at Manthey. So we wish him the best of luck heading off to the one of the most fearsome races that I think you can find in all of global motorsport. We've had a lot of fun with Ayhancan. I can't wait to cheer him on Ewan this weekend. Yeah, he'll probably be asleep right now, I'd imagine, or getting that way in the evening over in Australia. So yeah, good luck to him tomorrow morning. And it really is tomorrow morning, isn't it? It's a very early wake-up, I can imagine. Well, that's so similar to yours, Arjuna. Maybe not quite that early, but it is relatively early. I think they start at 4:45, don't they? 4:45 or something at the Bathurst 12 hour. They're certainly used to. So it'll be an early wake-up for him in the morning, but a fun race, hopefully, there at one of the other most fearsome racetracks in the world, along with this one, of course, which is constantly being argued against for being more difficult, less difficult, better for racing, worse for racing. Everyone has their own opinions on the debate. Yes, and Ewan, is this better than Sebring? Everywhere's better than Sebring. Okay, for those that are not in the know, Ewan O'Leary has some controversial opinions when it comes to Sebring. We'll stay away from that. Anyway, plenty of drivers do elect to take the shortcut, by the way, and elect to effectively get what will probably be 2 flying attempts at a qualifying lap. The drivers that go out there for the full formation lap, effectively the out lap, and then go for a qualifying attempt, realistically will get 1 chance. You can bail early in the lap, take the shortcut, and still go for a full flying attempt. Hook the left, though. Back onto the Nordschleife loop goes the Falcon 44, and then down through the Sabine Schmidt curve, gets the qualifying lap well and truly underway. As into the Hudson back they work, and well, this is where you've got to start to get your commitment levels rised up to 110% in qualifying. Yeah, so it looks like we've got 7 of the SP9s out there doing the cut through and doing an opening lap here to sort of set a banker, if you like. Out on the Hudson back at the moment. There's another of them just about to head towards the Nordschleife for the first time, but this really is just a bit of a banker lap at the moment. On board with the Nürburgring Esports Mercedes we go now, plunging downhill towards the Hudson back. Andy Golden again driving this car. Not sure if he's often started the race in this Nürburgring Esports Mercedes, but he has been present at this race or this series for all of the rounds so far, and they've had some decent results on their way as well. But I say, just getting in the banker lap here really before the real lap begins at the end of this one. Quite like the look, by the way, of this Blast Nürburgring Esports car that we've seen over the course of this season as the lead driving instructor at the Nürburgring goes up through the gears, rises up towards Flugplatz, and this is one of those places where, of course, front end rises a little bit, maybe a little less in these GT3s and the Porsche Cup cars, of course, with their limited downforce. You see the look, he looks pretty calm behind the wheel right now. He's got the team shirt on, helmet over the shoulder as well. I mean, that's a proper camera shot if I've ever seen one. And I've got to say, often we talk about how esports drivers look calm, cool, collected. Andy's looking pretty calm himself as well.
Yeah, it certainly is. Just focused in on this qualifying lap for the moment, getting it turned into Nürburgring, and then there's a little bit of respite. That is the thing around the Nordschleife. Some circuits around the world, you're constantly turning, and in some ways you are here too, but you don't really need focus down here until you get towards Adnar Forst up here, and then there's another short break after this section of corners, so you do have 1 or 2 moments to just collect your thoughts on this qualifying lap.
It's a qualifying lap where, and a lap indeed, where of course there's so many corners. We've talked about it this season plenty. Between those corners, plenty of straights as well. This is an open setup series. Drivers have to make the choices, the compromises. Do you want to be a rocket ship in a straight line but struggle through the corners, or compromise, be better through the corners, maybe a bit more vulnerable down the long straights, especially important down the Dottinger Ho at the end of the lap, where of course you would that sort of descends initially and then rises back uphill as you work your way towards the final corner. And so often we talk about, do you want to be in the draft? In second position, for example, coming onto the final lap, to be in a position to try and pass.
Yeah, exactly. It's a difficult decision to make as well. And even if you are in sort of objectively the best position, it doesn't mean you'll be able to work your way through, depending on which setup and which version of that compromise you have gone for. Here's Max Verstappen getting himself ready, as he seems to so often do in this series, or at least in the times he has qualified. Go for a particularly painfully slow outlap and then one flyer instead of taking the cut through.
Yeah, no, it is interesting to note that Verstappen, who has done the qualifying as the real world driver for the most part this season, outside I think Rudy Van Buren in round 1, and we know how that one went down towards the foxhole with, unfortunately, the AMG team MSI team. He's elected to go for that full outlap. I think he clearly feels like it's beneficial for the tires. And I'll be honest, at the end of the day, if you're confident enough in stringing the lap together, SP9s don't have to share the track with any of the other classes. You get a pretty good chance to build a clean run. Very different sort of an approach for the likes of Sindre Setsource, who I'm pretty sure pushing now and well and truly up to speed. Team Redline Verstappen, by the way, just a reminder, 30-second success penalty. AMG Team MSI, they I think are going to be one of the other strong contenders today. Kevin Ellis Jr. returns alongside Elias Sepinen in the number 49. They only have 10 seconds. Now remember what happened the last time that Ellis Jr. was in this series, fighting alongside Van Buren, I believe it was, in the Team Redline machine in the closing stages of the race. I get the sneaking suspicion that the 49 will be in a good position. Now, can Verstappen and Weining combine to be able to close 20 seconds on track in 3 hours? That's really the question.
It is the question, yeah, and I wonder whether, you know, what is going to be the answer to that. Personally, I think Williams have got a good chance today in either of their cars, actually. The number 5 or the what they're calling the number 50, it's actually the number 49. So, whatever. But they've got a good chance today. No success penalty for either of those cars, but a load of ambition, because they need to gain points on both BS competition, this car you're riding on board with right now, and Max Verstappen's Team Redline Ferrari, so that they can be involved in the championship finale at the start of March. They have to gain points today, and they've got no success penalty in doing so. Maybe today will be their day to just draw back level with those ahead.
Yeah, and of course we'll talk more and more about the championship as we work through the course of the day. There's Norby Kish, professional truck racing driver, who's also a former champion in this series, and I can tell you, he posted some pictures of adorable little cats that he's got at home, all dressed up in BS competition gear. He is not just a hybrid racer. He loves being part of the BS competition team, and it's great to see him, of course, continuing to be a part of the series, albeit slightly weird that BS competition, we mentioned this before, we traditionally see them in a BMW. They've made the decision, of course, for this series, their championship aspirations, to switch to the Mercedes. Norby Kish rides in the draft of those in front, heading towards the final couple of corners. Now remember, we expect these drivers to be underneath the 8-minute bracket and by some margin. Expect them to be down towards 752, 751s, maybe even lower in these cold conditions we're dealing with. Remember, 18 degrees air temperature, we're talking 65, 67 Fahrenheit, about as cold as it can get. Also, 18, 19 degrees Celsius in terms of track temperature. We'll see the times begin to streak on in. Sindre Setzel's first to get a time on the board with a 7:53, 7:40, but maybe no surprise in the draft. Norby Kish, 7:52, 8:71. Still 6 minutes or so left to go in the session to go out there for another chance. He set the benchmark for those doing the long outlap and building up the temperature in the tires.
But here's the problem, or there was the problem on your screens right there, is the fact that the Falcon car is right in front of them already. So Norby might not have a very good run at this second lap, because Falcon are going to want to set the second lap time a bit stronger than the first. But Norby is so close to the back of the Porsche that he's going to have to possibly slow up at some point during the lap, and that's not going to be particularly conducive to a pole position time, and that's where the sort of one lap and going around the Nordschleife for an out lap does have an advantage.
So 7 times onto the board. Wait for the rest of the drivers to notch their names onto that left-hand side. Time continues to tick away, and once the clock strikes 0, drivers cannot start a new lap, but they can finish the attempt that they are on. And of course, that's going to be the case for plenty around such a long lap. If you're curious about the times, by the way, in comparison to the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy class, well, it's the closest it's ever been as far as I can tell. Sherritt Esports in the 105, pole position in the 992 Cup. Only 1.3 off of BS Plus Competition's time. They are 4th in the combined running order. 4th in the GT3 SP9 category, is 7th in the combined qualifying rundown. So interesting just to note, Ewan, we know the SP9s are not necessarily as quick in a straight line. They're actually being hit by a decent amount of bump as well, balance of performance that hits them in weight, power, fuel capacity. Porsche Cup cars are quick.
They are, and we've seen that all season long, making them a little bit of a nightmare to overtake in terms of lap traffic, actually meaning that in some of these races, some of the Porsche Cup cars are not being overtaken at all, and maybe the fact that this is a 3-hour race means that they won't actually go a lap down at all at the end of today's race. But it's proving to be a tricky one for these SP9 cars, and it's mixing up the qualifying order a little bit as well in terms of overall. But the classes will be split, of course, and the SP9s will be shoved to the front of the field nevertheless.
Here's the Commander Esports by Manthey car. Sorry, I had to get the correct ordering. Problem is, and again, we're going to say this every round of the championship without fail, that is neither a Commander Esports car, which would be purple and orange, potentially black and red if you, of course, had some of the VRS sponsorship on it, but in a slightly different way. This is the silver blacking red that we've got. But that's not a Manthey car. We want the Grello. That's what Ian Jan-Guven's racing in Down Under this weekend, and he's so proud as well. It was great to see a social media post where he was saying it's such a big day for him to go out there Down Under and race in the Grello Porsche. And so we're just saying, moving forward, I've sent messages to Pash Gergis trying to get the Grello car in the future. Grello, please, from Arjuna Kankipati and Ewan, will you co-sign this petition with me?
Oh yeah, absolutely. No hesitation there from me. That would be fantastic to see, or just something a bit different to that sort of grey, red, black, and sort of wishy-washy livery they've got at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. Here's Harley Horton, one of the youngest to ever race at the Nürburgring in the 24 hours. He's part of that WS racing crew that's going to be paired up as he works his way towards Bergwerk, one of the most important corners on the track. Is paired up with Konstantin Stolzenberg, of course, the team powered behind the scenes by the same team that's running the WSR Esports butt kicker crew in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy. Just look at that line out of Bergwerk. It was so tidy and so composed on corner entry. He's looking like he wants to push the car along as we jump along with the webcam view of young Harley. But the thing that you'll note behind him is that he's not in a bedroom, Ewan, or at least if that's a bedroom, it's a mighty big one. It's
a very big one, yeah, if it is. The thing I first noticed actually is his headphones, or his headwear, I should say, and a lack of headphones actually. Normally when driving, I found anyway, when I was driving, that having headphones that certainly cover your ears, where you can turn it up a little bit and you can hear a bit better what's going on in terms of power and braking. You can hear what's going on a little bit more, which is a very important sense to have in sim racing, because you can't really feel the cars quite as well as you can in real life. But the fact he's just got some sort of what you'd sort of the earphones you plug into your phone, isn't it, when you're out on a walk or something like that. Not particularly conducive, I would say, to listening to what's going on underneath you, which is, as I say, very important in sim racing.
Yeah, it's not even like those are, you know, the traditional in-ears that drivers often will wear under the helmets that are, you know, custom molded for their ears often. Those just look like regular sort of AirPod, earpod, whatever headphones insert brand that you use here. Sammy Matty Trogan, by the way, Sontec Lamborghini, flies its way through that Mut curva. I mean, I've got to say that was about as close to perfection as you can get through that corner. Not often that you say something like that. This is a car that, you know, in many eyes probably would have expected to fight for the championship, but made the switch from the Ferrari, interestingly enough, over to the Lamborghini. And Trogan has had some qualifying attempts that I think a lot of the other drivers have watched on and gone, how have you got that speed out of the Lamborghini? And just look at the focus on his face right now. He's not putting too much effort into a lap, which at the Nordschleife unit is key.
It is, and I believe he's the most likely driver to challenge Max Verstappen in this session. We've seen it time and time again. He has challenged, he's done well in these qualifying sessions when pitted up against the likes of Max Verstappen. On this occasion, in that Sontec car, he is going to be the driver second over the line out of the two of them. I think they'll be 1 and 2, and on the front row once again for this round of the DNLS.
Down out of Arenberg, look at the strain that's built, and this is not ideal by any means. You see the lights flashing by Philip Gogolok, but at the end of the day, the Williams Esports car in front, the Mercedes AMG team's Williams Esports car, is on a qualifying lap on its own, and so it's not like the lights flash, you're instantly going to get the car in front of you out of the way. You've got to recognize that everyone here is fighting. Ignore the countdown timer in the top left corner of your screen. That's counting down to the end of the cool down period now in this qualifying session. The clock has struck 0, time has expired, no new laps can be begun. It's all about finishing the laps that you're on. And speaking of which, we've got drivers working around towards the line. Watch a handful of them get their names onto the left-hand side of your screen, where times are going to start to fly on in. First up, it's going to be the 25 machine, followed by the 41 of the Holden Motorsports crew. Yves Volt finds himself onto the board. Now so will Phil Denez in the BS Plus competition BMW, and he goes to the top. That was maybe expected in some ways. Great to see the flying BMW back on top for the Zebra.
Yeah, it is, and you mentioned earlier on, it's odd to see them out of the BMW, but they do have that number 7 entry, of course, which has not had the greatest season of all time. Currently 8th in the standings, but maybe they can return here with Max Verstappen coming to the line now.
And look at that time. This is going to be a flyer. It is. It's a 7:51.201. It's a second and a half quicker than the BS Plus competition car. Statement made, but now we've got to wait for the likes of Sontec, who has still got a chance to set a time. So do the AMG Team MSI crew with Elias Sepinen, maybe Alex Dunn as well in one of the AMG Team Apex Racing team cars. But here comes that Lamborghini to the line, and we'll have no idea of a reference here because that lap time not going to be correct. Wait for Trogan to hit the timing beam to improve in that Lamborghini because it's not a Ferrari. Ignore what it's saying on the screen in front of you. It's very much a Hurricane, a charging bull to the line. 7:51.546, Verstappen on top.
He is just about. I thought that time was beatable actually from Verstappen. I thought it was for Trogan, but clearly not quite. 3.5 tenths away in the end, and Redline and Sontec will be on the front row together. By the looks of things, these are the last of the teams who are only setting one time in this session, one flying time. The rest of them will still be making their way towards the end of the lap at the moment, so that's not it for qualifying just yet. We do have some more times yet to come.
Yeah, we got to wait though for the next time onto the board. In fact, here it is. Elias Sepinen's being towed behind one of the other AMG team Apex Racing team cars, of course, the MSI machine powered by the Apex Racing team. And so Alex Dunn is actually giving draft at this point to Elias Sepinen, who we take a look on board with. And one thing that I always never wanted as a driver was sunshine onto the monitors. I've got to say, that's bold from Elias in that MSI machine.
Especially this time of year when it gets dark very quickly outside, especially in Europe, so and Northern Europe especially as well. So that's what can really fool you as well. I know that we're not racing particularly late into the afternoon today, but it doesn't really matter at this time of year. It can get very dark very quickly, so you certainly wouldn't want sunlight out like that, no. But he's clearly fine with it, and he's doing okay as well, as long as he's not balked into the final chicanes now, and he probably has been slowed down here by a tenth or two.
It's a Mercedes that carries 17 kilograms in ballast adjustment as part of the BOP. Also gets a slight power cut, about 1.5 cents to equalize it into the other drivers. And boy, look at the time. Not just done quick, but Elias Seppänen up there as well. They lock out row number 2 and box BS competition down to 5th and 6th positions. And that's still not qualifying session done and dusted, because we've got plenty more drivers still to come towards the line.
And these guys really are a bit further back at this stage, coming through at Galbenkopf now at the end of the lap. The best of the drivers yet to finish is the number 5 car, the Williams car, driven by Sunday Setsas at the moment. And then there's Marvin Dietz as well, not too far in front, but just one position further behind in 9th place. Can they jump onto maybe the front 2 rows or so? Got to say, this qualifying session from top to bottom is maybe a bit closer than what we've seen in the past. We did see Redline and Sontag a long way quicker than everybody else at some points this season. I
do enjoy, by the way, seeing the train of about 5 GT3 machines heading down the long Dottinger at the end of the lap, and now rising up towards the Tiergarten to finish off this qualifying session. These have been some quite fun qualifying sessions, and I'll just say that it does feel as though, compared to last year and last season, excitement levels have been raised in the latest edition of this Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series. So it's been a lot of fun. Can Marvin Dietz jump further forward into the thick of the action? He does find some improvement in time, no improvement in position. Sindre Setsas not going to break into the 51s. Instead, he finds about 0.4 of a second in his Williams Esports AMG car. M&J downforce up to 11th. Watch the Lion GP machine that crosses the line behind them. Not going to see an improvement, though, it would seem, for Dodi Ferdi behind the wheel of the Ferrari. That's qualifying session basically locked and loaded now. Only one driver still to watch, and I'm not sure if they're tracking to an improvement. It's Norby Kish in the BS Plus competition, number 9.
That could do with it. It looks a bit gingerly out of the Galbenkopf section at the moment. Doesn't look like he's quite on full speed to me. So he looks like he will stay 6th place, sharing a row with his BS competition teammate, but not a bad place for them to be. As I say, it's an important race for that car to try and get anywhere near Team Redline, but at the moment they are going to have quite a few cars between themselves and their rivals as things stand.
Yeah, that's definitely not a heater. You can even hear it in the engine tone right now. So I think Norby maybe going to practice a pit entry here, and a pit entry that might be somewhat important, because that's one of the few places you can potentially make up some more time on your rivals here that is not in traffic. Something under your control, and in a 3-hour race, you don't get that many chances to dive onto pit lane. Going back to BOP for a second, just to run through that. The BMW gets 8 kilograms in power in weight adjustments. Lamborghini gets 9. No adjustment for the Porsche in terms of weight. Ferrari does get 6 kilograms. And Ferrari is also amongst the least hit of the cars in terms of power adjustment. It only gets a 0.75 percentage hit in terms of power as compared to the 1.5 of the Mercedes. But in terms of fuel, they're all basically equalized to about 92-93% of their maximum capacity, which Ewan has often meant that we get some excitement in terms of strategy, even in a short 3-hour race. The real drivers in this SP9 class, the ones that have just gone out there and done the qualifying, have to do a minimum of 8 racing laps. Difficult to do that on 1 tank of fuel.
Yeah, exactly. Traditionally, you would see these GT3s making an hour in races of this ilk, but not on this occasion. You wouldn't imagine 7 laps isn't quite going to make up an hour, and so we will see 3 stops by the looks of things today. And it's a case of how do you split that up as well with your real-world driver? Do you go maybe for 2 stints of 4? Do you get them out immediately after the first stint and then maybe in again for the last stint of the race? How do you work things out in that respect? It's a difficult balance to strike and a difficult thing to get right, but on this occasion it's going to be 3 hours and 3 pit stops maybe for the drivers with the fuel limitations that they have in this round.
Heading down on towards the pit lane comes the BS Plus competition car, and that is officially session done and dusted. Qualifying order locked and loaded. So it is going to be Team Redline, Max Verstappen on top. And what a blistering lap it was. There were, in the end, 4 drivers able to break into the 751s. Verstappen did it first, most impressive of them all. But let's not forget, 30 seconds, Ewan, they will be held in the pit lane during the first pit stop cycle. Sontec Racing in their Lamborghini, I'm just going to say this, we haven't seen the race pace be there, unfortunately, so expect them potentially to maybe drop back a little bit. It means that, being realistic here, AMG Team MSI, they've got 10 seconds success penalty in third. They're not in a bad spot. Neither is the number 7 BS Plus competition car with no success penalty. They're in fifth because, of course, behind them, their teammates in the Mercedes that finished in the last race on the podium do have a 20-second success penalty to serve. If you're wondering why I'm not talking about the number 48 Apex Racing Team, Mercedes, by the way, it's because, unfortunately, as far as I can tell, they have a 60-second stop and hold penalty at the start. We'll get into that in a few moments' time. Quick rundown through the qualifying grid, though, for SP9, Team Redline, Sontec, and then AMG Team MSI and AMG Team Apex Racing Team, all in the 751 bracket, and very impressive, although Verstappen, of course, most impressive of them all. BS Plus competition, the Zebras lock out the third row of the grid. It will be the BMW alongside the Mercedes, and then the AMG Team Williams number 5, Sindre Setzels, alongside Harley Horton in the WS Racing number 16. 2 drivers that bring their real-world experience from the ring back over to the virtual world, where we've seen so much of them and become familiar with them, of course, through their time in the sim racing universe. Then back in 9th position, as you just continue to look through the qualifying rundown, the Falcon Sim Racing team, of course, they're paired up with Door Esports to run their number 44 entry. They're in 9th, and then technically, in terms of qualifying times, you start to hit the Porsche Esports endurance cars. However, in the SP9 category, top 10 will see it complete by Coanda Esports by Mantai. Loic Hartog, of course, going to share that machine with Elvis Rankin today. M&J Downforce, and then the AMG Team Williams number 50, which is actually the number 47. Still very confusing on your screen in front of you in 12th position. Leipert Esports 13th, AMG Team HRT by UOL 14th, as we try to cram as many acronyms into the name as possible. RC Car Shop Esports 15th, Pro Sports Sim Racing, the number 17, back in 16th position. And then as you go through the largest class of them all, you continue running 17th, Holden Motorsport, 18th, the Nürburgring Esports team, and then 19th, last but not least in class, Lion GP in their Ferrari round out the qualifying grid. Should be exciting, Ewan, to see all the drivers get underway, because the real-world drivers have to start this race, of course. And let's not forget, we have starting groups to split up the classes.
We do, so it won't be a complete calamity involving all the classes in a big crash in towards turn number 1. We'll split them up into 4 different groups. The VT2s will get to go with the SP3Ts right at the end. But not only does it split everyone up at the start and keep things a little bit cleaner, hopefully, it also means that we can get into traffic a little bit quicker as well. It doesn't actually take the SP9s very long to catch the VT2s, not least because they're a lot quicker, but also because they have, what, a 6-minute head start, effectively.
Yeah, it's a pretty big jump that they get realistically. VT2s start at the same time as the SP3Ts, let's not forget, but plenty to deal with for them. So quick rundown through race control, decision-making that's already happened, because there are some penalties. We mentioned, of course, Bilstein by Black Falcon, Jimmy Broadbent alongside Steve Brown, Super GT, not allowed to partake in qualifying due to a slight misunderstanding in the qualifying regulations and how exactly that was meant to work. So they'll start at the back of class, but already I've seen drive-through penalties come on in, and most significantly, SP10, the pole position sitter, if I get that correct. Excuse me, no, I just read the number wrong. That is the Door Esports car that is in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy, not the one that got pole position SP10, but that still qualified third, so that's a significant one, as is the drive-through penalty for Holden Motorsport for joining with the wrong iRacing team ID. And I did mention it, Alex Dunn, Technically a real-world driver, yes, but I don't think he's going to classify technically today. Didn't get the paperwork submitted in time, and so Ewan, the number 48, finds itself with a stop-and-hold penalty in the first laps of the race to serve.
Yeah, and so effectively that's going to put them about 90 seconds behind everyone early on, but I think that's happened every round so far, hasn't it? Certainly happened most rounds to that car. The number 48 car is 19th in the standings with only 2 points to its name as far as the standings go. So that just shows you everything you need to know about the season so far. It's been a difficult one, but they are the rules. You need a real-world driver in the DNLS. It's always been the case, and it is once again this season. And not only a real-world driver, of course. You can't just have driven a car on the road outside before. You know, there are rules to this.
Yes, and specifically, I mean, for example, Alex Dunn should classify because I think he's got the requisite FIA licenses. Of course, we'll be competing in the 2024 FIA Formula 3 Championship after winning the likes of the 2022 F4 British Championship, finished runner-up in GB3 last year. Of course, you see those weather conditions. Track temperature is raised up slightly from the last time that I had slightly been monitoring it as we wait for the cars to roll off and away. Max Verstappen, Sami Matti, Trogan, Elias Seppinen, and Alex Dunn, front two rows that get ready to pull away and get underway. I'm going to throw you under the bus a little bit here, Ewan, because let's be real, with these success penalties, I think it's very difficult to really get a good judge for how this race is going to go. Who comes out on top? Is it Super Max dancing to victory lane once again, or will we see someone else rise to the top?
It's going to be a difficult one. There's no doubt about that. I do find it difficult, though, to go with Sontec, even though they are the best placed car with no penalties. I find it difficult to go for them for this one. MSI have success penalties, so do Apex, and then you're sort of down to BS competition land. I'm going to go for a Williams car here today, more specifically the number 5. For whatever reason, Will Chigurh has not qualified so well on this occasion, which I'm a bit surprised about, to be honest, but I think that's put them too far back. So I'm going to go for the car that qualified in 7th place. Sunday sets us for him to gain 6 places and win the race, because as I said, I'd find it a little bit difficult to trust the Sontec car that it will be there at the end.
That's also, of course, paired with Vasilis Belitsiotis, and that's an interesting pairing in and amongst them. I believe, by the way, as well, you only allow one driver above 7,500 I rating. So you want to know what Sindre Setsource's I rating is? Belitsiotis is well above that threshold, 7,499, and you have to have that I rating on the day of racing as well. So he has made sure he abides by literally the letter of the law.
Do you think he went out last night and intentionally did a bad race?
No comment. Ready to go, though, for the Bilstein 3-hour race. Of course, we've got 5 classes of competition here in the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series. 5 individual races, all to track around the most legendary racetrack of them all. The Green Hell's got plenty of stories to tell in 2024 without a shadow of a doubt. And of course, we're building to the championship finale. It's a 4-hour race to come, 3 hours onto the clock this time around. And the SP9s now all just being restrained all by the right foot of Max Verstappen, just waiting for the green flag in the starter's stand. The engines roar. We're underway once again at the Green Hell. It's the Bilstein 3-hour race. And did Verstappen get a terrible launch in towards turn number 1? We're going to descend down the hill with a bold move around the outside. Elias Seppinen overcommits. Sontec already down and trying to hold on to a spot inside of the top 5. Alex Dunn now grabs second after Seppinen went deep. Seppinen trying to defend from Sindre Setsource around the outside of the Mercedes-AMG arena. Spin down the back. A little bit of drama for Dinez as he runs wide as well. A little bit more chaos as Gondelok's gone around now in the M&J Downforce car. Did you want chaos at the start of your SP9 start? Well, if the answer was yes, you've got it. The front end missing on the Coanda Esports by Mantine car.
Yeah, no front end, no front bumper, I'm afraid, on the Porsche. It's clean start relatively at the front, but there were issues further back. Marcus Fischer was the first one to go around at turn 2 in the RC Koshok BMW. He's got to the back of the field. To be honest with you, not really sure where Loke Hartog actually lost his front bumper, but he certainly has, and we'll see how much that holds him back early on.
Well, I mean, that was an intense start, and you can see jiggling behind from Andy Goulden in the Nürburgring esports machine, just trying to make sure his car's stable, running through the chicane for the first time of asking. We'll hang the left, we'll bring ourselves on towards the Nordschleife, down through the Sabine Schmidt curve, and then the entry into the Hansenbach. Verstappen trying to pull away, the margin only about half a second or so, and Alex Dunn-Seppen and Setzel's Trogan. I mean, that's a who's who of real and virtual motorsport stacked up behind. And now we just wait for the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy cars to get underway. Got to say, Hartog's going to be a sitting duck with that front end missing.
Yeah, and he already is. Look, he's under a lot of pressure here, even onto the Hansenbach. He's got no front-end downforce here, and Harley Horton is looking for a way through any which way, and he's even defending Hartog a little bit into these couple of corners, so difficult start for him.
Waiting now for the green flag in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring class. Been great to see that class get an official title and see the level of excitement in what has so many top-level drivers just continue to rise. Look at the Coanda Esports machine. Where does Bobby Zelensky go? To the inside of Gianni Vecchio is the answer. 3 wide for 5th position. Insanity, and 3 wide for the lead. Door Esports Tim Yarshell not too concerned about the drive-through penalty they'll have to serve. Slot in behind Julian Reimer in the 115 Scherer car, the 105 from pole position down to 3rd, trying to defend from Michael Johnny, trying to go the long way around. Johnny's not going to be able to get it done. He slots into line, trying to hold off Vecchio and Zelensky behind, as now through the right-hander will go on through the shortcut back towards the second half of the GP stretch. Already cars trying to defend. Goodness gracious me, a tidy start, a clean start, yes, but no less chaotic than the SP9s.
Not really, but there's a few less incidents, thankfully. The big players are all up there in the top 5 as well, with Scherer having both their cars inside the top 3. Door Esports, Apex are there, Redline as well as Coanda. It's a who's who of sim racing at the front of this Porsche class, and thankfully, yeah, less spins than in SP9.
And into the chicane they will go. Of course, in this class, you can do the race by yourself. Only David Williams going to do that in the Coanda Esports machine. You're allowed to do it once a season. Of course, we saw Michael Johnny do it. He's got Luca Kita for company today. Luca Kita, of course, and Michael Johnny. Double duty for them. They'll be racing in the Porsche Esports Super Cup later on today. Now, we get the look at the GT4 machines. SP10s that are getting lined up, and already a bit of a push building from the 3rd place Aston Martin. Sontek on the outside of the front row, hanging back and trying to judge the start, and Lucas Muller's going to get a push from Victor Brill in the Pro Sport Sim Racing 175. Down into turn 1, watch the Mahler Mercedes try and fan out 3 abreast as they go brave under the brakes. Frozen speed by Grin and Go, and Steen Ledger having a good go of it as well, but great jump from the Door Esport Aston Martin. Sontek back up to 2nd. Statu Sipala knows how to judge these race starts in the BMW, maybe a little better than I do up here in the commentary box. He'll watch though as Victor Brill tries to get to the outside. More just trying to hold off the Mahler Racing Team machine, because look at Niels Kopp as he gets pushed out wide, trying to hold on to the position. Eventually has to give up the ghost.
Yeah, good start from Victor Brill there in the Pro Sport car to work his way in amongst those at the front of the field. Down through the cut-through they go, the downhill right-handed hairpin, and Mahler Racing Team have been pushed back slightly by that Aston Martin, so a good start for Brill, and lots of different manufacturers up to the top. Nice spread in SP10, and thankfully everyone has been a bit calmer than the SP9 class so far.
Yep. And that's maybe a bit of a surprise in some ways, given some of the other starts that we've seen so far. We get the final start now, of course, to wait for the combined SP3T and VT2 class, as banging wheels in towards the chicane. The Nürburgring Esports car has to fend off eventually an attack to try and get past the Adopt Don't Shot machine. Great to see René Land getting the elbows out in the early stages as well, as now in towards the Nordschleife loop they will go. Steve Brown, by the way, starting in that SP10 category for Bilstein by Black Falcon there down the back, and I think you'll expect to see Jimmy Brockman in the first pit stop and trying to bring that car to the end at the end of the day. Waiting now for Sim RC Team Hoisingveld in the front row to get underway. I've got to say, this is what we were talking about earlier. The fact that these drivers are held for so long means that it will not be that many laps before we see the SP9s begin to get on top of them and start to deal with traffic being a factor. Bit of a jump there, though, as the combined starting groups get underway. The VT2s instantly found out almost 4 abreast in and amongst themselves. SP3Ts, those touring car machines, 3 wide with Carlar up the middle. Going to be a look up the inside from Scherer Esports in the 816. Big send, but they're able to hold on to it. Sim RC grabs second. Team Oisingfeld hold the lead as we scoop through the arena section.
Yeah, everyone through here cleanly in SP3T as well, and thankfully they're just far enough ahead of the VT2s as well for them to get off to a decent start. That's defence from Carlar on the way towards turn 3 there from the Impulse Racing Hyundai, trying to look its way down the inside, and in return going to get attacked down the inside of turn 4 as they exit the Mercedes arena. That was by Chris Bartel in the Petrovic car, looking down the inside, and no, can't work her way through, and so Bartel will be under pressure from Tobias Winkler in the Pro Sport car, and the train will continue on back, and yes, they will single file themselves out finally, and there's the Nürburgring Esports car getting itself into the lead of VT2.
And of course, draft's going to play its part initially for these VT2 machines. Only one driver back in pit lane after the 5 classes underway. It's the Coanda Esports by Manti car. Loic Hartog, unfortunately, puts the car on the flatbed, brings it back to pit lane, and I think that is unfortunately going to probably be day done for that machine. So what started as 59 cars at the start, now down to the 58 still running. Traffic's still going to be intriguing nonetheless with the remaining contenders out there on the track. SP3Ts down the hill through the left and now onto the Nordschleife, all as the SP9's ready to end the opening lap. Verstappen has broken away. It's 2.5 seconds his gap. I mean, there wasn't really much surprise, to be completely honest. Question now will be, how defensive does Alex Dunn elect to go? Does he let Elias Seppänen slip on through? First time we've seen Dunn in this championship. Seppänen in that AMG Team MSI car, firm fixture. We've seen him plenty. We know what he will want to do. And look behind, plenty of other contenders. Norby Kish trying to have a bit of a lunge. He makes contact with the back of the Falcon Sim Racing car as they concertina through turn 1. Yeah, it's very clear that Alex Dunn is the cork in the bottle here, with Seppänen just behind for MSI. Then it's the Williams car as Sindre Sasami Trogan is here, as well as Marvin Deedston, Norby Kish as well, and they're all trying to work their way through, and at the moment he's really helping Max Verstappen is Alex Dunn right now. 2.5 seconds the gap between 1 and 2, which is allowing this field to get very spread out early on. So then there's a bit of a break gap to the rest of the SP9s, and it's headed just in the lower part of the top 10 there by Lucy Treves, who's at the head of that train for 9th place. Absolutely. So on to the short run before the chicane on this Grand Prix stretch. We've already burnt 9 minutes off of the clock in this 3-hour race, the Bilstein 3-hour affair that of course sees us run toward the championship finale. I'm sure at some point we'll take a look right on cue AMG replay of what happened at the start, and what's down the bottom of your screen. Already a spin behind, but that's not really what we're going to focus on. Oh, the M&J Downforce car kind of chops down low in front of the Coanda Esports by Manti Porsche, and then 2 go into 1, and that sends Gogolok off into the 3 cars that have to then take avoiding action.
Exactly, so that sort of pieces together the whole story. He moved across a little bit on the way in, and Porsche getting the front ends removed, which has spelled out what I think is going to be the end of their race, and it puts so many drivers very wide as well. I mean, Wouter Gerfer's down to 16th place. He was caught right on the outside of all of that.
On board with Tim Yarshell in the Door Esports car. Again, no drama for these cars relative. Windshield wiper's going to go off, but that's not going to get Door Esports out of the drive-through penalty that they have. It was for driving, by the way, during the briefing, the mandatory briefing that the drivers have to attend, and so at some point that car is going to have to make the trip down pit lane, and within the opening 3 laps, watch behind as one of the other drivers peeled off the driver's right-hand side, and I believe that was the Pro Sport car coming in to serve its own penalty. Big send from Gianni Vecchio as he tries to look up the inside of Michael Gianni, filtering through the arena section. Very slow run for your race leader, Julian Reimer. That's really checking up those behind as we scramble and filter out of the arena section once again.
It looks like it's been a relatively slow opening lap, to be honest with you, given how close the rest of the field is here. Everybody's stacked up side by side for fourth place as Team Redline get into that position. That will be Michael Gianni down a place in that battle then, with Apex Racing Team moving on backwards to the rest of the top 5. Then it's Coanda Esports to round at the top 6, but that's not where the train ends. The top 12, as far as I can work out, are in the line here, with Pro Sport and Avia not even that far away. So for whatever reason, it's been a relatively slow opening lap here, and everyone's staying close together as a result.
I don't know if that's fuel related there. You see, by the way, some of those penalties starting to get reported. Top of your screen, the 109 has already come down to serve it. There's the WSR Esports butt kicker team, the 123 that runs with Kramer Racing behind, Bobby Zelensky in front, and of course Bobby Zelensky coming off the start of the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series campaign. And I'm just going to say, if you are a fan of the Nürburgring and you're saying, why are we talking about eNASCAR? Well, if you're a German language viewer, there is now an eNASCAR broadcast for you. You can join the BS Plus competition team, who of course are racing this year in the series, and you can follow along with the German voice of NASCAR, Pete Fink, who had plenty of excitement at Daytona, enjoyed his time immensely, and so do check it out if you want to see what NASCAR racing is all about in this virtual realm. SP10 is going to come to the end of the lap, still with Door Esports leading. We know draft plays a lot of importance in the early stages of the race here, but Ewan, traffic always splits these cars up, as does the first cycle of pit stops.
Yeah, exactly. So the next 45 minutes are really going to shape this race initially, and then we'll sort of get on with the rest of it and see what can change through the remainder. But the sort of first vital moments will be upcoming for these drivers. Maybe less so for the SP10s, in truth, because they're probably a long way from traffic. They get caught by the SP9s in quite a long time. They won't catch the VT2s for quite a while either. This is the class that is probably preserved for longest.
Absolutely. Back over to the fastest class of them all, where Harley Horton behind Lucy Treves in the AMG Team HRT by UOL machine. Lucy paired up in that car. If I can find on my entry list with Jimmy Antunes, so of course also powered by the Apex Racing Team, so add another 3 letters onto the side of that team name. They've just worked out of the carousel, and coming up towards what Luke Hartog said on social media when he ran a lap around the track was his favorite part of the track, and I think many people will agree. You come to the top, highest point of the entire facility at Hoa Act, and then it becomes real slippery, right, left, all over the shop, and all as you, and the track falls and rises with you.
Yeah, but spoken out by many as their favourite point on this circuit. Such challenge through here, and this is where traffic's going to be a real key as well. No chance for overtaking here, particularly for Norby Kish, but there is certainly a chance for a bottleneck, and that's what it feels like we've got for second place right now. Alex Dunn clearly not quite having the pace of those 5 drivers who are stuck behind him.
By the way, the penalties that we've had so far, all for incidents in practice or qualifying, still waiting for race control to finalize the race start and the incident reports that have come in since then. A couple of warnings have come down, but no penalties, at least for the time being. SP3Ts to the end of the lap, and SimRC, of course, missing Corentin Gune. Is going to be interesting to see how they get along, albeit with no success penalty for them to serve today. Going to look to the inside of Team Hoisingfeld. It's Nicholas Heider past Stefan Scheller in towards Tiergarten, behind Scherer, Sven Winter behind in 3rd position as well. But this class one that we know, yes, there's only 8 of them, but there's potentially 6 race winners in the mix already pulling away.
Looks like it, although the 6th of those, the Petrovic cars starting to, or Perabit, excuse me, cars just falling away slightly, I've got to say. Might well be between these front 5, maybe even less than that by the end of this one, because the success penalties really will split things up here, but it's looking decently close for now. Single file on the way down towards turn 1, as we see not single file in VT2 as expected.
It's 3 wide, albeit not for the lead. It's for 3rd position that they find themselves fanned out. 2 of the Kaufman cars trying to now really swarm the Wolf Motorsports entry. Connor Carney going to have to watch on his right-hand side as into the final corner. They'll break side by side, and Connor's just that little bit deeper, a little bit braver under the brakes, carries more momentum. I got to say that was very, very, very brave to be able to stick it around the outside, trust the car underneath him. but Markus Unkoff gives him the room, gives him the respect, and gives him the ground to hold on to third. Great fight, though. You can see the Nürburgring esports team fast lane by Smilia start to run away. And yes, those two cars have success penalties. If you give them a chance to run away, they'll take it with both hands, especially. You can see the SP9 cars have just finished their second lap. Verstappen fastest of them all and getting ready to really swarm onto the traffic.
Feels like, by the way, that car at the very back has a bit of damage to the front end to it. Might be a little bit of wrinkling there, but this is the first moment in the race that is really crucial for Max Verstappen. He should get them all on the run from 4 to 5, although it might be a bit of a dive down the inside for the last of the VT2 cars. It is such a pace difference between these different classes, and there he goes, down the inside of 3 of them in one go.
I think that was just the amount of speed he carried into the corner. He could brake and have the confidence that he would pull alongside. Looked pretty calm behind the wheel, and I'm noting that looks very, very calm. He's got the same keyboard as me as well, which clearly means I have good taste in keyboards if I picked whatever Max Verstappen thinks is good as well. But he runs his way now, still with 2 of those machines to go, still looking behind the likes of Alex Dunn, who still leads, by the way, the second pack behind Seppin and Setzels and Trogan, the rest of the top 5. The Sontec Lamborghini's holding its spot in terms of race pace, at least for the time being. Down through the gears, Verstappen hooks the left and just keeps it calm. It's what you need to do in these GT3 cars, especially when you're trying to manage tires in these early stages. Just keep the car under control.
It is, and he'll feel like this is sort of his, well, in some ways, this may well be his last contribution to this effort this season in the DNLS. I believe the last round, isn't the first round of F1 on the same weekend as the final round of this championship? I believe it is. So I can't imagine Verstappen is going to be able to contribute anything else once he steps out of the car this afternoon.
That's a good point. When is the next round of our championship? It's just to be clear, 4:20 in the morning for me, so it's early. Remind me?
It's 2 weeks' time today, as far as I can work out.
So that would be
2nd of March.
Yes, there is a small matter of a Formula One Grand Prix on that same weekend.
Yeah, so that's going to be him out, I would say, of that round of the championship, which should put, I guess, Rudy Van Buren back in, or maybe somebody else that I'm sure Redline aren't short of real-life drivers they can find. I'm
just saying, right here, right now, Redline, find a real driver to put into that car, and if you pretty please will, can you put Sebastian Job into it as well, and so we can get a chance to get him in a GT3 machine in those Redline colours? We've seen Job in the Redline Porsche Cup entry in the past, but as Scherrer's 115 continues to lead, and I'm pretty sure is slow rolling these cars with an 8:05 last time by, that screams fuel saving to me right now, let alone the fact that there are 11 cars chock-a-block up behind your race leader. Yeah, it feels like they're trying to make this work on just 2 pit stops this afternoon. They're keeping the rest of the field very close together, which is very encouraging, to be honest. But, yeah, not particularly quick at the front of the field, and a lot of drivers able to keep pace with them. There's also the matter of tyres, I suppose, as well. That is a key point in the Cup cars these days. You've got to figure out how many tyres you're going to change and at what point as well, because if you're trying to divide 3 up with 2 pit stops, it's not particularly easy to do sometimes when you're trying to work out when to change tyres, when not to. It's a difficult equation to solve, so I do wonder what they're going to decide to do at the first round of stops when they get there in 45 minutes time. Still a ways away, of course, as mentioned, even with the slight fuel capacity hits that we have. More of the penalties beginning to trickle on through. That's for the race start that we've seen a penalty go the way of WS Racing for causing a collision with Coanda Esports by Manti. So I wonder if there was a second bit of chaos beyond the initial race start that has seen Harley Horton get dinged by the steward. Still a couple of things for race control to work through from the opening couple of laps, but they are diligently doing that. By the way, Vince Cusi has just jumped into one of our YouTube chats to say that Sebastian Job's a little bit busy with the Porsche Esports Super Cup. That's no excuse. I'm going to be busy with the Porsche Esports Super Cup later. So are Michael Johnny and Luca Kita in the Apex Racing Team Porsche Cup cars in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy. So no excuse. Let's get Sebi into a GT3 car and see how he can go as we go 3 wide, slightly further behind for the SP10s. It's a Adopt Don't Shop trying to hold on. Rene Lant, team manager for Mouse Esports, gives a cold shoulder there to one of the cars trying to work its way on through. You can see in front, they were also 3 wide for the Nürburgring Esports car with X-Ray, so that was the car that was tucked in behind. It was Pro Sport, by the way, that's worked forward to second past Sontec and Marlow Racing Team. So moves being made in the SP10s at the end of lap number 3 for them.
Yeah, it's effectively good practice, isn't it, for Sebastian Job? So wouldn't be averse to that at all. But staying close, as I say, yeah, in SP10 as well, which is encouraging news. But I do notice that we look at one stage on one lap and the SP10s are right up close to each other, and then the next lap they're really not, and they're all over the place. So you do begin to wonder at what point today that is going to happen.
Exactly, you're not wrong. And by the way, maybe I was a little bit reading the future when I said that the 180 Door Esports car had a penalty in the SP10 category. It was the, of course, Porsche Esports car, not the SP10 car, that had the penalty. And now, unfortunately, the 180 has a drive-through of its own. And this one's an interesting one. It's because of multiple weaving on the dotted Jehovah, explicitly forbidden in the DM SB sim racing regulations, and so effectively slam dunk penalty on Lucas Muller. He's going to have to come down to pit lane in the next couple of laps to serve that drive-through.
Yeah, that's a particularly avoidable penalty, I think it's fair to say, and be very disappointed to have got that one as well. Big championship implications with that too. Down in SP10, Door Esports are the championship leaders as things stand in that class, so for them to have that penalty to serve is not good news at all, and 30 seconds worth of a success penalty as well could be a difficult day for them.
Back over with your SP9 drivers, you can see the lead that Max Verstappen now has built up to 3.5 seconds behind. Sam-Matti Trojan getting very, very close to the likes of the AMG Team Williams machine powered by Sindre Setsource, as Alex Dunn, Elias Sepinen just continuing to run in line. Teammates not really pushing each other too much, giving each other the room, the respect being needed to run comfortably. It's another drive-through penalty that's just come on down. That's for the 801. So as for Team Hoisingveld, and it's for the same penalty reason as what we just brought up for Door Esports. Multiple weaving on the dotted Jehovah, explicitly forbidden by the DM SB sim racing regulations. And so a car that, let's be realistic, already had a 30-second success penalty to add in the first pit stop cycle of the race, now finds itself with an even larger uphill task with which to work.
Yeah, and race leaders as things stand as well right now. Well, they were, excuse me, Sim Alcia race leader now, aren't they? But Hoisingveld have got a real uphill battle now, I think it's fair to say. And once again, avoidable penalty, and you've got to take well, avoid penalties really in these races. So particularly disappointing for them as they're about to be overtaken by the SP9s. Apex still not coming in for their penalty just yet, and that has been 3 laps now, so they're leaving this quite a while.
Well, remember, Apex will serve their stop and hold, I believe, as part of the first pit stop cycle. But I don't believe it gets handed out in the sim. It's slightly different. The wording is confusing, I know, but I believe that particular penalty can be served in the first pit. Because remember, we've often seen the drivers go long, although you're right that maybe we have seen them also do it early. I'm going to drop a note to the Apex Racing team and wonder if they were able to submit the documents in time, and maybe it was just an error in documentation on our race control sheet, and maybe the penalty's not actually going to be applied.
Well, I would be surprised. I've never seen it before where it's not being applied in reality, so that would be a puzzling one. But we'll find out from Apex what is going on there. And just ahead of their teammates, of course, not officially branded an Apex car, but it is MSI who are just in behind, and they're trying to chase down Redline, who once again have cleared the traffic well, and it's proving to be a bit trickier for those behind.
Well, as I try to type my message off to the Apex Racing team, it's side-by-side as Sontec try to now just close back up, lights flashing, just warning, I think, to those in front that the sends are going to come. Sim RC slightly boxed out as they run down towards the Sabine Schmidt curve. Watch as Trogan lunges up the inside of the Scherer car, just really threw it in there. And now to the inside of the Sim RC car, down into the Hansenback. That's sometimes the urgency that you need in traffic. Watch as Norby Kish is going to get lost behind. No chance for him to be aggressive through this next part of the sequence.
Yeah, so thankfully they've cleared them in time, but it has reduced this group dramatically. Alex Dunn no longer the huge cork in the bottle here. Seppänen sets us the only ones really in touch. Sontek a bit further behind. Now in Porsche Cup land, has it got any more spread out? Well, not really, despite what that camera angle initially showed. Everybody's still very much involved here. In fact, the top 11 are still in the draft.
Here we go. It's going to be Dory Sports. They hit the front, of course, still with the drive-through looming over. So net race leader, still the 115 technically. Johnny Vecchio's worked forward now, past Luca Alpert as well. So slowly but steadily charging forward is Grandma Gianni, as we dubbed him a couple of rounds ago on this digital Nürburgring Endurance Series. Off to pit lane goes the Dory Sport car to serve the drive-through incurred from before we even got racing, unfortunately. And now Scherer to the lead, but only momentarily, you feel. Johnny Vecchio down low to the inside, and it's Team Redline, number 130, that takes the lead in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy. And I get the sneaking suspicion Vecchio's going to try and pull away now. If you're Alpert, if you're Johnny, you've got to try and follow him sooner rather than later.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to let him go, certainly in the Scherer cars, because you want to keep close to Redline at whatever cost almost here. But it does seem that Redline might have a little bit of a different philosophy to Scherer in terms of how to go about this opening race this opening stint of the race, I should say. But you're right, that they will try and stick with Vecchio as much as they can. What it is going to mean, it's probably going to spell the end of the time in a front group for some of those a bit further behind. Surely the pace is going to increase, and with that, people do get strung off the back generally, and by the time they're on the Dottingham next time, I wouldn't expect to see 11 cars in touch.
So we did an 8:04.386 for Vecchio last time by. We'll try and remember to give you an update in about another 8 minutes time as to what the lap time is for them. So as we close in on 30 minutes officially complete in this Bilstein 3-hour race, just a quick update as well on the Bilstein by Black Falcon car. Steve Brown still runs towards the tail end of the SB10 category, but he's staying out of trouble, keeping the car clean, then getting ready to hand that car to Jimmy Brockman to then push it to the end of the race, and we'll see where they can end up. Looking forward, of course, to seeing their progress through the course of their return to the digital world. And I'll give Steve Brown a little bit of credit as well. Not that he's unfamiliar with iRacing, but definitely not his sim of choice. And so he is putting himself in a slightly unfamiliar situation. SB10, by the way, we've seen one Dory sports car come down to serve a penalty. Wonder when we'll see the other car at the front of the class.
Yeah, a bit of a disastrous start for them, isn't it? In the penalty front, and especially considering the fact that they're leading right now in this SP10 class, means that they'll drop back and from a position they really didn't need to get into by weaving on the straight. So particular disappointment for them, and surely they've got to be in pretty soon to serve that penalty. And when they do, it'll probably mean Pro Sport will be the leaders, which will be a little bit of a turn up for the books here early on in SP10. Not the strongest team like overall throughout the season so far, but on a good showing here early on in DNLS 4.
So down the back straightaway, still watching to see if that Door Esports car will peel off to pit lane. And Door Esports car, I'm just thinking back to the end of last season, was classified as the Door Academy entry, ran in the BMW M4 GT4, and in the final round of the season were up front with about 25 minutes to go until a technical issue dropped them from the lead. It was a statement performance, and they very much this season been able to continue that sort of ability, still waiting for the consistency maybe in some ways to really strike. After the win last time out, it's Lucas Muller down to pit lane to find himself serving the drive-through penalty, and again, 30-second success penalty to be added on at some point as well. It's not optimal, to say the very least. Heading off to the final round of the championship, though, I guess the one spot of optimism that you can take from it, I guess, Ewan, they will be in the spot where getting more success penalty in the 4-hour race is going to be slightly harder to find.
Yeah, looks like it. I mean, it's something you want to avoid nevertheless, but even so, you can find a silver lining in almost anything. So they'll have to do that by the looks of it for now. And maybe hope for some troubles up ahead. In terms of who they're going up against, Sontek and Marla are right there, and they're probably going to be the only ones who are really involved in the championship fight with them. So that's who they've got to watch out for in the remainder of this race. But not an ideal penalty, not an ideal start for them at all, and they will have to recover best they can. As we'll see, all up and down the field. Doesn't look like Redline have gotten rid of anyone yet by the looks of this.
No, not yet, I've got to say, although it does seem like the tempo has risen. Without a shadow of a doubt, the body language of the cars just feels like they're moving, being hustled that little bit more. These cars, of course, running without ABS and traction control. Now, Porsche 992 Cup machines in the real world can be delivered with the ABS traction control, not used globally, though. Is this really going to be a move around the outside from Julian Reimer? It's not going to even get into the corner. Johnny Vecchio's wise to it, slots back into line, and doesn't risk being too brave, too wide, through bravery.
Yeah, it's too early for that kind of thing, really. We nearly saw it for the race win overall, of course, in DNS 3, and it nearly went wrong for BS Competition, nearly put them out the race entirely. There's certainly no need to do it with still 2.5 hours remaining on the clock. So sensibly backed off there, and Scherer can regain control of this race again, which is really what is sort of an advantage for them with having two cars at the front here. The fact they've got two in the top three means that they can kind of control the race a little bit easier than a Redline, for example, who are out there on their own.
So the Mercedes, which, by the way, as I mentioned at the start of the race, do have 17 kilos of ballast adjustment. They have been well and truly whacked with the biggest hit compared to any of the other cars. They continue to find themselves running. This is the number 47, which, of course, finds Wiltshire Goethe being hunted down by Andy Goulden, as that, for the 48 machine, stop and hold penalty confirmed. And so that is going to then, I think, be served in the first pit stop sequence. Although, excuse me, you were correct that traditionally we would expect it to be served in the first 3 laps of the race. It may have slipped through the cracks slightly from what it seems. They will have to now serve it within the next 3 laps.
What do you mean it slipped through the cracks? They forgot about it? They didn't do it? What do you mean?
It has just been issued inside of the iRacing simulator, so they have just gotten the notice that they have now got to serve it within the next 3 laps.
Oh, okay, I understand that. So I thought you meant they forgot about it. Okay, so they will have to do it very shortly then in that case. And yeah, I had clear memories of them coming in separately to serve a stop and hold 60, so that's what's going to finally set them back. I do wonder whether these teams around them would have been hoping that happened a bit earlier, to be honest, because I still feel like Seppinen's been held up here by Dunn throughout this race so far, but he's not been very willing to overtake him either. On the times we've seen them on the Dotting Hill, he's really just pushed his teammate.
Yeah, I think this is, a bit of gamesmanship. They maybe recognize that Verstappen, of course, 30-second success penalty. That's not the target necessarily to be right on the bumper of Verstappen's car. Verstappen sharing with Max Weining. Very capable drivers in their own regard. VT2's passing, by the way, or being passed by the Porsche Cup cars. Just look at the speed difference. What a onboard shot this is, just illustrating. Bam, bam, bam. They're going at 270, 280 kilometers an hour. We're traveling at a mere 150 or so.
Well, it's very quick, yeah, but in comparison to the Cup cars going roaring past them, it is nothing. And there's the speed that has been put on by Redline. It's really broken up this front group to just 6, and Redline are back at the front again. So starting to take this away from Scherer's control just a little bit.
Side by side between Marcus Deck and David Williams. Remember, Williams doing the entire Bilstein 3-hour race by himself, so he's got to be careful. Oh, boxes. Marcus Deck out there. That was a little bit physical, but all fair in love and war, you'd have to say. Lap time this time by 8:04.156. So interestingly, time only trickles down by a couple of tenths or so. It's not as though we're seeing a drastic improvement in pace, although again, body language of the car has definitely shifted, and we're seeing some moves being thrown. Michael Johnny under fire. Bobby Zelensky, the American, getting the elbows out, and the long way around, if he can hold it here, switches back to the inside, and what a beautifully executed move from Bobby Zelensky to bring Coanda Esports up to 4.
Yeah, an important move to make, but he's got to make sure that the three ahead don't get away as a result of making that move. It was clear that he needed to get past Michael Gianni, and he's now done that, but he's got to make sure he gets back on terms as well. Kremer Racing are right in this too, by the way. They're in 6th in the red and black. You can just see further behind, and maybe with those fights they've just reconnected the groups again, because there was a brief moment where the top 6 were clear of the field.
So here we go. Seeing these cars just continue now to try and stretch their legs. We'll wonder if there will be a breakaway this time, but I don't think it's a bad idea for these drivers to just try and push the tempo a little bit more, because now with the first half hour complete, we are nearing, of course, the first cycle of pit stops. We don't want to be as big of a train all heading into pit lane at the same time, and so I do wonder if there's going to be a little bit more care given as to how quickly they want to try and build a little bit of separation. Back to the SP10 category, where we find ourselves with 8 cars in this leading train, and Pro Sport lead, Sontec second, Mahler third, Frozen Speedway Grinningo fourth, and then Adrenaline, X-Racer, Adopt Don't Shop, and the Nürburgring esports teams, the rest of those in this leading train. You can see the separation maybe, yes, building, but ultimately, I've got to say, pretty impressive from the likes of Adopt Don't Shop and even the Nürburgring esports team to have been maybe a little bit down on pace in qualifying, but staying with the leading pack in race trim itself.
Yeah, looks like it. Staying close in SP10, but as I mentioned, this class gets preserved for the longest of any class in the field, and they are going to be preserved for a little bit longer as well, because look at how far behind the SP9s are in relation to them right now. So a long time until that field will be spread apart, but yes, they're not on occasion. The front group can get quite small there, even without traffic in SP10. So good job done by some of those to stay in touch. Speaking of staying in touch or getting back in touch, Sontec Racing seem to be catching the trio of Mercedes ahead here.
Yeah, I've got to say, I did somewhat throw Sontec and the Lamborghini under the bus. Not the drivers. Sammy Trogan, we know just how rapid he can be. Of course, former iRacing Rallycross World Champion, paired up with Walker Norse Motorsport in the real world, has been doing his fair share of racing around the ring. He's sharing that machine with Dominic Stave, quick in his own regard, and so we know exactly what to expect from those two. They'll push that Lamborghini to its limits. Here comes the Mahler Racing Team. Great to see Niels Koch back into that Mahler Racing Team livery, and around the outside of Sontec and Tatu Sipala slips his way on forward.
Yeah, so another change of position in this class. Up to third for Sipala for now, but I'm somewhat surprised that Niels Koch didn't go for it there. He's almost too close behind the Aston Martin at this stage, almost begging him to go through into the lead right now. The Pro Sport car staying right to the left-hand side here, almost inviting the Mercedes down towards the inside and to the lead, and now he will take the bait by the looks of things. Koch will head himself down into the lead, and so another change in SP10 into turn 1.
And so Felix Quirnbach going to be sharing that car, the Mahler Racing Team entry. So just keep an eye on when the switchover happens. No bonga drums going to be on display today, unfortunately. I think he's focused on some other competition, the BS competition themselves, racing in about 5 different things today. And so they are stretched thin in terms of resources. Phil Denez jumping in to share the car with Jaden Conwright, of course, in the BMW SP9 machine. As the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring cars exit out of Bergwerk. Looked like a pretty tidy run through the field. It's still effectively 10 in a train as we slither our way up to where we saw a bit of a pass a lap or so ago. Julian Reimer got a great run, got the slingshot, made his way on forward. Is he going to get the same chance this time by? Vecchio's got a better run, chance to block the momentum of those behind. And now realistically, it's those even further behind in the queue, wondering what they can do. Single file, they go through the fast left-hander. This is a really tense queue to be a part of, I've got to assume.
Yeah, it's a good battle, and it's reducing in number now, so the Vecchio effect has had an effect at the back of the train anyway, with less now involved, but he's not being passed. And as I said at the end of the last lap, the Scherer car's not able to quite keep control of this race quite in the same way as to what they were able to do earlier on when one of them was leading and another car in third place. Now they're second and third, there's slightly less control, although as I said earlier, there's 2 bullets in the gun here. They've got 2 chances at winning this race and winning the title by distinction as well.
up at Hoa Axe through the right-hander. Look at how precisely they place their cars onto some of these curves, using them for specific amounts of rotation and then staying as far away from other curves as possible. The raised nature of some of those red and white surfaces can be quite dangerous, and that's all still with, as far as I'm aware, iRacing's 2D curve model. They're slowly rolling out the 3D curve model, which will add a slight new element to how you approach curving, something that you and the developers have teased as being especially important moving forward to iRacing's upcoming Sebring 12 hours. Why is that so significant? Not just because of the 3D curves. It may very well be the very first iRacing special event with rain, because iRacing have officially announced that all cars in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship will be getting rain in the next build.
Yeah, and I hope they don't just stick us with 12 hours of rain just to celebrate, to be honest with you.
I mean, everyone's been asking for it, so...
I know, but there is a point of doing too much, isn't there? And if we are going to get rain, by the way, it's going to be particularly tropical sort of rain. It's very heavy and a lot of it, so if we do, then we're in for quite a shock, I would imagine, in a few weekends' time. Actually, a month's time, isn't it? A month and a bit when we go there. So lots of changes on the horizon, but unfortunately, changes happening just after the end of the DNLS season.
I don't think we're necessarily complaining about that, because we have a championship fight to finish. Let's keep it dry for this season. We can add the rain next time by. I think what we are going to see is already side by side, before we even really get onto the main part of the Dottinger, we pass the 20 kilometer-hour board on the right side of the drivers. We go 3 wide as finally Luca Alpert says enough's enough. Let me go. They're side drafting the 115 and the 130. This is like being over at Daytona. They are trying to take the air off of one another's car, to slow each other down. It's not working. They're banging, they're beating off of one another. And 3 wide under the Bilstein Bridge they go. Vecchio will hold on. Reimer stays in second. Status quo remains, but all through chaos.
That was interesting there. Very interesting indeed. The best run was probably from Luca Alpert in the third of the cars, so he managed to make it 3 wide, but I think in doing so meant that he was sort of unintentionally side drafting his teammate Julian Reimer, who'd already pulled alongside the Redline car, who was side drafting him, so everybody was getting sort of slowed down by that. Coanda didn't fancy making it 4 wide, and I can't blame them either, and so they will stay in the same places, but inadvertently the teammates sort of scored an own goal there, if you like.
And again, just to remind you about success penalties in this particular class, Team Redline in that 130, they have the 30 seconds. Gianni Vecchio, Luke Bennett paired up today. The 105 Scherer Esports car, they have 20 seconds, and then the 119, the car that's back in 5th position right now, they have 10 seconds with which to be added to that time. So if you're really looking at this, the 115, the 108, the Scherer Esports second entry, the Coanda Esports car that Bobby Zelensky's worked past it into the top 4, Kramer's 112, Greika's 103, even PB Performance, the second Coanda car, WSR Esports butt kicker. Those are the cars we should really be focusing on in that class, Ewan.
Yeah, I think so, and so it's going to be exciting for the remainder. In all 5 classes, I've got to say. We've still got battle for the lead in every class, pretty much, at the moment. In fact, yes, we do. So it's a very exciting situation at the moment, apart from in the race lead, of course, where Redline are a long way ahead of the rest of the field. And this is the effective battle for the highest place. Once Apex are removed, of course, which they will be very soon. Surely this is the end of their 3rd lap now.
I think it's either this one or the next lap. Could be either one, but given that we might see a pit stop next time by for them, I think they may have to come in and serve it this lap effectively to avoid the double whammy next lap. So, as we rise towards the Mutkurvo once again, Verstappen's lead now up to 7 seconds as he continues to run away, just trying to build up the buffer that they need with the 30 seconds that they'll have to spend stationary in the box. The Adrenaline Motorsports car tucked up behind Frozen Speed Grid and Go. The Porsche Cup cars rising up towards Flugplatz. And again, Bobby Zelensky's worked that car forward. It's up 3 positions so far. We've seen him plenty this season. He's slowly getting more comfortable with the Nordschleife.
Yeah, looks like it. And that is not an easy place to get to when you're comfortable around here. It's difficult enough to know where you're going, when it turns right, when it turns left, but getting comfy around here is a whole different ball game. Getting comfortable laps in where you're not only just driving around and staying on the road, which is the first objective, but doing that and doing it quickly as well is a difficult ask. And then you throw into the traffic as well, and you're on your way in a good DNLS round.
Well, we're about an hour or so in, just waiting for the first pit stop cycles in this penultimate round of the DNLS. Don't go anywhere. The remainder of the Bilstein 3-hour race coming up next.
Hol dir jetzt dein eigenes Motorsporterlebnis nach Hause. Dein Online-Shop für Simracing-Hardware und Zubehör. www.simraceshop.de.
Liebe Fans, besucht unsere
Social-Media-Kanäle
auf Facebook,
Instagram, YouTube,
Twitter und TikTok. Willkommen bei der NLS.
Well, welcome back to the Bilstein 3-hour race, the penultimate round of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series. Our junior Kenki party alongside with Ewan O'Leary as we work closer and closer to the first pit stop sequence of the race, and potentially what is going to be a fascinating one, because in all bar one of our classes, we've got battles at the very front of the field, and it's only Max Verstappen that's running away and now 6 odd seconds clear of the chasing pack behind. I mean, look at this SP10 battle. Ewan, this train 7 cars strong.
Fantastic news for us, I've got to say. They haven't experienced any traffic yet, which is part of the reason why it is still like this, but we can't take anything away from the drivers who are at present fighting for that win in SP10. And in SP9, it's a very different story.
It's been fun, I've got to say, though, across the board. This season has just been quite electric in many different ways. Let's give you a bit of a rundown for how they stand across the classes right now. And there is timing to be found if you head to the DNLS website to follow along with the drivers. 7 seconds at the front between Team Redline and the AMG Team MSI crew, as now the AMG Team Apex Racing team drop in behind. They, of course, have a 60-second stop-and-hold penalty. AMG Team Williams Esports, the number 5 machine, they're running 4th and just in behind these 2 cars that we watch on screen. They've now just been left by Sontec Racing and Sami Matti Trogan that have made a very early trip down to pit lane. The 2 PS competition cars then promoted to 5th and 6th positions, with Falk and Sim Racing 7th, and then you get to the rest of the drivers. AMG Team HRT by UOL, AMG Team Williams and their 2nd entry, and then of course plenty more, the likes of Pro Sport, M&J, the Nürburgring Esports team, Lion GP, RC Car Shop, and well, the only thing that's really of note to talk about in this class in particular is the fact that Coanda Esports by Mantai find themselves as the only retiree in the class after being involved in drama on the opening lap of the race. So that's the fastest class of them all. And we're over then to the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring class, all in identical Porsche Cup cars. Team Redline lead, but they of course have the weight of the 30-second success penalty looming over them. Scherer 2nd and 3rd, the 115 in front of the 105, and then Coanda, the Bobby Zelensky driven machine, up 3 positions to 4th. Apex Racing team 5th with Michael Johnny behind the wheel. He's sharing that car with Luca Kita, both drivers doing double duty with the Porsche Esports Super Cup later on today. And Kramer Racing Esports, Greika Motorsports and PB Performance make up the rest of the top 8 in this category. Of course, rolling backwards in class as well, you find the 2nd Coanda car, WSR Esports, Dor Avia WNS, the Nürburgring Esports team, Holder Motorsports, and the 2nd retiree of the race, Pro Sport Sim Racing's 109, Dennis Biermans, unfortunately finds himself watching on from the sidelines. So that's 2 of our classes, and of course, we've still got the SP10s, the SP3Ts, and the VT2s still to talk about. We'll talk about them in just a couple of moments' time, beginning, of course, with the SP10s, the GT4 category, which finds itself with a mix of manufacturers, Aston Martin, Mercedes, BMW, all involved in the running order, and it's currently the Marley Racing team that lead from Pro Sport and Sontec. We'll focus on that in a moment. I think for the time being, Ewan, we can look at these drivers onto the Dottinger.
Yeah, so who is going to be where at the end of this? It's Scherer. I know you can't see them very well, They're right in behind. Gianni Vecchio currently leading this race for Team Redline. It's Julian Raymer who, in previous laps, has looked for a way through and is not doing so on this occasion. Instead, it's Luca Alpert making the difference.
Long way around. Oh, a little bit of argy-bargy almost there as Vecchio shaped to try and block the run of the second Scherer machine, able to slot back into line. And now as they filter out of the final corner, it's Alpert on top, Redline second. It's a Redline sandwich, Scherer bread. Make sure you get the ordering correct, because you name your sandwiches based on what's in the middle, not on the type of bread. And look at the defense now coming, because Vecchio gets underneath of Luca Alpert. The 105 versus the 132 of the main championship contenders, all as Michael Johnny tries to make it too wide for fourth position. Big move from the American, as Vecchio going to get boxed out through the arena section, as here comes the second Scherer machine, trying to fire it up the inside. Zelensky's going to hold on to fourth behind, but in the fight for second, Vecchio finally on the inside, holds on to the spot.
And another example there of Scherer having the advantage with two cars in this front group. Luca Alpert and Julian Raymer able to gang up on Gianni Vecchio on this occasion, and it's Luca Alpert who's got to the lead, very nearly, Raymer following through. So Scherer have eventually got their way, and they're somewhat back in control of this group.
And so I think now, as we focus in on SP10s, we can quickly talk through the running order. The Mahler Racing team that leads, Victor Brill for Pro Sport in the Aston Martin behind, Sontec in their BMW then third. So three different manufacturers in podium spots right now. Frozen Speed by Grin and Go, and Steen Ledger sit fourth. Jochen Alton, the Adrenaline Motorsports car, runs fifth. Also in a BMW, I'll just note, and then a bit of separation to those trying to chase them down. X-Racer, they're 172, and Edu Escalainen runs in sixth. Adoptone Shock René lands then seventh for the 183. And then the Nürburgring eSports car rounds out the top 8 in category. Ben Kelly, McCall, a bit of no man's land and running by themselves at this juncture in time. There's only 12 cars in the category. Go back a little bit further, you find Liebert Esports in the 191. They've just been passed, I can tell you, by Door Esports and Lucas Muller, who started this race towards the front, led for a bit, and then a drive-through penalty for excessive weaving has dropped them back in the running order. ATRS, they're in 11th, and then the Bilstein by Black Falcon guest entry, the car that sees, of course, Jimmy Broadbent teamed up with Super GT. They find themselves at the back and trying to just stay out of trouble and get to the end of this race. SP10 though, Ewan, it's been remarkable so far.
It has. It's still a leading group of 7 or so, although those last two are not really clinging on very well anymore, are they? It's a really more like a top 5. There's the sort of visualization of that. So the back two have just lost their way slightly, but the battle for the lead still as good as ever.
SP3T, there's only 8 cars in this class, but they're all still running, and 4 of them seemingly in contention at the front. Still, with success penalties yet to work their way through. SimRC lead, and for the first time in what is probably a long time, no success penalty for them. They find themselves with Nicholas Haider behind the wheel and trying to pull away from Sven Winter in the Scherer Esports 816. Carlar third, Impulse fourth, and then the margin grows to those behind. Pro Sport, Parabit, Team Hoisingveld, another team that were dinged with a drive-through penalty. A drive-through penalty worth around 24 seconds. They're only 22 seconds off of the leader. You'd think they have a chance of victory, but they also have a 30-second success penalty price to pay. Last but not least, though, simracers.de by Racing Lounge round out the running order in the SP3T category. Last but not least in terms of classes, though, it's the VT2s, Spec Toyota GR86s, and it's Wolf Motorsport that have taken the lead in what is now a 3-horse race at the front. Wolf Motorsport, yes, they have a clean car. Fast lane by Smilly and Nürburgring eSports have been reeled on in the most recent stages and seen their lead surpassed by that Wolf Motorsports car. 2 Kaufman cars running together a little bit further back behind in the field. As it sits right now, though, Wolf Motorsport find themselves as the only car in the top 3, Ewan, with no success penalty with which to serve in the first sequence of pit stops.
Yeah, and the fast lane car in the 477 will have 30 seconds because they won last time. and the Nürburgring car will have 20. That's going to be a huge advantage for Wolf Motorsport to get themselves involved in this championship fight, and they really will be. They're only 4 points off the lead going into this one. I know it's difficult to gain points in this class, but if they can win here, they'll be right involved, maybe even leading on the way into that last round. And maybe we'll have a championship finale down there too. It's the best possible position for them, really, on a day where they did need to gain points.
I heard the klaxon going off a little bit, and right on schedule, just before the top of the hour, Max Verstappen is in, and so don't think technically he's met the minimum drive lap time requirement for the real-world driver, but something to keep in mind. Sami Trogan only did a 24-second pit stop in the hopes, I think, of trying to now bridge this 3-hour race, which is a slightly awkward distance given that you need to do the 8 laps for your real-world driver. Sami Trogan trying to just bridge the margin. Have to keep an eye on how long the other drivers end up spending in pit lane. Verstappen, of course, is going to have to spend 30 seconds stationary on top of however long he spends actually taking service. Because of that success penalty, I think Sontek might end up hitting the front.
Maybe. Williams, though, were in that group as well and didn't have any penalty either, so they'll be up there. Apex will be out because of their penalty, of course, and that's a natural penalty, not a success penalty. And then MSI will have to wait a little bit longer as well. There is everybody down on pit lane. For whatever reason, the Nürburgring Esports SB10 car has had to wait a while as well. But there's Max Verstappen still up on the jacks, going to be behind MSI, behind Sontek as well, who have indeed made their way to the front, although behind Williams, who have only made a 13-second stop.
I think that's Sindre Setsos recognizing that let's do a very short blast here. Real world champion, of course, of the Nürburgring Landstracken Series, and so finds himself now in a great spot to set up the final stint for Vasilius Belitsiotis. That Williams number 5 was Ewan's prediction to come good and might really have a chance here to take full advantage on the second pit stop cycle once they get their second driver into that car to fly their way around. SP10s, we're watching them now as they rise over Flutplatz, the front end of the car just rising in the air slightly as Victor Brill punches the hole in the air. But the drivers just running in behind. Now only 5 cars because a couple of drivers, including Adopt Note Shot, X-Racer, and the Nürburgring Esports team, all stopped on pit lane last time by. These drivers able to save a bit of fuel and go just that little bit longer. If you're curious, by the way, in terms of stop times, to keep you updated, Verstappen ended up being in the box for about the same time as Sami Trogan. So we basically worked our way into 2 main windows for the SP9 categories. One train of cars going for about a 14-second pit stop, Ewan. The other sequence of cars going for around 24 seconds stationary.
Yeah, but some have gone for, you know, upwards of, or nearly 40 seconds in the box. Jan Turnjak is at the wheel of the Falcon Sim Racing team car now instead of Marvin Deanston. That seems to have been a full service for them with the whole shebang. New tanker fuel, new tyres, new driver, and some others, as you say, only 13 seconds in the box, 3 times less than that. So it's a big disparity at the moment, something we very rarely get in SB9 these days, but good to see there's some argument in terms of strategy in that class today.
2 main strategies, though, seemingly playing on out, at least at the front, in terms of those that we think have actual chances of victory. Remember, so now Team Redline, BS Competition, the number 9 BS Competition car, as well as the 49, all now have served their success penalty in the shortest race of the season. The next race, the longest race of the season, gives a bit more chance to try and fight back from it. How will they be able to react? Julian Reimer watches as Gianni Vecchio slightly misses the apex of turn number 1. Not going to actually lose him that much time, all things considered, as they sequence out through the arena, down now through the gears, through the left, back before they flick it to the right. We take a look on board with Julian. He's got a wall of trophies behind, I've got to say. Look, all these drivers showing us a little bit of their success behind them in their sim rooms.
Yeah, I don't know where that's come from, whether it's real life or some sim exploits that are included on that sort of cabinet behind. It looks like it is a big one, actually. There's some trophies on top of the cupboard itself, isn't there? Or shelf, I should say, just behind him there. So clearly he's enjoyed some success in the past and looking to enjoy a bit more today. I think Luca Appa is putting Gianni Vecchio under a little bit of pressure at the moment, because you mentioned that missed apex in towards turn 1. It's very much a pressure situation now, and you can see that with the lack of cars at the front of the field compared to what we saw after a few laps.
I think, you know, we often talk about how calm these drivers are. I don't think I'm going to say Gianni Vecchio's feeling the pressure after one mixed apex. What I will say is the lap times just continue to fall away. Though last time by for Luca Alpert, 8:01.702, fastest lap in that class so far, I believe. In fact, no, excuse me, I spoke a lie. Somehow, Tor Esports and Tim Yarshell, 7:59.472, fastest lap in class. That's a little bit more like what I kind of expected. Does lead me to believe there is still some fuel mileage games going on in class potentially, as they try to get now officially past the top of the hour, get as deep into this race as possible, and maybe minimize time on pit lane. Still 3 at the front for the Toyota GR86s, though, the VT2 category. Although now it's fast lane, the 477. Nicholas Walter, that leads.
Yeah, it feels like they're just going to be exchanging places for a little while here. Not too much point in being ahead or behind at this stage in VT2, as long as you're with the front group. Unfortunately for Kaufman, they are more than 20 seconds behind in that class now, or the 2 cars, so they've not really made the cut, and I think by the end of the day they're going to be out of championship contention. It will be between these 3, who has what amount of success penalty and so on, but of course there's a lot of staying out of trouble that you have to do in this class before the end too.
Should we talk overall championship then very briefly, since we've touched plenty on you know, class championship fights and where some of the drivers end up sitting. Remember that each of these drivers and teams not just classified in their classes but in the wider overall standings as well. The way it works, much like in the real NLS series, each class gets a point system devised by how many cars are actually entered. The more cars, the more points you can earn, although that is capped at a maximum to keep it fair. As it stands right now, at the top of the overall standings, it's a tie between Team Redline in the SP9 category and SimRC in the SP3T category. 4 points back, there is a 5-way tie. BS Competitions number 9, Scherer Esports is 105, of course, in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring class. Dor Esports, Sontec in the SP10 team, Hoisingveld in the SP3T. It goes to show that there is stuff to fight for, and oh, there is prize money associated with that as well. We'll talk more about that, though, in a sec, because here we go, side by side for the VT2 lead.
Yep, it's going to be a draft past here, and very interesting to note here, too, that the Nürburgring Esports car just hanging back and sort of watching, not really getting involved, while the Fast Lane and Wolf Motorsport sim racing cars go side by side, and indeed a repass on the way down the straight here. Very interesting to note that Nürburgring Esports just hanging back and watching what's going on ahead right now, down the hill in towards the Tiergarten. Just sitting back side by side for these 2 up in front, Wolf versus Fast Lane. It's almost a slow motion battle, isn't it, on the way into the chicane. They're still side by side, in fact, into the very final turn.
They're trying, that's for sure. They're not giving each other too much room, although is there going to be a driver off to the right-hand side? Indeed, it will be Fastlane who come in, and again, remember, they have the success penalty next to their names, a 30 seconds additional they'll spend in the box. We are now past the top of the hour, though. Here come the SP10s in unison. Oh, it's a glorious sight, although how brave will some be? Frozen speed by Greningo. Steen Lager trying to try and look alongside a couple of the drivers, and watch those with success penalties instantly off to drivers right. A dedicated penalty box to serve that extra time.
And that doesn't just account for success penalties, by the way. That's all penalties that are time-based, stop and hold-based, can be served in that separate area. So bear that in mind. But it'll be Frozen Speed by Go versus Adrenaline Motorsport on the exit, as long as they're even going for the same strategy, which may not be the case in SP10, the first of the classes, who may well be able to do this race on just 2 stops, along with VT2 and the Porsche Cup class as well.
Go back to the championships, by the way. We're talking about the overall championship, how it's sitting right now. We're looking at one of those cars that's tied in the overall lead. Verstappen being chased down by Will Tregurtha. Remember, different strategies. Tregurtha stationary for around 12-13 seconds. Verstappen for about 23-24 seconds. So maybe Tregurtha, a lighter car, going to be able to push just that little bit harder at this stage. And Tregurtha, a driver that brings the experience, of course, of racing in the NLS. Racing in GT3 and GT4 machinery around top-level British and European Championship, up against a multi-time Formula One world champion. Will he look up the inside? He'll have a go as we watch the cars try and come out of pit lane. That's the Verstappen, though, that fans either love or hate. Aggressive on the defense, not letting Tregurtha through, and shutting the door for 6th spot.
That was just very Verstappen, wasn't it? A very, very late defence. Even he was braking. It wasn't a move in the braking zone for the other driver. He was already braking while moving there in his own braking zone, so that could have easily gone wrong. And he's blocked Will Tregurtha entirely there, but he'll get away with that, I would imagine, and continue on in 6th place. He will have a lot of work to do, though, of course. The success penalty has set him back, and it's given him some overtaking to do.
Really has put that number 5 AMG Team Williams car into a great spot. Even Sontec, they're only 9 seconds off the lead. They could find themselves with a chance if something goes wrong with traffic potentially. Verstappen's going to have to find a way past Lucy Treves, and he wants to do it sooner rather than later before they get towards the Hudson back, because once he went to the first part of the Nordschleife, but not really many passing opportunities into the chicane, inside for the Ferrari, through for the Ferrari as well, as easy as you'd like. No real defense being offered. And I was talking about championships. Well, Verstappen and Weining in that car for Redline in contention, not just for the SB9 championship, where of course the winner is going to grab €1,000, second 750, third place gets 500 euros to their name. The overall champion in the DNLS gets an extra 1,500 euros. And yes, you may be thinking Max Verstappen doesn't need 1,500 euros. It might be useful to help pay for his super license with all those F1 points he accumulates. I had to. That was
low. but anyway, we're grateful he's here anyway, no matter what the reason for. To be honest, I think he would. Do you not think he would do it even if there was no money on the line anyway?
Oh, absolutely.
He just enjoys racing, doesn't he? So, yeah. It's a joke. Before anyone clips that and puts it out on social media somewhere. But the notable thing for me actually in that overall fight, by the way, if you notice in the table, we've got obviously points they've accumulated, but there's a lot of penalty points going around this season. I don't know if my memory of last season is just fading rapidly because it's a year ago, or whether this is a new phenomenon. But the amount of points that have been lost because teams have been picking up penalties seems astronomical this season.
So are you looking at that PDF which says strike points?
Well, yeah.
Yeah, that's not penalty points, Ewan, I think.
Well, it's taken away from their overall score.
Is it the drop rounds that they have, or my PDF is completely frozen, by the way. It's too powerful for my computer, apparently. So I have no actual access to the points as they stand right now. So I'm just going off what you're telling me.
Okay, yeah, you might be right. It's the drop for them. Yeah, okay. That makes a bit more sense, because I don't remember that at all from last season, but that's why I don't remember it, because it didn't exist last season and it doesn't exist this season either.
My PDF has come back into life, such as the wonder of technology. I can confirm those are the drop rounds, or as they're called here, strike rounds, that I believe are factored in. You're only allowed to use those, by the way, in the first 3 rounds of the championship. So something to keep in mind. We've got these 2 rounds to play. If you've had troubles in the first 3 rounds, good. Don't have them now moving forward, as Elias Sepinen, very, very wide, loses a whole bunch of ground to Sami Matti-Trogan.
Yeah, and these are the things that can happen very easily in these battles. There is the pairing for second position at the moment, just over 10 seconds behind Sundray Setsas for the overall race lead in this one. Just how much of a shout do those two have of winning this race? It's a situation much like the last race, isn't it, where we had Redline versus BS competition. We sort of knew it was going to be between them. We didn't know how close, we didn't know who was going to win. We're somewhat in the same position here, but with arguably more cars involved.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And again, I keep repeating it. This has been, at least from what I can recall, I've only been on the commentary now for a 2nd season, but I've watched plenty of the previous seasons of the DNLS. This feels like one of the wilder seasons that we've had in history, and definitely more wild than anything in the last 2 or so years. That's a very, very interesting shirt from Will Tregurtha. I mean, Luke Crane would approve of it, that's for sure. I definitely enjoy it as well. He's running behind Lucy Treves already, by the way. Verstappen has cleared up the road to the tune of 2.5 seconds. So expect Tregurtha to look to the inside, to get past in towards the Muck Curve, and to not look back.
Yeah, and that's exactly what he's done into 6th position. By the way, the angles at which some furniture is placed in that room is very irritating. I could not live there. Look at the angle to him next to the wall. Isn't that frustrating?
No, because you know why he's like that?
Why?
Because he's got triple screens and they're curved triple screens. So he's probably actually kind of like boxed himself into the corner as best as he can. But what I can tell you from personal experience is rigs don't, especially once you get the multiple monitors that really extend out and, you know, add to the footprint of your rig, they don't lend themselves to good interior design.
Okay, well, I'd put mine still facing directly the wall, I've got to be honest, but anyway, that's just me. And his armchair or sofa in the background was at an angle.
I think that's because the way that his room is designed is that the wall is probably at an angle as well, but we'll try and get word from Will as to where he's racing from as well, because that looks like quite a roomy setup, and I know that Will has spent a decent amount of time at the Williams F1 headquarters where the esports team has plenty of... come back to this. What has happened for race control to give a drive-through penalty to Team Redline, to the number 50 machine? That came out of nowhere slightly to me, moving under braking into turn number 1. I said that move to defend from the Williams esports car was about as Verstappen as you could get. You either love him or you hate him. Race control does not like it.
Well, I can't disagree with that. I've got to be honest, that's going to be talked about by a lot of people at the end of this race and during this race as well, as Andy Gordon's going to have a nightmare here trying to work his way through some traffic. There we go, gets himself through. Yeah, that's going to be talked about a lot, drivers and fans alike, about whether that one is deserved for Max Verstappen or not. Personally, I think it's a good call for race control. Stamp out any sort of moving under braking from very early on, and then you can't have the consistency sort of argument. As long as it continues to be a drive-through penalty for moving under braking in the future and so on, then I don't have a problem with it at all. I don't mind that call at all from race control to as I say, stamp out moving under braking.
And you said it right, that defense came when both cars were well and truly onto the brakes at that point. So you somewhat called it right off the bat. Race control did not take long. And there are penalty points that are being applied. Not to get too confused with what we were talking about earlier, penalty points don't take away from the championship, but they can lead to other implications down the line for teams. And so you do kind of want to keep out of trouble when it comes to them. Have noticed, by the way, that that's really been the only other penalty that's come through in recent times. So has been relatively quiet, knock on wood, for race control so far as we near the halfway mark of this event. And
we've got some important pit stops in SB9. So after 9 laps, some of these drivers have had enough. Sami Trogan being not one of them, excuse me. He's staying out. Belaziotis is the one I was meant to be talking about there. For Williams, Sindre Setsas has had enough, is what I meant to say. Belaziotis is now at the wheel of that one. Kevin Ellis Jr. has gotten in for Seppänen as well.
And that's where I think we're really now going to see how much of a chance with that 10-second success penalty for finishing third in the previous round, the AMG Team MSI have of winning, because we know Kevin Ellis Jr. can fly. He's got an hour and 47 minutes with which to work. Try and move forward, much like the Door Esports car trying to move forward now, of course, as well. They had a penalty to serve. They had a slightly shorter pit stop than some of the other class, and that's why they find themselves now up in third behind PB Performance, although 115, the Scherer Esports machine, still leading. And interesting to note the way the split calls have come here. I think the way that we're really having to look at this class is the 115 against the 108. The first two cars on different strategies without a success penalty. The gap between them currently stands at close to 20 seconds. It was around a 15-second delta, though, in terms of pit stop time.
Yes. Yes, so big difference, actually, in the end between those two. So Scherer Esports really do have a huge advantage in the 115. They're 4th place in the championship as things stand for now, but only scoring 4 points in the last round means that they don't have any time to spend in pit lane, and they've taken advantage of that. This is what happened to Verstappen down into turn 1.
And I get the sense that this look from up above is going to tell us a lot. Looking at the brake lights would have helped as well, but yeah, that's late, that's reactionary, and it's definitely moving under braking, I'd say.
Yeah, it certainly is. Look at the way he enters look at where he enters the corner compared to where he started braking. He started braking on the left-hand white line. He entered the corner almost on the right-hand white line. He's moved the entire width of the circuit not only a danger to himself by moving under braking like that, but it's certainly a danger to Will Tregurtha in the Mercedes just behind. Could have been very easily rear-ended, and then I guess some people would have been complaining that he was hitting the rear. So it's good that, as I say, race control stamping that out very quickly indeed, as long as that continues to be the case all season. Although I've not seen anybody move under braking like that all season.
No, definitely not to that extent. We have seen a few moments of it without a shadow of a doubt. Here we go, the move between the Door Esports car, the BB Performance entry, just swapping around in draft, and now draft being fed back to Marcus Deck as he will slot into line and potentially try and repass at some point. Seeing plenty of those slingshot moves work and then give the draft back, but in these Porsche Cup cars, if you get alongside late enough down the straight, you have so much speed that it's hard to really use the draft to then pull alongside the way that the speed builds with the Porsche 992 downforce configuration, the wide body kit that we have as well. SP10s. Now, pit stops for these drivers, I don't really have firm times for many of them, but what I do see is a split through the field. Victor Brill, now 5 seconds in front of the Adrenaline Motorsports car that got in front of Frozen Speed in the pit stop cycle, and then behind, look at the traffic starting to close.
Yeah, see, this is what happens to SP10. You look away for one moment and suddenly they're all over the place. And Pro Sport, the ones who have managed to get back out in front of most people. If that timing is to be believed, by the way, Marlon Racing Team have only been in the box for 10 seconds. I find that difficult to believe somewhat, but it might be true. They did have a success penalty to deal with, so maybe they did have to take such a short stop. But surely the SP10s for the most part are just going to need 2 full tanks of fuel in 2 stops today.
You would have thought we saw some splash and dashes at the closing stages, I think, of the last round, the 3.5-hour race, but that was, of course, a slightly more awkward race distance to try and get the math exactly on the money. And in the slower classes, you're always kind of dependent on how many laps is the leader going to do, and more importantly, how many laps are they going to do relative to us? Will they put a lap extra on us? Will they not be able to get an extra lap past? These are some of those factors they're always trying to think about and in calculating their fuel load. Down at Nordschleife, slowest part of the track for the Frozen Speed machine. Fabian Hari has taken over in the Adrenaline Motorsports car to feel the pressure from behind as through the left they go. Fabian's someone that I've seen race plenty at the Nordschleife, often in SB9 machinery, which means that I think often when you come into these slower cars, you have a better sense for what you should be doing in traffic situations, because you kind of know what the faster cars are going to do and how they're going to make your life miserable.
Yeah, that sort of added level of experience does certainly help you when you're in a slower class, sort of reading their mind almost. That's what it's all about somewhat. Although in some other ways there is a level of a lack of control when you're in a slower class. You can't really do a whole lot about what the SB9s are actually going to do to you, so sometimes it doesn't really count for anything, the experience, but it is something at least to maybe draw on, and maybe that helps him read the race a little bit better, but it doesn't save you from everything.
Nope, it does not. Here comes, finally, is it going to be a pass for Will Tregurtha? He's been trying for a while to slide on past Lucy Treves in the AMG Team 8 charge. In fact, excuse me, no, driver changes, so now it's Carl Janssen and Jimmy Antunes. Same machines, just different drivers doing battles. And now Janssen inside of Antunes, a wily veteran in the world of sim racing, and he'll try to switch it back, but too much speed. The Williams Esports car slides on through, and Carl Janssen grabs 13th.
Yeah, so they're continuing to recover on Williams after a difficult start that saw them a very long way behind everybody actually in the field. They're making that progress, making up positions again now on the inside in towards the carousel. Is Antunes going to work his way through too? Yes, that poor Nürburgring Esports SP10 car having to run right around the outside of that famous turn once again. But Janssen up to 13th place. He'll have a good 10 seconds to catch up to M&J downforce, but get the feeling that Williams might be able to just slowly pick off cars this afternoon and maybe get into the top 10.
I'm still trying to figure out, though, why the number 47 is listed as the AMG Team Williams Esports number 50 on the entry list. It's a mystery that even Sherlock Holmes has been unable to get to the root of just yet, and so we will try and get an answer to you in the end, by the end of the season, watching as Bobby Zalenski under pressure from Luca Alpert. Now remember, Luca Alpert had to spend a little bit more time in pit lane for a success penalty. What did he do to compromise? Well, spent a little less time filling fuel. So he's got a lighter car at this point in time than Zalenski does in front of him. Gives him a chance to be a little bit quicker on the tires as well, because knowing rather that the Porsche Cup cars cannot do fuel and tires at the same time, 30 seconds is probably a fuel-only stop for Luca Alpert. Less fuel in the car also means less time on the tires at the end of this stint. Hopefully a net win.
That's what he'll be hoping for anyway, as long as the tyres don't fall off at any point in the near future. We'll wait and see, of course. Some much longer stops for the drivers behind these guys. The likes of Coanda and Redline are way behind them, by the way, because they've been in the pit lane for so long, and in some cases because of success penalties as well. The Cup field massively spread out and all over the place at this stage, really, compared to what we might see at the end of the race. But makes it very interesting. There's still a long way to go and a lot of things to change here.
Yeah, I mean, we're not even at the halfway mark of this Bilstein 3-hour race. Still have the excitement, of course, of some driver changes to come. Verstappen is into pit lane, so he goes as far as 1 hour and 20 minutes into the race. And, oh, never mind, that was him serving the drive-through penalty. I thought he was coming in for a driver change as well, because we had seen a couple of that. Where does that drop him? That's really the question. He's in 5th now, 40 seconds off of Sami Matti-Trogan, who has now, of course, inherited the race lead after Beliziotis took over the number 5 AMG Team Williams Esports car as the Marla Racing Team car, past X-Racer on the outside.
Yeah, so side by side and through for Marla on the way into Tiergarten. 4th place now for them as they try and chase down those ahead of them, like Frozen Peak, Run and Go. But the fact they're ahead of Somtech is a good start for them, because that will mean they'll gain some of the 3 points they had as a deficit at the start of the day. And Door Esports being in trouble today just mean that they'll both gain in a big way to them. How much will they be weaving on the straight now in Door Esports? What a crucial error that's going to turn out to be.
Yeah, I mean, that championship shake-up into the final round is going to be wild, you feel, right? Knowing that 4 hours of racing, longest race of the season, and realistically, we've seen so many of the races come down to the final laps of the races that got to be there and be in contention. So stay out of trouble. First thing you always want to do, stay out of the steward's room. And they couldn't even, unfortunately, get past the opening laps of the race today, albeit with a relatively minor infringement, just one that is very much against the letter of the law. Back through the GP section come the SP10 contenders. Now, 5.5 seconds the margin at the front. Last lap, it was only a couple of tenths of a second that Pro Sport gained, but that 175, the Aston Martin that leads, must find itself in a very, very good situation to be able to just continue to stretch its legs. Remember, because of the fuel and tires at the same time in these SP10 categories, it's a rather boring race in terms of strategy.
Yeah, I mean, it's to be expected, but unfortunately, this is what happens on occasion. And the 3.5-hour races are where we've had a little bit more disparity over the course of those races. I don't imagine things will change much in the 4 hours, to be honest. It will be largely similar in terms of strategy as this one has been, although the slightly longer race may change 1 or 2 things. And of course, it gives those with success penalties slightly longer to make up those places. So it won't be a dull race by any means, but strategy-wise, it may well be a one solution for everyone kind of race.
So, I've just realized that Redline in that SP9 category, 2 in a row, and then a DNF to start the season off. This race, they've had a cumulative total of, well, the 30-second success penalty, add about 24 seconds for the drive-through penalty as well. So they've added about 50-something seconds onto their race time. It'll be impressed to see Verstappen and Weining how much they'll be able to close at the end, because we saw Weining with some pretty impressive pace of his own. And I have the feeling that they're not out of the chances of getting onto the podium steps, which is what they realistically will be looking to do. Their main rivals in the championship BS Plus competition sit in fourth. Behind them, no one else really to worry about in terms of championship fight because, well, fourth in the championship, that's the Williams Esports car that's on our screen right now, and they've got 13 points coming into this round, Ewan, compared to the 30 for Team Redline.
Yeah, it's a big difference. And to be fair, Williams are not even that far down the order. They're right up there, involved, and some would say loosely in contention. But you've got to say that those chances are fading away with a 12th place running at the moment. It just shows you how dominant Redline and BS Competition have been so far, and just what an important race this is for the both of them. BS Competition are now ahead of Redline, of course, as a result of that latest drive-through penalty for Max Verstappen.
Yeah, and so confirming that Max got the penalty for moving under the brakes. If you're just joining us and wondering why, slight misjudgment into turn one has seen that Redline car serve its drive-through. Still in the top 5 overall, though. Over with the Nürburgring Esports crew now, though, who right at the back of the category, 17th in class, about 2 minutes off of your leader, but behind the Pro Sport car and down in towards Callenhard, right rolling towards miss now. There was almost some contact between them all as they close onto the back of some GT4 traffic, and this is a wonderful perspective, looking over the shoulder of Gregor Kinski as he runs behind Ruben Denker in the Pro Sport machine, just looking how much they're working on the wheel.
Yeah, Nürburgring Esports always providing some great camera angles for us. This one over the shoulder, looking at the triple screen display, and very nearly looking at Kinski there, getting into the back of Ruben Denker, but thankfully not on the way into Exmuller there. And so we'll continue running 17th right now. And if you're wondering how they've ended up so far back, by the way, compared to where they were running earlier, which was comfortably inside the top 10, they have already made 2 stops, so that's worth bearing in mind.
Yeah. So, race control, if you're wondering what the latest update from them is, well, nothing really new in terms of penalties that I've seen. So, the warnings being handed out for pit stops infringements, but nothing major, nothing for race control to really worry about. And so that's 29 incidents so far this race, with half the race complete. Most of the races so far, we've gotten as high as, I think it's 60-ish incidents on average per race. 40 in round 1, so that was relatively clean, relatively tidy and quiet for race control. So the other 2 rounds being a little bit more busy. Hopefully they can stay out of the trouble this time by. Look at the run the Nürburgring Esports team's going to get them into the carousel, into the SB10 traffic as well. Gonna have to be patient. There's no getting past at this point in time.
No, only one line into the carousel, and there may only be one line up through Horak as well, because there will be traffic everywhere on the way through here. It will be X-Racer first to negotiate, and I think Pro Sport will be the only ones to work their way through next. We'll find out in due course, but these are the other drivers they'll have to go through. It's the front end of the order in SB10. Marlon Racing Team have chased down Frozen Speed by Grid and go for 3rd now.
Yeah, no, and this, of course, now sees the manufacturer shakeup continue, as it's still Aston Martin, BMW, but finally the Mercedes starting to close once again. Niels Koch, of course, running the 189, will hand over to Felix Kornbach at some point, you'd assume, and then see Kornbach bring the Zebra liveried machine to the end of this race. And of course, that car ran by BS Competition. I just want to reiterate how weird it really is to see BS Competition not in a BMW. And that's why it's even weirder in some ways, Ewan, to see the great guys over at BS Competition make the step over into the world of eNASCAR as the Pro Sport car stays behind, doesn't force the issue as we jump down through Flansgaard into the Stefan Belloff S's. Because when you go to the world of eNASCAR, you've got to pick from a manufacturer selection that doesn't include BMW or Mercedes, and so somehow it's a BS Competition Ford Mustang that's running around in the eNASCAR circles.
Yeah, get your head around that, because that is a stark contrast. I would have thought, well, not I would have thought, but I personally think it'd be funny if they just sort of rebranded an already made NASCAR, sort of put BMW logos on it and imagined it's a I don't know really what BMW would really fit for that purpose, but you get the idea. I personally think that would have been funny, but they might not be allowed to do that, in fairness. So fair enough. It's good that they're expanding out there. They do so much racing over the course of weekends and in the weeks now as well, in some of the best series on iRacing and elsewhere.
I love the idea of that. I'm not going to lie. It's something that maybe we should try and convince them to try and do. Here comes Redline, by the way, Verstappen. Is he going to get out? Is he going to hand over to Weinig? Interestingly, off of the jacks, but not yet. The reason why I said, Ewan, that I would have expected him to maybe have gotten out is that they did such a short pit stop last time around that if this is going to be a full pit stop, it means the next pit stop will definitely not be a full service, and so therefore they will probably lose a bit of time doing a driver change.
Yeah, they did this last time though, didn't they? Or was it the round before with Rudy Van Buren? But they've done it before, where they've done their driver change at the last stop, at sort of the last opportunity that they really can to satisfy the fair share rules, and in the end they did lose time as a result of it. I think it was when they were putting Van Buren in for DLS 2 maybe, if my memory serves me. So they've done it before and clearly they're not adverse to it, but if it was me and you want tyres at the halfway stage, you want to keep Verstappen in, which I understand, I would only fuel for as long as the tyres take and then get on your way, not for a full fill, which is looked like what they've just done.
Of course, busy weekend in the world of both virtual and real motorsport. I've just seen a wonderful tweet pop up on my feed, Ewan, that I just had to bring up because it's something that we don't have to worry about here at the Nordschleife. This in a feeder series open wheel series. All qualifying times have been cancelled as none of the 38 drivers have set a legal lap in the session. I think you can assume that we're racing at one of those tracks, so track limits are an issue. Can you imagine doing a qualifying session at the Green Hell where none of your cars set legal laps?
Well, how do they order the grid in that case?
Oh, that's a great question. Well, here on iRacing, we just order by iRating. How do you do it in the real world?
Practice times, I suppose. Latest practice.
I mean, in NASCAR, don't they do it by championship standings? They don't have practice.
Well, they used to do it by owners' points, whatever that means. So that sort of meant championship standings, but I'm talking like 2000s kind of era. I'm not sure whether that's still the case.
I've just had a whole bunch of rule regulation things spring into my mind about how you would have to write regulations about no one setting qualifying times in the real world. I'm glad that we don't have to do that. Rule books in iRacing can be a lot simpler in some regards, a lot more complex in others. We're now officially, though, halfway through this Bilstein 3-hour race, and the SP10 battle at the front continues to be close, and Pro Sport are being reeled in. I'll just point that one out. Last lap it was 0.8 of a second. Margin between the top two down to 3.5.
Yeah, it's looking pretty promising after getting quite spread apart earlier on. It's all looking a little bit better now over Flugplatz for these guys. It does look like they're both catching adrenaline at the moment, doesn't it, really? Although they did lose a bit of time on that last lap. Maybe they'll all be in contention for a fight very shortly, but Moller Racing Team, most importantly, are 2 positions ahead of Sontec, and that's what they've got to remember at this stage in the race.
So as we continue to watch these drivers rolling themselves around, what an exciting round it's been, and still just with that tension bubbling up. We've got strategies working their way through. We've got the driver changes in some ways still left to focus on, and all as we come to the end of the shortest race of the season, setting up for a championship showdown, a 4-hour race in 2 weeks' time. Delighted you're joining us here on Nürburgring TV. It's Arjuna Kankipati alongside Ewan O'Leary. 5 classes of competition, some of the best in the real and virtual worlds of motorsport here in the digital Nürburgring series on iRacing at the Green Hell. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with the run towards the checkered flag in this Bilstein 3-hour race.
Hol dir jetzt dein eigenes Motorsporterlebnis nach Hause. Dein Online-Shop für Simracing-Hardware und Zubehör. www.simraceshop.de.
Liebe Fans, besucht unsere
Social-Media-Kanäle auf Facebook,
Instagram, YouTube,
Twitter und TikTok. Willkommen bei der NLS.
Welcome back to the Nürburgring Nordschleife for the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series. So delighted you can join us. That's a look behind the scenes, I believe, at the German commentary team having a ball with everything that we've been seeing, because yes, it has been a lot of fun. Unfortunately, Arjuna Kankipati, myself, Ewan O'Leary, my co-commentator, we're not next to each other, but Ewan, that doesn't mean that we're not having just as much fun as our German counterparts.
Yeah, we almost couldn't be further in the context of the world from being alongside one another. So there we are. But yeah, it's been fun so far. It's been great to be on DNLS this season, and we feels like the best is yet to come, really, with a great championship finale in 2 weeks' time, and a great end to this race as well. We're very much in the second half now.
So, as we're into the second half of this Bilstein 3-hour race, it's just waiting now in some ways for the final pit stop sequences to sequence their way on through, including in this SB10 category, excuse me, with these GT4 cars where the Mahler Racing team have been hunting down frozen speed by grid and go. The Adrenaline Motorsports team, excuse me, all as the Pro Sport Sim Racing car just continues to lead. Interesting to keep an eye on SB3T though, where Sim RC, we wondered if they'd have a pretty clean route to victory here with no success penalty for them to serve one of the most successful teams in the series. They're being kept honest by Scherer Esports and Sven Winter in the 816.
Yeah, somewhat of a surprise, to be honest, that this is the battle that's still remaining out of a group that was pretty large at the start of the day. They've all been into the pit lane once already, let's not forget, and I think that pit stop came a little bit too early for this to be quite a one-stop race for the SB3T cars, but nevertheless they will make it into a slightly shorter than 2 full stops sort of race, as will the VT2s, of course. But this is a good position for Sim RC to be in, not only for the SB3T championship, but the overall one as well, with Redline not quite doing as well as they are.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those races where it's setting up for an intriguing championship finale, and I think we're looking forward to that 4-hour race, because 4 hours as well is the traditional VLN race distance, which means that when it comes to strategies, things, even when you factor in the minimum race drive times for the real-world driver in SB9, for example, it's a little bit normal, a little bit more regular, let's say. Whereas, let's be honest, here today, across the classes, Ewan, we're a little bit confused and trying to figure out what's happening in some cases.
Yeah, by the way, I don't know what the VLN is, but anyway, I get your point. It is going to be good to have a sort of normal race distance in terms of what we see in the real world in a couple of weeks' time. And so looking forward to that as a championship finale. And as we mentioned before, it's sort of the best equaliser in terms of, we want to keep the success penalties. It's a really good way of keeping things interesting, keeping these rounds unique in the DNLS. However, it is also a long enough race where you can come back from those kind of seconds deficit. I mean, even in these races, to be honest, teams have come back from that kind of deficit. It's not exactly going to be a new thing for us in 2 weeks.
Yeah, 2 weeks from today, do join us, 4-hour race. And I believe as well, today, of course, some of the drivers are pulling double duty with the Porsche Esports Super Cup, which means that the likes of Sebastian Job, who has been a somewhat regular addition to the 130 Redline entry, along with the likes of Diogo Pinto and plenty of others, not around for today's race, even as though Michael Gianni and Luke Keita do pull double duty. But because there's no Porsche Esports Super Cup that day, we may end up getting a blockbuster field, and that's why, again, I'm just going to reiterate, let's get Sebastian Joe into the SB9 Redline car, please, and thank you. If anyone at Redline's listening, you can answer my prayers, please.
Yes. I don't know, I can't see it happening, to be honest with you. Sorry to to.
So we'll put him in the Porsche Cup car then? Is that what you're saying?
I think they will. Yeah, I think they will do. To be honest. Yeah, sorry to burst your bubble in that respect.
I mean,
but,
I don't think you're wrong. Again, we talked prize money earlier, $1,000 for the winner in SP9. It's $4,000 for the winner of the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring class, and the class winner in that Porsche Esports class every single round gets an actual trophy along with the other podium sitters. So I got to be honest, the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy class is where I want to be.
Yeah, and I think that's the same for a lot of these teams as well, and some of them have been picking up multiple trophies as well. In fact, Apex have been on the podium all 3 times so far, so they'll be overflowing now with...
To the same drivers as well?
No, not necessarily. Michael Gianni's been there the whole time, but he's been paired with different people constantly throughout this season. He did one on his own at round 2. That's when he came in 3rd position. He's been with Quentin Violate and Luca Kita so far. So it's been a bit of a switch up for Apex, depending on who's available when.
So Michael Gianni's got 3 trophies heading his way already, and maybe could continue to add to the collection. Has anyone else got that many going their way? No. Redline have been on the podium twice. Scherer's 105, again on the podium twice. And, well, there are other results. Let's not talk about it. The less said about it, the better. Back to the front of the field, though, where Jan Turnak in the Falcon Sim Racing car, of course, part of the Door Esports crew, being hunted down by former champion of the series, Norby Kish in the BS Plus competition car. Further behind, the likes of Lion GP being chased down by M&J Downforce. And Philip Gogolok, let's not forget, was around in the arena section on lap number 1.
Yeah, recovered very well to get inside the top 10 here as Gogolok. 2 pit stops made already today as well. So making it into a very impressive drive for him indeed, although was the last one maybe a drive-through? I'm not seeing a stop time on that last pit stop, maybe it was, but anyway, he's done well to get back into the top 10, and Line GP as well have done the same. Not a team you'd expect to see maybe inside the top 5, but a couple of teams with not such good days out there on the circuit, and that's given them the opportunity for a good result.
You're correct, by the way. It was indeed a drive-through penalty for M&J Downforce, so I'm going to suspect they hit the incident limit, something that I thought at the start of the show was somewhat unrealistic. So they've been through the wars, they've been off the track, and they've been down pit lane in extra time as a result as well. Still, though, inside of the top 10 with time left to go in this race. Bit of a recap of the rundown, because I don't think we did that since coming back from our little break, as we watched Michael Gianni trying to defend from Luca Alpert in his quest to try and add a 4th Porsche Esports trophy to his category. It's a close in the front for SP9, of course. We watched Falcon and BS Plus competition going wheel to wheel with one another. AMG Team Williams, the number 5, Vasilius Belletiotis sits then in 3rd. Finds himself, of course, on a slightly different strategy from those in front, and 14 seconds adrift. Saltec 4th in their Lamborghini. AMG Team MSI, they're 5th in their Mercedes, of course. And then BS Plus competition 6th, WS Racing 7th, Lion GP 8th. And then you have to go all the way back to 12th now to find Team Redline and Max Verstappen. What this is doing right now, Ewan, is setting up potentially a championship showdown come the final round, because again, just to reiterate, this is the first round of the season, including the last round, that cannot be stricken from the record.
Yeah, so this is the worst possible time for Redline to have more problems. They did crash out of the opening round, of course, which means that was written off for them. Effectively, well, effectively means no points have been taken away from them, doesn't it, really? But it will affect them less, will that crash, and it means today they've got to do very well, and Verstappen has certainly got to recover. I don't think it's going to be a race win for him on this occasion. That much is not certain, but I would say we're nearly at that stage in SB9. So much going on in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy as well in the fights. What is it? Top 6 covered by less than half a minute, with a lot to change in this final round of pit stops coming up in the next quarter of an hour.
Well, as we continue just to track some of these battles in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring class, and by the way, say that one 5 times fast while trying to commentate on the class. It's not the easiest thing in the world. Let's see if we can catch up with one of their drivers, Gianni Vecchio, in that Team Redline number 130, paired up with Luke Bennett here today. Johnny, how's it been going for you guys in the Redline Porsche Cup car?
First of all, can you hear me? I think so, right?
Loud and clear, we got you.
No, it was quite fun. First race for me this season. Luke had a bit of bad luck on the quali lap. That's why we only started in P5, but I made my way up. It was a lot of fun battling with the Scherer guys. Then, yeah, on P1, tried to bring it to the pits. Like, obviously, we had to serve these 30-second success penalty. But, yeah, we're on a bit of a different approach for this. Can't really tell too much about it, but yeah, I think Luke is doing amazing. He will be fast as no one else. I can tell you that already, Mr. Bennett.
Flying Luke Bennett. Okay, so you're keeping us guessing on the strategy. Did you feel a little bit of pressure, by the way? I've got to ask, Johnny, you come into this race with that 30 seconds looming over your head. 30 seconds that Sebastian Job and Diogo Pinto picked up in that last round. Do you feel like there's a bit of pressure coming in with the success penalty?
I think, like, today, I think it's all about some sort of damage limitation, if you can call it like that. I mean, Diogo and Seb did an amazing job. I mean, these two guys are just insane at the moment. I mean, you know, it's from PESC. I think Seb is leading. Diogo should be like somewhere in the top 5 easily. So, I mean, if you have these two guys sharing the car in the earlier rounds, I mean, you know, there is pressure on. They are fighting for the championship. But again, today we have this 30-second penalty. Try to make the most out of it, score good points, and then, yeah, let's see how we progress with that. Maybe it's Seb and Diogo will be back. Maybe it's me and Bennett again. But pressure-wise, don't think so. I think it's a really cool event. I love the Nordschleife, I love the Porsche Cup, I love this combo. So yeah, it's all been good so far. No pressure on my side.
Now, I know you love the combo. You've had your experience here in the Porsche Esports Super Cup with this car as well. I've got to ask, what's it like being in this DNLS with the traffic management being so important as well? How difficult, how easy has it been for you to get up to speed?
I love it. It's so nice. I mean, I would love to have these like more classes and more cars in the actual 24 in May. But it's so much fun for me. I love the traffic. I love the management because you can really make a difference from there. Obviously, in the first hour, we only had the Toyotas and the TCRs. For the TCRs, it was a bit close. I tried to hunt down the Scherer car, and like, you know, it's always hard when you're like trying to go for a gap, and the TCR is deciding, no, that's my corner, and then you have to like suddenly back out of it, which is always a bit hectic. But no, it's so much fun. I love it. That's why I really wanted to do this series, because of the variety of classes and cars. So I have no issues with that. I love it.
Well, Johnny, always great to have you. Unfortunately, you're forever going to be known as Grandma Johnny in the DNLS. So congratulations on the nickname, and hopefully we see you on the podium at the end of the race.
Hopefully. Junior, you can only call me like that if you keep on calling Chris Silly Lully. Then we have a deal, which is fine to me.
We have a deal. Silly Lully, Grandma Johnny, thanks for joining us.
Don't forget that tonight. I see you around. Ta-ta.
Oh, always great to catch up with the drivers. And Ewan, I mean, he's happy with the nickname. He's happy with the pace as well of his teammate as Luke Bennett runs in that Team Redline 130.
Looks like it, yeah. I wonder whether that might be his driving done for the day as well, actually. He seems pretty relaxed, although that is often the case. Yeah, interesting that he's not giving much away on strategy. I mean, that's to be expected, isn't it, really? But I do wonder whether they're... and I get the sense that this is not the case, by the way, before I say this. I wonder whether they are fazed by being so far back at the moment. Are they really fazed by being 11th, or were they expecting to be there? I suspect that they were suspecting to end up a long way off at some point in the race today.
Yeah, I think part of it, again, as well, is just getting to grips with the qualifying format and all of that. Remember, traffic in qualifying is not ideal. As, wow, this is dangerous. PB Performance passed by Scherer and Apex in towards the final corner, able to squeak through safely, but all in a fight for a podium spot as well. So Luca Alpert now forward to 3rd, Apex forward to 4th, and Deck down to 5th and dropping backwards in the running order as well. I think part of maybe as well what they're thinking about in some ways, I'm guessing, Ewan, is it's all setting up for the final round of the season, right? 4-hour race. It sounds like, you know, Johnny's quite happy. He's enjoying this race, so maybe he'll be around for the final round as well. Being realistic, it was only 3 points splitting top 2 in the championship coming into this race in the class. It was only 5 points splitting the top 4. It could go any way. No matter how today finishes, the final is still going to be wide open.
Yeah, I think so. And that's one of the classes where that is especially true in the Porsche Esports class. So I think so. I think we're in for a good finale there. And once again, it goes back to what I was talking about a few rounds ago. Who is going to actually want to win this race? Obviously, everyone's going to want the points, but nobody really wants the 30 seconds success penalty at the end of it. And we've talked at length about the fact you can make up that amount of time in a longer race, of course, in 2 weeks, but you've still got to make up the time, and it's still half a minute, which is not insignificant at all. So are we going to reach a situation where Scherer, for example, are willing to give Door Esports the win because they're not involved in the championship in exchange for 4 less points, but they'd rather take that and 20 less seconds in the box for the next round?
Just look at how much Simo Hauser's rear end is just working around on him in that Ferrari 296. Yeah, so I wonder how many of these teams have strategists and engineers that are helping them out behind the scenes. There's way too much to be thinking about if we're being completely honest in a race like this, in terms of juggling all the different priorities and elements that you're contending with. Note how that Ferrari, by the way, even though it's feeding draft to Nürburgring behind, it's just pulling away in a straight line up the hill in towards the book cover. Finally now, Nürburgring gets the run, I think partially because the Ferrari's lifted off the throttle and given a little bit of a helping hand. But if you're ever thinking about how BOP influences the performance of the cars, case in point there, acceleration for the Ferrari.
Yeah, you'd hope that the Ferrari there was lifting off, because the top end difference there was quite massive, and it looks like that indeed was the case. But the traction was very good, and it has been in the Ferrari really. Of course, the weight a little bit further rearwards really in the Ferrari than it is in the Mercedes, which has its engine lumped in the front. Ferrari a little bit more sort of evenly weighted throughout the car, and maybe that just helps them a little bit in terms of bite out of the slower corners, of which Berger is one of them. So in the end, it didn't matter for Nürburgring. He's through again, and by the way, he's on his outlap. Interesting to note that currently he's 15 seconds ahead of Max Verstappen. That's the real battle as far as the championship is concerned.
These drivers, by the way, are so relaxed that you can send them messages mid-race and they will reply from their phones on the Dosinger Hoa. So just keep that in mind. If you're ever curious about what these drivers are going through and you're friends with them, I'll just send them a message. Apparently they have enough mental capacity to respond to your text messages. Not going to share which driver that was, but I just got word behind the scenes that indeed has been happening, and teams have been communicating in secret text chats. Anyway, we are reaching towards what will be surely the pit stop window opening, not just for the SB9s. They'll probably have to wait until probably 55 or so minutes are left to go. But for some of the other classes, Ewan, we're closer and closer to the point where you could hypothetically make it from this point to the end.
Maybe. I'm wondering about the end of this lap for some of the SB10s in particular, because we've already seen a fair amount of them in on the last lap. Mahler, Sontec, X-Racer, Door Esports, Nürburgring Esports. Lots of SB10s came in on this previous lap. So does that mean that we will see the rest of them in on this next lap and then they'll be fine? Because I personally think those that have just been in SB10 will need a splash.
Yeah, no, we saw that last round too. We saw the splash in a 3.5-hour race. So, you'd think that they wouldn't need it here, but there is something going on with the strategy calls through the field that we just haven't been able to put our finger quite on and to get our heads around it. So to continue just to watch them tracking around, it's all going to just intermingle at the end in terms of strategies. Jan Turnats just brought the Falcon sim racing car down to pit lane, so I can tell you 67 minutes to go, he definitely is going to need a splash and dash at the end of this race.
Yep, that was to be expected, and everybody in SB9 in fact will need another stop from here and in. Line GP will be in at the end of this lap, and it will hand over the lead to Williams, who are leading by not a huge amount of time. It's a battle between them and Sontec Racing at the moment, but pit stops still remain, and Williams are a little bit further through their stint than Sontec are, so you get the feeling they might have a longer fill.
Yeah, not seeing AMG, Team MSI and Kevin Ellis Jr. going fast enough to really close on those in front. So realistically, I think at this point I feel somewhat confident in saying that maybe a bit too far back with their success penalty to be in the fight for the number 49. So it might come down to those already out front and looking just to continue running as they are. A top-zone shot for being passed by the Nürburgring esports team. Two Kaufmann cars are looking like they may end up going wheel to wheel sooner rather than later. It's Max Knopf in front, of Markus Unkoff. It's all 21 seconds behind the next car in the train. So the two teammates have found themselves slightly detached from the rest of the cars today.
They have, unfortunately, and they're detached from the rest of them in the points as well. It will be between those front three. Currently Wolf Motorsport leading the way in the race, but it looks like a relatively close one. Those guys still with one stop to make as well. Didn't quite go long enough on fuel to make this just a one-stop race.
Yeah. What would be I'm trying to calculate back what would the shortest race distance be that you could actually do this on one pit stop?
Well, it depends what class you're in, obviously, but
yes,
in VT2, I actually thought they might be able to do this race, but clearly not. Maybe 2 hours, maybe an IMSA race they can probably do on 2 hours 40, that is, on fuel. Maybe 2 hours 50 if they're lucky. Depends what circuit though, because there's probably a bit of wasted fuel around here. Because if you do like 7.3, for example, you're never going to make up that 0.7 of a lap on fuel. Whereas around other circuits, you might squeeze another couple of laps out in another couple of minutes.
And don't forget, the car limited to 75% capacity for this race, so it just adds that extra strategic element and prevents them from, I guess, being out there for too long and makes it a bit more interesting. Here we go, SP10 pit stops, and this is going to mean splash and dash territory. Without a shadow of a doubt, Pro Sport already in. You see their Aston Martin jinx its way into the box and up on the jacks instantly. Remember, fuel and tires done at the same time in the SP10 category. And so I think in unison, we're going to see the entire field probably come on in. Already those have come in a lap ago will have sequenced themselves out. Back over to the Wolf Motorsports pair, Kaufmann Motorsports pair, in fact, who I've just noticed, Ewan, at least have made their livery slightly differently. One with yellow wheels and windshield mirror thingies, and one with green highlights to make it slightly more obvious.
Well, they could have made it a bit more obvious than that. That was, that would be, it's not the worst I've seen, to be fair, but either way, it's not the easiest I've seen to spot apart either. Admittedly, Commander Esports are probably even more difficult, aren't they? I think they're in almost identical liveries entirely. Maybe they've decided to go with black wing mirrors on the other one or something silly like that. They don't like to make it very easy for us.
No, they do not. It's okay. There are certain other teams in this field that have done plenty of races where they have made their jobs to make our lives as difficult as possible. I'm not mentioning names. You know who you are. You know when I want more highlights on your cars. SP10 pit stops, by the way, have finished with frozen speed, getting out in front of the Mahler Racing team and in front of Pro Sport and Adrenaline. So we've had a bit of a mix-up in the SP10 category with the pit stop cycle complete. Let's not forget a splash and dash still expected. Bobby Zelensky now within half a car length though of PB performance. It's been a great drive for Zelensky so far today.
It certainly has been. He's been making some good moves as well. I think it's been the impressive thing. Some spectacular overtakes. And now looking to move on forward again now as well. A bit of a longer stop from Zelensky compared to Marcus Deck on the previous time around, although that was nearly an hour ago now. Of course, the lack of the amount of time between those two events has probably diminished that effect. Down the inside, contact made. They were never really going to get through their 2x2, and Marcus Deck goes off to the gravel. That would have taken quite some cooperation from both of them, and there was slight contact in the end.
Yeah, they got stuck together a little bit as well, and I think from there was really no separating them into the braking zone. Zelensky through race control. Surely we'll take a look, but not really sure there's much to talk about there. Another race control intervention, by the way, if you're curious, has come the way of ATRS's SP10 car. So they've had a drive-through penalty, but so far, 2 hours complete in this race. We've had just 30 incidents reported so far to race control. Ewan, that is the least we've had at any point this season so far.
Yeah, it feels like it has been a quiet race in race control, doesn't it? And that's because it has been, I suppose. And that is good news. I mean, I can't tell if it's been an especially cleaner race than what we've seen in the past, really, because I don't remember any of the other races being particularly fraught with incidents, to be honest. I mean, the first lap of the race was about the same as what we've seen in the past, and after that it's been clean, but I feel like most of the races have been.
They're not being, it's just race control's being called into action maybe a bit more than some would have wanted, mainly due to, I think, multi-traffic and class interaction. But I mean, look there, through Flugplatz, we went side by side with a Porsche Cup car alongside an SP10, and we made it work even with the limited downforce on the front end of the 103 in towards Schwab and Kraut's fast left-hander, the Mahler Racing Team car in second, hunting for the lead from Frozen Speed by Grin and Go. Fabio Basut just taken over from Felix Kornbach. We'll take a look at the replay of what happened as the chicane.
So Zelensky is very much alongside here, entitled to the inside line. I don't think he quite turns in as early as Marcus Deck really wanted him to there. Difficult one to call because there was only very minor contact, really.
Minor contact, major impact, at least in terms of time, lost as a result of that. So getting ready to hit the official 1 hour ago mark in this Bilstein 3-hour race. Still with, of course, your race leader in the SB9 category being the AMG Team Williams esports car. Vasilius Belitsiotis now only 6.5 seconds clear of Sontec Racing and Dominic Stave. Frozen Speed by Grin and Go, by the way. I mean, Grin and Go esports are a relatively newish team to the world of sim racing, but you know, we've seen some of the top drivers increasingly line up in their ranks. The likes of Steen Ledger, for example. We've seen Steen compete in top-level SP9, SP3T, and now in this SP10 category as well. So we always kind of expected them to be somewhat strong. The fun part, though, in some ways, was the addition of the Frozen Speed sponsorship for this year. Jochen over at Frozen Speed, one of the coolest motorsports photographers over in Europe, does some really cool shots over at the ring, and so it was great to see the partnership work together. Unfortunately, they started off the season, let's say, on a rocky footing. Great to see them being able to get things back onto track as Team Redline and Max Verstappen on the hunt behind the Falcon Sim Racing team.
And these are legitimate positions for points in the race. 8th place on the line here, and indeed 6th place is not actually that far up the road from Max Verstappen right now. Legitimately on the road as things stand. So these are all positions that have to be taken by the 3-time F1 champ, and he will take one of them now into the Tiergarten. Thought after the first hour, actually, that Falcon Sim Racing would maybe in chat with a podium place, but maybe that is looking like a long shot now.
Verstappen through, and eagle-eyed viewers will note that Max Verstappen has a new steering wheel today compared to previous DNLS races that he's done. I noticed a new logo at the top of the wheel that he's using, and I got a message from one of the drivers behind the scenes just letting me know that Max got an unreleased steering wheel from a company to test out, and so Max has been enjoying it and clearly behind the wheels pushing it through its paces. If Max Verstappen tests and approves of your wheel, Ewan, I don't think there's any better sign of approval than that.
I get the feeling he'll be honest with it as well, generally. So
Max honest? No.
What are you going to do if he tells you he doesn't like it? You know, it's that's a difficult one to approach.
It's not an easy one by any means. The Porsche Cup cars, by the way, update from Vince Cusi. Michael Johnny's got a tire blowout, pushed his tires so long. Remember, tires and fuel not done at the same time in these Porsche Cup cars, so we often see double stinting, and Johnny's taking that tire beyond the point with which it can go, so he'll have to bring the car in, hand it over to Luca Kita, and pay a little bit of a price. He's lost 10 seconds or so on this lap alone so far, Ewan, and he's not even towards the Stefan Belloff S's, where we're looking at 2nd and 3rd spots.
Yeah, so these two are racing away now. Joshua and Alpert and Zelensky is going to be right onto them by the looks of things, and goodness knows how far Apex are going to drop down the field. This may well be the time that the Porsches are in. I think they can go one lap longer than this. I think they can go for another lap, but if you're really struggling on tyres, maybe we will see some pit stops at the end of this lap.
It's just a reminder as well, right, that we so often complain that tyres and fuel being done at the same time takes away an element of strategy, and while it's true that you can still have strategy calls in those situations with limited tyre sets, not always the case. Oh my goodness gracious me! Alan Galgenkopf, Tim Yarshell, how did he hang on to the Door Esports Porsche Cup car? Luca Alpert makes the Scherer 1 and 2, but somehow disaster averted.
Well, that just shows you the tyres are coming to the end of their life in the Tour Esports Porsche as well, because that was a very sideways moment for Tim Yarshall, who did a very good job of saving it, by the way. There were a couple of moments there where I thought for sure that he was going to spin, and Luca Alpert's life probably flashed before his eyes there, but in the end Yarshall saves it and can continue in third position.
So
He'll surely be in at the end of this lap, though.
I'm pretty sure, Ewan, Yarshall's blown his tyres as well. He's also lost about 10 seconds on this lap. Michael Johnny's just been passed by Bobby Zalenski, and they're all going to come in. They can't go this much longer. Michael Johnny's just cut the final corner. Goodness heavens, these drivers have got no tyres underneath them now.
Deary me. Well, that shows you the risks they're taking in this 3-hour race. If you're going to try and double stint tyres at any point, it's very tricky to do so. We're not at the end of the fuel stint, by the way, for these drivers, so Kremer Racing are going to actually continue on for one more lap, but I believe they took tyres, at least 2 of them, at that first stop of the day, so they can carry on, and clearly they don't have a puncture.
Can confirm they did take tyres from what I can tell as we watch SP10s now right on top of one another. They will need a splash and dash, we believe, at the end of this race. There's no real ifs or buts about it, we believe. Looking rearwards, though, from the frozen speed machine at the looming front end of the Marlin Mercedes down to turn 1. Will it be a look to the inside from Felix Quirnbach? He shapes for it, he goes for it, late on the brakes. BMW alongside gives him the room, gives him the spot, and tries to now tuck back in and prevent Pro Sport from joining the front and making it 2 for second place as well, but 3 for the lead, and SP10 still with Adrenaline, Sontec and X-Racer mere seconds behind.
Yeah, it's still a very close race in SP10, but with Marlin Racing Team now at the front, are they going to be seen again by anybody here? They've all made 2 stops to this point. They do have 1 more to go, although it'll be a very short one. Get the feeling that with Marlin Racing Team having stolen the march on the rest of the field, it's going to be up to everybody to try and stay with them, something which may become very difficult indeed.
And in the final hour, now all drivers should be able to pit and get it to the end of the race. You'd have to think, and so SP9 pit stop's probably going to get underway, maybe not this lap, the next lap by SP3Ts, similar situation. VT2's probably not far off as well. And we've, of course, just seen the drama when it came to the Porsche Cup cars and how close it was for them in fuel. Tyres, excuse me, red line cut underneath Pro Sport through the chicane as Luke Bennett, another one of those drivers to have taken his tyres to this 7th lap of running. And I think that's what Johnny was referring to when we talked with him, is the fact that so many drivers have taken no tyres in the first sequence of the race, and maybe Redline have figured out and calculated it's not worth the risk in the first sequence. Instead, take it in the second sequence, and maybe they can still get away.
Can they make that work, though, is the big question. There's so many things to factor in there, and because it's not all cycled through yet, it's very difficult to know who's quite where at this stage. To be honest, it's very difficult to predict anyway, so I'm going to reserve judgment on any of that for the moment, because the field is still all over the place and still to be sorted out in the end of this next lap. Still a lot of drivers yet to come in, and it's interesting actually that one of these 2 has been in the form of Gorica Motorsport, and Nürburgring Esports haven't for whatever reason, and somehow Gorica are ahead of everybody.
Gorica is still behind Scherer's 115, let's not forget. But yeah, Gorica have technically taken no tyres and got it in front of the 105, in front of Door, Apex, so there is a little bit of a mix-up once again. Have to keep an eye on whether it plays up. Bobby Zalenski's handed over to Xander Reed as well in the 108, so has been a full complement of changes in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy then. In that pit stop sequence, a dunk shot, we're checking out SP10 and 3 cars, Nürburgring Esports, Leipzig Esports as well, as they run their way through the Flugplatz section, 14 seconds off of Dora in front. It's very much the fight for the final major points in class.
It is, and that's worth remembering. Not everybody gets points in these positions. You do get 1 for being classified at the end of the day, no matter where you finish, so that's worth bearing in mind. But when you get up towards the front, there really are important battles on the line in this end of the season. and there's so many of them, especially in the Porsche Cup class here. I thought Apex Racing Team would be a little bit closer to these two, but I suppose that puncture on the last lap of Michael Jarny's stint there has put Luca Kita in a not ideal place.
And again, we didn't see it on screen, but Michael Jarny, when I say missed the final corner, it's a long, lengthy right-hander. He basically just went straight through the grass. He had no control of his car at that point. It was worth taking the pain because of how much he was struggling, and so just keep that in mind. If anyone is going to double stint tires in the second phase of the race, effectively for the Porsche Cup cars, they may be in trouble. SB9 pit stops back underway as we jump on board with the Liper Esports Mercedes GT4 car. Vasilius Belliziotis down to pit lane of the AMG Team Williams car, followed in by the number 49 AMG Team MSI entry, Kevin Ellis Jr. into the box for the final time today.
Yeah, we are at that stage in the race where you can make it to the end from here in all of the classes, I would say. So that's worth remembering when we're seeing these pit stops for Belliziotis, Kevin Ellis Jr. Carl Jansen's in, as well as Jimmy Antunes as well, but still plenty of stops to be made in SB9 from this point. And nobody really for them to fight against. So those guys who are in right now will have the longest stops of anybody who are left to come in.
You think so? Look from up above through the trees as the cars press their way towards Bergwerk, slightly further forward. What's happened here? The Marlin Racing Team have checked out. I mean, goodness, they have flown clear. Afterburner set to maximum attack, and now 2.5 draft range officially broken by Quernbach. Fabio Basucci increasingly under pressure from Victor Brill. Not going to be a move into the carousel. That's never a passing opportunity unless someone pops out of the main line and runs up high. But you have to feel that Aston Martin probably wants to get past sooner rather than later. The Mercedes taking advantage of traffic, speed in the straight line, whatever it is, to run away.
Yeah, and I feared that would happen. Marlin Racing Team are very quick, of course, and if you give them an inch, they might well take a mile. So if you want to latch on to the back of them and try and challenge them for the race win down there, then you've got to get through. Has Victor Brill. It's clear that Frozen Speed Bike couldn't go, can't quite stay with them. And speaking of important overtakes to be made, Pierre Scholl's got a pretty important one to make here. Well, I say that, he has just been overtaken, I should say, hasn't he, by Edmund Garoika. So that positional change has happened. And now Garoika Motorsport are going to have to try and hang on to what could even be a podium.
Yeah, they're not worried about closing in on a race leader by any means. They're just thinking, let's save the tires, let's get to the end, and maybe, like you say, second, third, fourth position, very realistically, up for grabs right now. We'll expect Pierre Scholl to dive down to pit lane at the end of this lap without any sort of a question, with 50 minutes left to go. A bit of precision from these drivers as well, getting right up to the white lines on the inside of some of the curves, and then when they need to, bouncing over the exact amount of curve that they need to rotate, to turn the car at the appropriate point in time. Two zebras, one Mercedes powered, one BMW powered. It's the BMW that's got the legs down the hill that's running in front. Norby Kish chasing down Jaden Conright. Now, both of these drivers do technically still have to come down and make another pit stop. Impressive to note, though, that yes, I know that there's a success penalty here to play a part, but that BMW that's been very unfavored this season, Ewan, not been having a bad race by any means.
No, it really hasn't. And they are certainly the best of the BMW teams in the DNLS this season, comfortably beating the likes of WS Racing and RC Car Shop Esports as well in the standings, and the race here today as well. But you wouldn't expect anything less from BS competition, I suppose, would you really? I've spoken all day about the advantage of having teammates surrounding your class and having 2 bullets in the gun, but this is really a huge advantage here. If they can keep this BMW ahead of Team Redline, but maybe put it behind the Mercedes by the end of the day, they could really get some big gains when this race finishes.
Good traction out of the corner. Listen to the engine rise up. You talk about gains as well, right? Redline, where are they now? The number 50 car. I mean, we're still waiting for pit stops to cycle through, but Redline Verstappen back up to 4. So, you know, maybe the margin not going to change as much as you may have thought hearing that Redline and 50 seconds worth of penalties, but you expect the Mercedes to get out in front of the BMW at some point in time. Norby Kish, of course, former champion of the series, and BMW a little bit lethargic, a little bit lazy out through Berger, misses the apex, and now just in the draft, watches the Mercedes, goes up through the gears, gets into the power bands that it needs to, and out of the draft a little bit early now to just try and time the run. Going to get back into the slipstream and try and pull alongside just before the first left-hander into the mud curve. Interesting to note, Jaden Conrad actually went what I would think was a slightly defensive line, forced the Mercedes to go drivers right, although never really actually forced the defense.
Yeah, I think he was just allowing Kish to take that inside line for the slight gentle right-hander that you've got on the way up towards the curve there. And he really just facilitated that pass more than anything else. Don't think that was too much of a defence at all. And the BS competition cars now exchange places. So what's going to happen here in the remainder of this? Are they going to stay nose to tail like this? Or are they going to send the BMW even behind Redline to give them some success penalties? I just do not know what they want to do here with this Mercedes.
Wow! There are big crashes, and then there are crashes in the Stefan Belloff S's, and poor PB performance. I mean, heavens, that's rough.
That was a big crash, and that was Tom Osterman at the wheel. He hadn't been at the wheel of that car for very long, so that may well have even been his outlap on the circuit again. And that's what happens to him. Real shame. And David Williams may have been involved, the Coanda car as well, maybe.
It was definitely a Coanda car that was following behind. There was no ifs or buts about that. The real thing that I was wondering is, it didn't look like the Coanda car had made too much damage. Now, did David Williams somehow, unfortunately, manage to find his way tangled up in that, in what, of course, let's just not forget, is the second of the Coanda cars in the field here today.
Yeah, well, the reason I say it's David Williams is because he's in the pit lane now.
Yes, but what happened to him was he brought his car back down to the pit lane by doing a full lap effectively, got to the start-finish line, and then shortcutted the Nordschleife. So technically, David Williams now leads. I'm not sure if you caught that.
No, that's what I'm looking at. Yeah, so okay, that's odd. I guess that's what happens, isn't it? And by the way, you won't be credited with that lap, in case you're confused at home, but it will just momentarily mess with the timing screens.
What's even more confusing is I can confirm that the car behind was not David Williams, it was Xander Reed and the other one of the Coanda Porsches.
So Coanda have had a bit of a nightmare recently, although to be fair, I don't think Xander Reed actually got involved in the crash, he was just very near it.
No, okay, now, never trust a commentator, full stop, whether it's their math or their eyes, but Xander Reed's car looks clean to me. I think he got out of that without any sort of a contact, so kudos to him for some good heads-up avoiding driving. That's the kind of driving that you need this weekend in the Daytona 500 to stay out of trouble, if we're being completely honest. But yeah, I'd be quite curious to try and get another couple of looks at the actual crash for Tom Osterman now, to try and figure out what happened in passing the lapped car, although it's maybe not as important as what's happening right now on pit lane. Klaxon goes off. Sontec Racing's Lamborghini filed their way into pit lane.
And this is the moment. Can they get out ahead of Williams and MSI or not? Because that's the race. It's Dominic Stobe who brings the car in. Sami Matitrogen will bring the car out again. And because he's gone a little bit longer, he'll need a little bit less fuel than Belleziotis needed when he came in a lap ago.
So it was how many seconds stationary for Belleziotis? 39.1, so effectively full service tires probably as well going on to the Mercedes AMG entry. We watch another one of the AMG entries, this one. The 13th and 14th position, not really much going on. Side by side for 8th and 9th positions, but it is very close, as Ewan points out, in the merge off of pit lane. Would have been great to see that. It ended up being about 5 seconds difference, 4 seconds shorter of a pit stop for Sontec Racing. And Ewan, they are now within 3 seconds of the Williams Esports car. And Sami Matitrogen back into that Lamborghini. You've got to assume that he's going to try. As 3 wide they go into Tiergarten.
Yeah, so as Sami Matitrogen was leaving, we saw Belleziotis only just going past at the time. Wow, what a save that was. That was the other Williams car, the 47 of Carl Janssen, alongside Ethan Critch, nearly causing a plane crash, the both of them. But Janssen saves the car, a big snap, and in the end, they both making out the other side.
And they both have done what should be their final pit stop, so into turn one, battle for position effectively. And behind, the HRT by UOL and Lion GP cars in a similar spot. Can the WS Racing car cut back underneath? Answer is no, because Carl Janssen gets a pretty good block onto the apex to hold on to the spot. 41 minutes left on the clock. This the fight now for 8th on track, still waiting for cars to roll down pit lane for the final time today. Ewan, it's all coming together in this final hour of the race.
It is all coming together. This is what we love about the DNLS. Through the final pit stop cycle, it gets very exciting indeed, and we get some very interesting situations. We've got Team Williams leading ahead of Sontec Racing by 3 seconds, but we've still got the likes of BS Competition, Team Redline, Falcon Sim Racing, and the others to come into pit lane and really figure out where we're standing in this race in the final 40 minutes, along with the other classes as well.
Yeah, we're not necessarily expecting them, the BS Competition and the Red Lines, to be in contention for the win. They are more going to filter their way into line behind, and then we'll start to get a bit of a sense for A, championship shake-up, where we're going to stand heading out of this round, and B, what the final round, that 4-hour race, is going to look like. Again, we talked about it ad nauseum, but with the success penalties, you get an extra hour to try and fight back from a forced additional time in pit lane compared to what you had in this race. Very important, especially because with traffic management as well, you might get more chance to take less risk. The VT2s intermingled with the SP10 with the Porsche Cup cars as well, all on top of one another. Oh no, Pro Sport in front of Frozen Speed in the SP10 category now, but 6 seconds behind the Mahler Racing team, all still with a splash and dash to worry about for the Mahler Racing team. Pro Sport with a slightly longer pit stop. Ewan may, question mark, may be good on fuel to the end.
Well, yeah, maybe 5 laps at the end of this one. 5 laps is 8 minutes. Sorry, 5 laps is 8 minutes. Well, that's not correct. 5 laps is 40 minutes, excuse me. And there's about 40 minutes left right now, although they're not quite to the line yet. It's going to matter a little bit where the race leader is.
That's basically what I had no idea. I was like, wait, they could be good on fuel. They could absolutely not be good on fuel. And there's no in between. It's about as different as you could get. But that's the fun of strategy, at least for us. Maybe not for those actually having to do the calculations and get the teams working the way they need to. Shara Eastwood, look up the back of the 105. Raphael Renhofer's going to see the rearview mirror is now filled with Jonas Wanner pulling out of the draft and getting to the right-hand side. This the fight for 5th position in the category. All the drivers have made their pit stops. It will become 4th once they cycle to the line and pass David Williams' stricken Coanda Esports car in pit lane. Long way around, battle of the white and blue entries. Wanner versus Raphael Renhofer. Jonas Wanner holds the nerve to get in front. So, as
Jetzt dein eigenes Motorsporterlebnis nach Hause. Dein Online-Shop für Simracing-Hardware und Zubehör. www.simraceshop.de.
Liebe Fans, besucht unsere
Social-Media-Kanäle auf Facebook,
Instagram, YouTube,
Twitter und TikTok. Willkommen bei der NLS.
Well, welcome back along to the closing stages of the Bilstein 3-hour race, the penultimate round of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series. So Arjuna Kankipati alongside with Ewan O'Leary as we're in these final 40 minutes, and we've seen some exciting fightings. We're going to see plenty more of that on our run in these closing stages to the very end. Still waiting, of course, for final pit stops to play their way out in a couple of our classes. Ewan, it's been a fascinating race, to say the very least, so far, and still waiting for that strategy intrigue to play itself out.
There's still 37 minutes or so for us to do that here in the 4th round of the DNLS, and so much interest to come. I'm very much looking forward to seeing what happened in SP10. Can Marla Racing Team hang on with their splash and dash? Will Pro Sport have to make one? I'm erring on the side of saying yes, they do at the moment. We're still waiting for the gaps to sort of sort themselves out in the Porsche Cup class so we can really see where everybody is and who's going to hang on to what. And we haven't even seen the final pit stops in SB9 yet. Still got the top 4 to come into pit lane, and the chase between Vasilios Bensiotis and Sami Matti-Trogan for what's looking like the race win right now.
And I tell you what, Trogan has cut that gap in half since coming out of pit lane. So 1.4 seconds between the Lamborghini and the Mercedes. What did we say at the start? Trogan was a guarantee to be up towards the front in qualifying, but we were unsure about the race pace of the car. Penalty has come down for the 191 machine, so that's the Life of Esports SB10 car. It's going to see them, of course, have to serve that drive-through as a result. In fact, they have literally just come down to serve it right on cue. What has just happened, though, in terms of other big drama, it's time penalties that will be added post-race in the SP10 category. So wrap your mind around this. Bumping in the class has caused 2 5-second penalties. One the way of the Marla Racing Team's 189, one the way of Frozen Speed by Grid and Go. And that means what currently sits at 5.5 seconds between Marla and Pro Sport at the front of the SP10 field. Ewan, realistically, that's actually half a second between the two.
Yeah, exactly. So it's going to be one of those races where we're going to have to watch the timing screen a bit more than what we're watching with our eyes because of that time penalty. Seems like pretty innocent little incidents, and that's why I guess Race Control have only given a time penalty of 5 seconds, not least because they might have made their last pit stops anyway, but also because they're fairly minor incidents. Now, I'm wondering if Marla have to come in again, and we believe they do, will they have to serve that 5-second penalty at the time, or will they, or can they allow it to be at the end of the race?
The wording implies time penalty rather than stop and hold. And based on my experience with these stewards, I am under the impression it will be a post-race addition. We'll get confirmation as soon as we can. We'll give you the update, though, that final pit stops underway for both the BS competition cars and for Team Redline. So out jumps Max Verstappen. In jumps Max Weinig. Not a bad pairing by any means. It's going to be Lucas Herman taking over from Norby Kish. It's going to be Phil Denez back in to take over from Jaden Conrad. There's the race leader, though. New net leader. Belliciotta still waiting for Falcon Sim Racing to come down to the box at the probably end of the next lap by. Sami Matti-Trogan 1.3 seconds back, and Lamborghini disappeared off screen for a second, back into existence. Trogan on the hunt.
Yeah, this is the race getting sorted out now in SB9 effectively, which is great news for us, and we can start to figure out really where everybody's going to be. Now, the concern I've got for Redline with Max Verstappen now at the wheel of that car is I don't think he's going to be able to gain any more places other than where he's going to be. So I think he'll get ahead of Falcon Sim Racing, but 6th place might be it as far as they can actually muster in this race. And that's pretty much perfect as far as BS competition are concerned, because that would put their Mercedes in 4th place, and it would put the BMW between their Mercedes and Redline's Ferrari, which would allow them to gain more points than they otherwise would be able to on their own without the assistance of their teammates.
Yep, here comes some more incidents from Race Control. The 47, that's the second Williams Esports car gets a drive-through as well. That's for contact with the WS Racing car, so maybe no surprise there. Race Control being kept a little bit busier at the conclusion of this race, after we were just talking about how what a clean start to the race that they were having to enjoy. Redline under pressure, though. Here's Luke Bennett from Luca Kita. Now, Luca Kita, we mentioned the Apex Racing team had blown their tires just before the pit stop, and they put Luca Kita into their car. Luke Bennett has taken no tires in his most recent pit stop, so it's old tires versus fresh tires, and Luke Bennett trying to nurse his Michelin tires to the end.
And it's going to be a big ask as well. He's still 6th place, of course, and that's not exactly that high up through the field. So to be already struggling in terms of tyres and having to hang on at this stage in the race, having to nurse those tyres a little bit, is a concern, to be honest with you, given the position that they're already in. I mean, they're not that many positions away from dropping down so far. They'll only get 1 point for this.
The championship, man. It's going to be exciting in the final round. And I wish we had live points because I don't trust my own calculations right now as I'm trying to do all the numbers, especially when it comes to the overall championship. Let's not forget where, let's not think about that. Although I think right now with Scherer in front in the SP3T category, leading by 7 seconds from SimRC, it would still be SimRC leading, but I don't know if they'd be tied with anyone else. Let's not get into that. It's going to be too complex. It's way too tricky. And my head is already hurting just thinking about it. Under a second, though, Ewan, between the AMG Team Williams esports car and Sontec Trogan getting closer and closer.
He is indeed. We're looking at the other Sontec car at the moment, closing in on Frozen Speed by Grid and Go here for third position in SB10. Important battles going on here as well. Sontec and Marlin will both have to be in again, though, before the end of this race. And if some of those others are able to stretch out, then that will disadvantage them. But yes, Sami Trogan is not that far away now from Vasilis Pelletsiotis, and he's actually just closed into it in a second. It's officially on here for what will effectively become the race lead. We've already seen Jan Turnjak complete, we will have seen him complete 5 laps at the end of this one. There are too many remaining for him to get to the end here.
Yeah, that's kind of what we thought. SB10, 6.7 seconds the margin between Kernbach and Brill, so he's doing exactly what he needs to with that 5 seconds looming over him. Sontec will pull alongside of Tatu Siepela. I wonder if Siepela's been given the message that Basucha's got the penalty. I wonder if Basucha's been given the message that they're going to have 5 seconds at the end as well. Into the final corner, move made, and now Sontec trying to bridge that gap between them and Pro Sport. It's about 1.5 seconds. It's right around on drafting range.
Well, there you go, Sontec in SP10. Yeah, we're right in that range now. And what about it's going to be for the race win? It feels remarkable again, doesn't it, in this series that we're going to get another race settled in the final half an hour. I don't think we've had a single round this season where we thought from a long way out, oh, we know who's going to win this one. We know exactly what's going to happen here to the end. Maybe round 1 with BS Competition taking the win overall, but for the other ones, quite remarkable, really, in the way that these races are finished.
Yeah, I mean, last year, I still remember my first DNLS race. We had a spin on the last lap by the leader. I mean, it's just a series that invites drama. When you come to a track like this, you know, it just always has something special for you. Final 30 minutes will continue to tick away as we watch Apex versus Redline. I can tell you that Sontec now within half a second of the race leading AMG Team Williams esports car, so it just continues to get closer and closer. And here we go finally. Look at the Lamborghini, intent on its body language as well. Look how much of the grass Sami Trogan was using.
Yeah, fantastic sort of commitment from him, if you like, through this end of the lap from Sami Trogan. A little bit of a narrower line into this right-hander for him than Pelletsiotis. Some of the different lines being utilised by this Mercedes and Lamborghini, the difference in manufacturers maybe playing a role in that ever so slightly. But this is what should be the fight for the race win overall, with what could still be 4 laps to go at the line.
I'm pretty sure that once Sami Trogan is going to get through. The problem is that I don't know if he's got the straight line ability to do it on the dotted grid. We've seen in the past the Lamborghini has sometimes struggled in a straight line. Wonder if they've been able to dial in the balance of the car to get a bit more top-end speed on the straightaways, because it does look very, very promising now. Pelletsiotis will head off to the Kleiner carousel, that second carousel, with a margin standing at about 0.3 of a second, closes by half a tenth. More than that, as we head now into Galgenkopf, Sami Trogan's flying through the final couple of corners.
And this is the important one. He needs a good exit off of here, because, as you say, the Lamborghini hasn't been noticeably strong in a straight line. The Mercedes has been pretty decent as well. Now, here's the moment. He'll close in the slipstream. That has been the case for the Lamborghini from time and time again. Well, he should close in the slipstream. He's actually not getting anywhere right now.
This is where I did think the Lamborghini's just not shown much speed over the previous rounds of the championship. Even now, as you get towards the end, the car's climbing towards the Bilstein Bridge, still not pulling. It's going to have to be a pass on the Nordschleife itself, you feel. Maybe in the Grand Prix loop itself, maybe. But whatever it's going to be a move through a corner with desperate intent to get to the front. We'll wait for Jan Turnak to bring the Falcon Sim Racing car back down to pit lane, but to the line with 26.5 odd minutes left to go. Fight for the lead. Belliciotis trying to hold off Sami Matti Trojan. All the way to the wall goes the AMG Williams Esports number 5. Brings it back to the left now. Surely Trojan's not going to dive it to the inside. He's way too far back.
He is for now, but I think he realises that at one lap in this race, he might have to do that. He might have to take a chance, just like the one we've seen there, for this race win. If he wants to win here, he might well have to take a chance. This is why, as you say, I think the Sontec car is quicker as well, as you said earlier, but it's where he's going to work his way through. And if he can do it somewhere, because it's going to have to be an exciting zone if he wants to make this overtake work. He can't do it on a straight.
Here's the SB10s back with the Adrenaline Motorsport car, I believe. In fact, no, excuse me, Sontec Racing, who have dropped behind, of course, a handful with their pit stop. This is not ideal by any means to be behind the Nürburgring esports team if it's costing them time. If it's giving them some draft and giving them some slipstream, that's not so bad. But I get the sense that Tatu Siepelu will want to get this move done ASAP, needs to get past, especially heading off to some of the twistier stuff in the Nordschleife.
Exactly. I get that feeling as well from this Sontec car, fresh out the pit lane, of course, as well. And I can't imagine that Nürburgring Esports is going to make it to the end of the race anyway, so on fuel, that is. So that's making things even more puzzling there for Siepelu. Unfortunately, Nürburgring Esports involved in battles everywhere, it seems, because they're also fighting for 12 in SB9.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, M&J Downforce still trying to recover from their first lap spin. Gregor Kinski behind. I've got to say that over-the-shoulder look that Gregor was giving us was really, really cool. What it did also show us, though, I'm not sure if you spotted it, Ewan, most people in real world and virtual racing nowadays would use a formula-style rim for GT3 cars. Even Will Tregurtha seemingly had the round rim, but with the top chopped off. Gregor Kinski had a proper oval-style rim with the screen and everything. Old-school style GT3 wheel.
Yeah, if you like, I mean, it goes to real life, doesn't it? How many real-world GT3s have a round steering wheel anymore? I can't name very many, I've got to be honest. I can't name any, actually, as it turns out. Both the Mercedes and Lamborghini on your screen at the moment don't. They've got the sort of more rectangular shape, although slightly more designed nicer to look at than just a rectangle. You get the idea. It's very different to these days from what we saw in the past, where you used to have remember the old Porsche that had a round steering wheel, and many others as well.
What are the cars on iRacing that have a round wheel? I think the only one is the Ford GT.
The Ford GT? Oh, yeah, that Ford GT. Yeah.
Technically so, yeah. The BMW Z4 as well, but, you know, we don't count that anymore.
Oh, we absolutely can count that. That's a wonderful race car.
No, but we're not counting it because it's not ever raced anymore.
Sadly not. It should be.
Yeah, well, no. We've got the M4. Although I will admit that the Z4 looks better than the M4.
Oh, it's not even a conversation.
No, exactly. It's not even a debate, is it?
No. Well, certain people seem to think it is, but no, it isn't.
Yeah, well, those people that think the M4 looks better than the Z4, please show me what liveries on the M4 you think look better than on a Z4, because goodness, that is one of the best looking cars I think BMW has ever made. Luca Kita, by the way, still unable to find a way past Luke Bennett, so clearly the tyres hanging on decently for Bennett, all as they try and hold on to a spot inside of the top 6. I don't really know how much more they can ask for from this point forward, though.
Either that, or Bennett has just got some very good straight line speed, and I guess we might well have our answer pretty soon here. He's just going to be quick in the right zones, doesn't he? Maybe use up a bit of tyre on some of these corners like Bergbert and Galvenkop when you're getting onto the power before some long flat out sections. Use a bit of tyre through there, but conserve a little bit where Luca Kita is going to find it a little bit more difficult to go through, and that's seemingly what's happened here. Bennett keeps it to the middle of the road just to discourage Kita from going through, and it's worked again.
nice little sequence as they head towards the line once again. 22 minutes to go. These drivers are going to have a fun little fight. The 115 Scherer Esports car looks pretty guaranteed to grab the victory. The 103 Greico Motorsports car in a decent spot to get second in class, and Scherer's 105 has just gone up to third and passed the Kramer Racing Machine. So they're in a contention to try and use the fresh tires to storm their way on forward. Down into turn one. There's a look up the inside from Luca Kita, but never really a passing chance.
Not on this occasion. Tighter line out of turn one again. Looking maybe for a wider entry to 2 and a dive at 3. He's not quite got the traction for that though, really, and Bennett could see it coming. He dives to the inside, makes sure he blocks out the Apex car just behind. And so another lap spent behind. This is all Luke Bennett's really got to fight for here. You can't imagine he's going to move forward and overtake people here, but there's a 30-second gap behind Kita, so he's surely not going to fall further than 7th.
No, probably not. Tires as well, let's not forget. If you blew them in the first stint, you might expect some of the drivers you're fighting with to also be in a similar situation. Traffic's going to be a factor, by the way, in the fight for the lead. Beliziotis and Trojan are now split by some SP10 machinery, so got to wonder how desperate each of them is going to be in trying to work their way past. We'll take a look at the replay for a crash of the Adrenaline Motorsports team, and this is down into Flansgarden before they even get their turn on the nose of one of the Porsche Cup cars, and heavens, the crash kept going even as it ran through our camera position.
Goodness me, I'm glad the camera operators aren't real, because that would have been a particularly not nice moment, and I think the engine's gone there entirely as well. And that, as you say, that crash just didn't seem to end. It was just one of those slight bits of contact as a Porsche Cup car trying to get through on an SP10, and in the end it sent them both into the wall.
And well, I'm a bit speechless. Not sure that race control's really going to need to do much after that, because self-correcting incident, it would seem in some ways. Maybe some post-race penalties to move forward to the next round of the championship. Not much else for race control to look through, at least for the time being, it would seem, as there comes the leaders up the inside of one of the VT2s into the Stefan Beloff S's, and it's going to maybe allow a chance for Trojan to close, although I get the sense that once again we'll get to the Dottinger, the Mercedes will extend its advantage just using the grunt of the engine once more.
Possibly. I think Trojan there just hung back a little bit, to be honest, as they were passing the VT2 car. Didn't really want to go flying into that one and get into contact at all. And so it just, as I say, maybe hung back for a moment and waited for a better opportunity later on. Through Galvenkopf they go. He's going to be waiting a bit further for a better opportunity, I think, because the Mercedes is clearly going to outpace him on this straight.
Just look at the way that time changes. It's growing even in the draft. And that's the scary thing, right? Is it just grows even as they now begin to climb up the hill towards the Bilstein Bridge. For a second it hesitated. There was a moment of hesitation, and now growing once more. It visually looks like finally the Lamborghini is getting just that little bit closer, but it's too late to have a move here. And so again, if there's going to be a move, it will be a desperation lunge in through the Grand Prix section, in through the Nordschleife, and hopefully with no technical issues that see bodywork parts flying everywhere.
Yeah, that would be nice. It's disconcerting as well if that's the same for Beliziotis, which you'd imagine it is. Then that's very concerning for him. He doesn't know really where or what he's defending from on any of these braking zones here. As we cross over the line again, should be 3 laps to go here. We're going to cross the line with not many minutes remaining, but that's going to give us an extra lap at the Nordschleife. So they should have enough fuel for all of this. They've done a 3-hour race before, after all, and it will be the same amount of laps as that one was. So 3 to go, still plenty of chances left.
Focus back in on this fight between some championship contenders. Of course, the red line, number 130, comes into this race 3 points off the back of Scherer. Apex Racing Team 1 point behind Redline. This race, though, is really going to put Scherer into the driver's seat, you would think, in the point situation. The 105 being in the podium spots, the 115 being at the front of the field. Realistically, 10 seconds. Okay, I was trying to play out this scenario in my mind as we watch some SP9 cars down the Dottinger. You were mentioning earlier, would you want to maybe lose some ground to give another car a success penalty in the final race of the season? If you're Scherer Esports is in the 105, Ewan, with fresh tires, does it make sense to try and push to close the second, or should you just stay where you are, keep the points that you've got, and only 10 seconds in the next round?
I think if you think you can get second place, then you might as well go for it, especially with Gruyker losing time on their older tyres, because at the moment Scherer are only going to score 6 points, but they could gain 5, and I think that's worth the trade-off personally. 5 points for the 20 seconds is worth the trade-off, especially in the 105 car, which is already ahead of Redline and Apex in the standings. They're already ahead of them in this race right now, so further stick the knife in and further extend your advantage on this day by getting another 5 points. I think absolutely Raphael Renhofer should go for it.
So we'll see how aggressive he wants to be. Renhofer only doing this last into the race as well, so interesting to note the way that they split this race up. Luca Alpert, Raphael Renhofer being the constant pairing in the 105, 115 has seen Fabian Hochstadter and Julian Reimer again consistently, but sometimes shaking up who starts the race, which is of course something you can do in the class, something you cannot do in the SP9, where your real driver must start to a minimum of 8 laps, and that's the only requirement. So the AMG number 5, well, they did the minimum drive time effectively for Sindre Setsos, got him out of the car and got in Vasilius Belitsiotis. Behind Sami-Matti Trojan, slightly different approach. Did the first stints of the race, got Dominic Stabin to do a couple of laps then in the middle before Trojan got back in at the end, because Trojan's one of those hybrid drivers that can straddle the real and virtual worlds. I think it's an interesting thing that the other classes get the opportunity, Ewan, to mix it up a bit more.
Yeah, it is interesting, and you've got to remember as well, we give a lot of time to this SB9 class, for example. We give a lot of time to the Porsche class as well, and that is the highest quality in terms of driving or drivers at the wheel of the cars. But you've got to remember, all throughout this series there's different dynamics going on in the different classes, lots of different drivers of course, but all of them, I think it's worth remembering, very high class drivers indeed. The average strength of this field throughout all of the cars is 5.3k on iRating, in iRating, and if you do have iRating and do drive on that, then you will realise quite what an average that is. I know that I personally would bring that down by quite a considerable amount.
And again, you know, Sindre, just want to reiterate, he has got so much experience in the virtual world as well. Raced in Porsche Esports Super Cup for a couple of years, if I remember correctly. Raced in the likes of Virtual Le Mans, DNLS a couple of years as well. But then, let's not forget, in 2022, won what was then the VLN NLS championship, I believe. Won every single round of the season, and we're talking winning the overall championship, not just the class championship. So, you know, brings that success, that experience from the real track. What I am noticing more and more, though, looking rearwards off the back of Belitsiotis, is just how much Sami-Matti Trojan's internet is having issues, and that's going to put some hesitation into his mind, Ewan, when it comes to making the move.
Yeah, it is. Well, I don't know if he's going to put loads of hesitation into his. It's certainly going to give some hesitation to Belitsiotis, because if you're seeing that in your rearview mirror, you feel like there's less control over that. When it's happening to you, it is a disconcerting moment, and you are concerned about it because you don't want to hit other people off the road, of course. But at the end of the day, you're in control of your car. Belitsiotis doesn't really know what's happening behind. Sometimes doesn't know where Trojan is either, and so I think it's arguably worse for the driver in front.
It's this weird situation right now as well, where we know that Trojan has the speed to close. He was able to bridge a 3-4 second gap, but he doesn't have the speed to stay close enough to really make a move. He's never really been within half a car length into a corner. Traffic could be a possibility, but that VT2 machine's not going to be an issue up towards Hoa Act for the SB9 leaders. Next time at the line, I am almost 100% sure, and I feel like you can quote me on this, but we should have 2 laps to go at the line, Ewan.
Oh, we will have 2 laps to go at the line.
There we go, I got one thing right at least.
You can be quoted on that, that's fine. I do like the Nürburgring for that. It's very easy to work out how many laps are to go because they're so long. As long as you've got your 8 times table out, then you're okay. More penalty decisions coming in as well, and with remarkable consistency as well, considering we're so close to the end of the race, compared to the start anyway.
Yeah, that was the RVW&S eMotorsports team, which has a stop and hold penalty of 5 seconds. So I think that does also help to give us a bit more clarity on SP10, knowing that there is going to be time penalties at the end rather than anything else. Pro Sport, by the way, SP10's right on the money into pit lane. So let's focus on them. We're watching the fight for the lead in the SP9 category, but the fight for the win in the SP10 category has come down to pit lane. Frozen Speed by Grid and Go, a 20-second splash and dash. The rest of the contenders electing for a full service, including tires, it would seem. And so here comes Frozen Speed and the Marla Racing Team. Marla Racing Team, another one that also has a 5-second penalty. The question is going to be, where does the Pro Sport car come out? It's in front, and therefore with a great opportunity to grab the victory here today.
Now, I'm trying to work out, so yeah, it's seemingly, I've not quite got to the bottom whether you can serve a time penalty in the pit lane or not, during a stop or not, but I don't think it matters because it's clear to me that Marla haven't, so that's all that matters for this stage in the race. So they've got to not only get ahead, as far as I can work out here, Roger, anyway, they've got to get ahead into the lead and pull 5 seconds before the end of the race, because while Frozen Speed also have a 5-second penalty, and I'd imagine they will finish ahead of the BMW here at Marla, they will have a harder job finishing ahead of Pro Sport.
No, I agree. I think right now Pro Sport have pulled a blinder if they have indeed been able to put enough. I don't get the call from Marla to do a full service. If they had done the partial stop, they're out in front, and with the gap to the rest of the field as well. So a little bit confused. I'll see if I can get word from BS Competition as to what was going on from the drivers themselves. But meanwhile, speaking of the rest of their team, the GT3s are going to now see potentially moves play out. Lucas Herman being chased down by Phil Denez, one of those drivers in a championship fight, one of them not. You'd assume the number 9 is going to be given the chance to hold on to the position, but no guarantees. Back up front, Sontec have taken the race lead over from Vasilius Belliziotis, and now Sontec's Lamborghini has 2 laps to hold on to a potential race win in the DNLS.
Yeah, it's very difficult to know where to look at the moment. So many battles going on in the final 10 minutes of round 4 here this afternoon, but Sontec Racing have found their way through. Now Vasilius Belliziotis just has to stay close-ish for the next moment you're on the straight, maybe out of Bergwerk, on that run up through the hill. I mean, even the run on towards Schwedenkreuz and Arenberg might even be a shout. That's how slow the Lamborghini has seemed in a straight line so far. We'll really get a view as to just how slow it is once it's leading the pack around here for the next 10 minutes or so. But that's the next objective for Belliziotis. Stay as close as possible.
And this is how the lead changed hands. And I mean, what a move it was as well. I mean, look at how much room is being given. Almost Kevin Estra-like. Trogan pushed almost 2 wheels into the grass. He jinks back to the left, cuts underneath Belliziotis' AMG Team Williams eSports car and through the braking zone. As much respect given as you can imagine. Pixels between the two. Belliziotis onto the brake to give Trogan the run onto the pit straight itself. I've got to say, I mean, 2 drivers that left it all on the line, and we know the Mercedes has got the top end speed. If you're Trogan, you've got to get clear before you return to the Dottinger, because in my mind, you and the Lamborghinis are sitting duck on that big straight.
It is, and this could be a key as well. Look at the flashing of the lights from Trogan. He's got to get past the lap traffic quite efficiently here too. If he gets balked in the wrong places, he could have Williams right there, and they are going to get down the inside of this SP10 rather nicely, but that is the real weakness of this Lamborghini. Is it going to be exposed even on the way towards Arenberg? Because this is a straight, by all accounts, I would say. Well, it's not straight, is it? But it's a flat-out section, and this is not where the Lamborghini is strong.
No, and I think the only advantage is the fact that you head towards Schwedenkreuz and you don't want to be side by side on the penultimate lap of the race. Maybe the final lap, yes, but I don't think Belliziotis will go for it. No, he has got to give it the ghost up. He can't force the issue on the penultimate lap of the race. Oh, he's running to the back of Trogan. Trogan went defensive into Arenberg, slammed the door shut, and somehow, how did we avoid chaos there? Into the foxhole, lights flashing, but status quo remains.
And Belliziotis is the one who's unimpressed there. He's the one flashing the lights. And personally, by the way, I would have gone for it there. I know it's a risky place to make a move, but you've got to presume that Trogan's going to be quicker than you in that final sector. And if he gets away and out of the slipstream through there, the race is done. The race is over. So as soon as possible, as soon as Bellicioti's got the chance, I would have been sending it down the inside. Maybe not sending it straight into the back of the Lamborghini in front, though.
Well, I mean, if you ever had a reason to believe that Lamborghinis are sitting duck right there, the problem now becomes there's not long before we're at Nürburgring and we're at the next long straight and a chance to really make something happen. Belliciotis has got the tongue out. That's the instant sign of a driver that is pushing the limits. You know that, Ewan. Come on.
Well, I don't do that, yeah, but I know a lot of people do, and yeah, he is certainly focused at the moment, sort of darkish room, eyes burning, if you like, and sat very low, I find, as well. He's sort of looking up at his triple screen there.
I wonder if there is a little bit of information that he is also taking a look at. Fuel, probably not. Timing, maybe. Information from his team, potentially. Got traffic in front. That's not going to play a part into Nürburgring because they'll get through the Niki Lauda S, you have to assume. That's the Don't Shop BMW M4 GT4 machine, currently driven by Leon Pischke. It's going to give them the inside into the next corner, and that is going to actually be a boon, you'd think, for Belliciotis. He'll get a great run out of here, and let's see the drag, the momentum the Mercedes can build on the run to bravery.
And there's a TCR on the way here too, so maybe that will just stifle his efforts, because I think he won't be able to get alongside, unless he can get alongside before they get to the Impulse Hyundai here. Belliciotis has got to get there quickly, and Trogan has got to pick the right avenue here, and he goes to, oh, he blocks there. He was in the middle of the road and then moved to the right, as Belliciotis did, almost in reaction. That was close to something we saw from Verstappen earlier on, where he got a penalty. That was under brakes, admittedly, but this one was full throttle on the straight. How will they view that one?
I mean, that was, I think, the move that had to be made in terms of holding on there. But if he struggles to hold on the run to the Mudkurve, there's no chance towards out of Galgenkopf on the Dottinger, you'd feel. Through the carousel, moves will have to be made. Check in with the action further back. Just to update you as well, race control. 5-second penalty has gone the way of the Apex Racing team. This, the 119 that sits in front now of Team Redline, but behind Door Esports. So Redline's not going to force the issue. They're going to let Luca Kita go off and try to do something on this final lap. And just keep in mind, there are race control things still being investigated, including, like you just called, Ewan, that bit of blocking potentially for Sami Matti Trogan.
Well, is it that they're investigating or something else? Because that's there very quickly if it is for race control. And something else to note, by the way, the number 7 BS competition car has got a 5-second time penalty as well, which could disrupt the championship. If Redline can get within 5 seconds of that number 7 car, then they will gain an extra point, 2 points, in fact, in the, no, 1 point, in the battle for the championship.
And you're right, and maybe that's where BS competition have to let the 7 get in front of the 9 and try and build its advantage. We'll have to try and keep an eye on so many different stories, including SP3T lead, where SimRC back onto the tail end of Shera Esports, and again, not just looking to try and establish themselves at the top of the driver standings in the SP3T category, but at the same time, SimRC also looking to establish themselves at the top of the overall championship. And oh, don't look, we're fighting for second. Marla Racing Team around the outside of Frozen Speed by Grid and Go to grab second in GT4.
And that is a legitimate battle for second position. They've both got 5-second time penalties, which will cancel each other out because they're far enough ahead of Sontec, I think, to stay ahead of them at this point. There's both in the Porsche Esports class as well. This is just mental right now, by the way, for all positions you can possibly think of. Round the outside of Schradenkreuz there for Apex Racing Team, as they're looking for a way past Jonas Banner. They can't find a way through just for the moment. It was Luca Kita at the wheel, and now maybe allow his chance on the way down the hill here. This is just remarkable.
It's suboptimal to watch something like this sitting behind, and Luke Bennett's probably feathering the throttle and thinking, please don't crash, please don't crash. Trees block our view. They come out of the blocked sightline, all still pointed in the right direction, but with Door Esports continuing to hold on to 4th position. What a fantastic scrap and brawl this is. Remember, both Door and Apex blew tires before the last pit stop sequence. They're finding themselves with some work to do. This is fascinating, though. Back toward the pit straight straightaway, coming to the final lap of the race. Sami Trojan was able to hold on to the lead, but now one final lap, 20-something odd kilometers, 170 corners left to go. What is going to happen? Trojan on the inside. Will he box Belliziotis out deep under the brakes? Contact's going to be made for a moment. Belliziotis back into second, and they're coming up to some SP10 machinery through the GP loop.
Trojan brakes very late there, makes sure that the Williams car can't find its way round the outside, makes sure it can't get to the inside at turn 3 either. Traffic may be the defining factor here too, don't forget. But fascinating is the word, by the way, that I would highlight, what you just used there, because Belliziotis there, is he just waiting for the final lap because he knows the Mercedes is so strong on that final straight? Is he putting all his eggs in that last lap basket? Because it would be crazily brave of him if he did, but it might well work out as the winning strategy.
Quick update on the Bilstein by Black Falcon car. Jimmy Broadbent sharing it, of course, with Super GT Steve Brown. Unfortunately, Jimmy's just had a huge incident at the carousel. That might be their race run towards the chicane. What's going to happen here? Belliziotis tries to get back down low. Now, there was a wiggle from the Lamborghini. I don't know if that was the car being unsettled. Don't know if that's contact. But Trojan is being as defensive as you could ask for. He's put the blinders up. He's put the blockers up. And through the Sabine Schmidt curve, one final time, let's enter the Nordschleife to determine the Bilstein 3-hour race.
And by the way, these two teams are protesting each other for just about everything they've ever done at the moment. We've got Sontec protesting Williams for stuff, and Williams doing the same to Sontec for almost every corner that's being driven at the moment. So I think race control might just say to both of them, look, stop protesting, we'll just watch this and we'll penalise anything we see here, because surely everyone's eyes has got to be on this leading battle again for the third race in a row. This race is going to be central on the last lap.
And what I'll say is we had the precedent established, right? Moving under braking, Max Verstappen got the drive-through for it. I'm not going to put words into race control's mouth, but if they think that Sami Trojan was moving under brakes, you'd assume a similar penalty handed down his way. And let's not forget, added intrigue into this entire story, Sami Trojan is actually also a driver for Williams Esports. He's on loan to Sontec for this campaign, of course, partnered up with one of his real-world sponsors as well. But he is still part of that Williams Esports camp. He's still part of the team, and he's going up against them wheel to wheel. And what a blockbuster it has truly been. Clock is going to strike zero. We are officially on the final lap of this race. Ewan, I'm putting you on the spot right now. Which one of these two comes out on top?
Well, I'm going to stick with what I went with at the start of the race and go for Williams again, because that would be 2 rounds out of 4. I've got the race winner right, so that's what I'm going for. And not least, I do actually think they could win here as well. I think Belliziotis is playing the long game here. It's a very brave sort of long game, but it could work if he leaves it for the very end.
I had to ask about your prediction only because you were close with the Williams car. I wanted to see how confident you were feeling. Behind, by the way, Dora dropped behind Apex and Redline, so there has been a little bit of a change there. Seeing drive-through penalties come in for incidents involving other cars not in this leading battle. Kramer Racing Esport going to be the latest to get a drive-through penalty. And now we're just waiting to see what race control does have to say, because I have to assume if you're in the Williams Esports camp and you feel like Sontec is going to get a penalty, you're in the ear of Belliziotis saying, don't do anything silly right now. There's still a chance we don't have to make this happen on track with a silly, risky move.
Yeah, and there's also a case for Sontec saying, well, what's the point of us fighting very hard at the moment? Because maybe Belliziotis is going to be given something at the moment. But I would certainly say to Trojan at the moment, just calm down with the late moves. Just pick a line, pick the inside line and stick to it. Don't weave around any more than you need to, because race control have already shown they are going to penalise moving under brakes, moving sort of excessively on straights as well. You cannot afford to do that if you're Sami Trojan. I know it's his only way of staying ahead, but it doesn't matter if he stays ahead if he's got a penalty and he's ahead.
No, agreed. We've seen the Mercedes with its superior grunt and straight line speed be able to hold on. Is it going to be able to do so into the mud curve for one final time? The Mercedes is charging. Head of knots built up as well. Long way around, no. Short way through, surely not. Trojan's not going to allow the Mercedes the chance to get to the inside. It's forced around the outside. And with confidence, Belliziotis blasts his way on forward. The rear end's going to get reattached to the Lamborghini. Don't you worry about that. But the straight line speed on clear display before we even get to the back straightaway.
Belliziotis round the outside of the Mutt curve at the very venue that DNS 3 was settled earlier this year. A remarkable section of racing between those two, and it may not be settled just yet either. Those penalties and those incidents, of course, under investigation, but surely Sontek can't have any arguments about that. It was a fair and square overtake, and actually it was fair and square defending from Trojan as well.
No, I think Trojan recognized, right, he didn't have the top-end speed to defend. He didn't have really the ability to hold the inside. All he would do is cost himself some more time. He's right back onto the bumper here, and this is where the Lamborghini will make it different. Slow in a straight line maybe, but great maybe through the twisty stuff, through the best part of this track as well. Let's be honest, you flick the car right then left, back over to the right, the track falls away from you, bring it to a double left, back over to the right. I mean, the corners just keep coming. It's like a proper roller coaster section, but Trojan's not close enough. I don't think he's going to have it. Has Belliziotis timed this to perfection? As off the track into the grass they go.
He might well have done. Williams Esports, by the way, with this one, are putting themselves right back into championship contention. They might well have a shout at the final round, even though they will have half a minute to lose, of course, with that success penalty. It's a huge, huge win on a day where they really, really needed it, if they can just hang on. And I think you're right. I think Belliziotis has just timed this right. And by the way, further behind, we've had our second lead change on the last lap. Simorsi are now ahead of Scherer in SP3T.
And so the Bumblebee's back on top, seeing as well SB10 Marla Racing Team closing on Pro Sport, but not going to close quick enough. I mean, what a race this has been. This Bilstein 3-hour affair, not done and dusted, still with one more straight to go. Does Belliziotis have the ability to power the car out of the final couple of corners and get it to the line? He's a bit wide out of the Kleiner Carousel. One final charge to the Dosser Jehovah.
This is the important corner. This is the most important corner of the entire 3 hours now for Vasilis Belliziotis and for Samuel Trojan as well. Now that's one weave. Going to be careful, Belliziotis using his weaves up very early here. He's going to gently move it back to the middle of the road. He can't afford to do it for many more occasions on this straight.
That is official DMSB regulations. Can't weave multiple times. And now finally the Lamborghini is starting to close. Not fast enough though. One final corner in this Bilstein 3-hour race. Under the Bilstein Bridge will go. Belliziotis covers the inside of the final corner, but we are going to go side by side. Trojan's done this once before. Can he do it on the final lap of the race? Goodness gracious me. Two of the very best to do it with some contact through the final corner. Belliziotis into the wall. He spins Trojan off the nose. Is the Williams car going to be straight and narrow? Yes, it will be. Contact out of the final corner. Chaos to determine in race control. The winner at the line is Mercedes-AMG Team Williams Esports, but Sontek will grab second. Who knows what race control has to say about all of that?
All eyes will go upstairs. This one is not going to be settled within the racetrack. It's going to be settled outside of it, and maybe after that too. Thankfully, this is not real life, because those two probably wouldn't see eye to eye at the moment as Kevin Lewis Jr. comes across the line in third. Has he won the race, maybe? Surely not.
Oh, I can't even imagine, but rest of the drivers filter their way through in the SB9 category. Team Redline 6 for them, by the way, and they will... Oh, it's very close between them and the number 7. Do they not jump in front?
I think they've missed out by half a tenth.
It was close, but not close enough. So I think it is going to be BS Competition gaining a couple more points. But championship situations thrown for a toss. A while before we see the next winners come to the line, by the way, because, well, Pro Sport have just began their entry into the Nordschleife. Plenty of other contenders coming towards the end of the race as well. Ewan, let's just take a breath and consider what we just saw out of the final corner. We've seen races settled on the final lap. A race settled in the final corner.
A race in the final corner, and I have a feeling a race settled maybe after the final corner as well. Mercedes Belliziotis, Samuel Trojan did not want to give that one up, and unfortunately in the end, if I could give an initial reading on basing on just having seen it in real time, I would say Bertsiotis broke too late into the Tiergarten and maybe was over-ambitious with the braking. Didn't give Trogan enough room from first viewing there, but haven't looked at any of it just yet.
No, and I think it probably makes sense to look at it in its totality rather than incident by incident. So we'll see how it works from there. By the way, I wanted to give a shout out Door Esport and Team Redline. They just went side by side through the mud curve. Ridiculous, insane, but so cool to see. And still fighting, of course, for what is going to end up being fourth position, because the Apex Racing team, and let's not forget, 5-second time penalty to add at the end of the race.
Yeah, so these two cars should both jump ahead, but they've got to... It feels weird to say this. They've got to work together in some way. They've got both Scherer cars in front of them right now. As things stand in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy, they will have Scherer Esport 1 and 2 as far as the championship standings are concerned. So it's not been a good day for Apex and Redline. They won't have any success penalty though, whereas the two Scherer cars will. There's the difference heading into the final round there.
Absolutely. There is, by the way, leader in class. Fabian Hochstadter is going to bring this car back towards the line, and it will be second victory for this crew in this car, going to show that the consistency important in championships as well. They need to be able to stick it at the front as often as feasibly possible. While we wait for them, by the way, to finish up the lap, they're coming towards the Kleiner carousel now with the chasing pack behind. Let's give a shout out to the winners of the VT2 category. It will be Wolf Motorsport Sim Racing, the 515, and Connor Karnick that will bring it to the line to grab the top honors in the category. It's been a difficult campaign for them overall, but a first victory. Big smiles, I'm sure, in their face to hold on in this Bilstein 3-hour race to the victory. They cross the line now and crown themselves winners of round 4 of the championship. Door versus Redline, though, might be a better drag race to the line. Don't think there's going to be too much to play for, though.
Yeah, might well be a drag race to the line for those two. So Wolf Motorsport with now having cleaned up both 3-hour races, interestingly for them. Bit of symmetry there. As far as they're concerned, and they'll be very much back involved in the title fight, 4 points off the championship lead going into the final race as we get the end of the Porsche's race now into the final few corners.
It's a second win in this Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring class for the 115. The Scherer Esports crew will be delighted with how things have played out of this Bilstein 3-hour race, going into the final round of the championship, 1 and 2. Fabian Hochstadter brings the car to the line, and a very, very impressive display as well. Behind them, rest of the Porsche Cup cars will come to the line. Curious to see, is it going to be Door, or is it going to be Redline that comes out on top? Because they've just gone side by side through the final corner. And who's going to come out on top? Can't quite see on the screen in front of you. Timing screen indicates Jonas Swanner in front of Luke Bennett, and with a bit of a margin at the end as well. Not sure if Luke Bennett had an issue through the final corner.
Maybe, but he should still finish. Oh, well, will he still finish ahead of Apex? That might actually be quite close now. I can see 5 seconds in that gap now, so maybe they haven't got 5th place as I was expecting them to.
You are right, 2/10 this time about.
Oh goodness, so they've really messed that up of Redline, and they will only get 3 points for their troubles here today, losing a whopping 12 on the 115 car, the race winners, who will indeed be the new championship leaders.
And maybe there is a bit more impetus then for the likes of Sebastian Job to come back in and really try and bring that car to the championship, given the stakes on offer. 4,000 euros to the winner in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring class, as well as an invitation, I believe, to an award ceremony. So always great to be able to celebrate in person. SP3T not done and dusted. We'll get some fun to the line potentially in a drag race. Scherer Esports half a second back at closing. Sven Winter trying to be as svelte as possible and keep the aerodynamic profile of the Hyundai inside of the draft that the 830 is punching in front of him, but the Bumblebee just in towards that final corner. Doesn't have the gap. It's still a quarter of a second between the two cars underneath the Bilstein Bridge. So much more speed, though, on the side of Scherer Esports. It's a good almost 6 kilometers, 7 kilometers an hour. More door-to-door contact. Simarcy sent off into the grass. They'll bring the car back under control, but a pass through the final corner. We'll see Scherer Esports and Sven Winter grab the win in the Bilstein 3-hour race. More drama to the end in a drama-filled affair.
And it keeps the championship alive in SP3T as well. Simarcy will lead Heusenfeld by 7 points, with Scherer Esport just 10 points behind as a direct result of that overtake right there. And I've got to say, that there was side-to-side contact. We all saw it, but I don't think either of them did a particular amount wrong to receive that amount of contact, to be honest.
Looked a little bit like what we call a racing incident. Not everything it needs a penalty. I get the sense there's plenty that probably does warrant investigation for things that have happened, including, oh my goodness, oh my heavens. We'll talk about race control decisions in a few moments' time, but there's one that may have just determined the winner of SP9 without us needing to talk about the action on the track itself. Here comes the SP10 winner though, Victor Brill. Marla's only 2 seconds down the road. Pro Sport have pulled a blinder of a strategy, stayed out of trouble, executed well, and will come across the line winners in the Bilstein 3-hour race, bringing Aston Martin along to victory lane with them. And I've got to say, Ewan, a victory somewhat unexpected, I think, maybe in some ways, but also expected in the way that they're the only car to really stay out of trouble.
Yeah, they are. And so it's a fantastic win for Pro Sport in SP10. And they will cross the line comfortably ahead of the rest in what has otherwise been a relatively difficult season for them. They've now managed to get their reward. Their first top 5 of the season, in fact, is a race win.
Rest of the cars will come to the line. Remember, 5-second penalty for Marla is going to end up seeing them really have no impact at the end of the day. They will still finish second. Tatu Sipala will grab third for the Sontec Racing crew. And then Frozen Speed by Grid and Go, they'll grab 4th position. Seems as though they may have cut things a little bit too close on fuel in the closing stages, and they will peter their way to the line down behind that Sontec crew. So that's all our cars now finished up. We can grab a look at our race results. We'll be able to talk you through everything that we've seen. And Ewan, let's be honest, what has been the wildest DNLS race of the season, maybe in series history.
Yeah, fantastically wild race to watch. Great finish in multiple categories. 2 passes in the final corners of that race in 2 different classes. Championship implications to think about as well, and all of that to sort of wonder about after the race. And as we preview the next one, I'm sure we'll talk about it a lot more in 2 weeks' time. It's one not to be missed, because the last 3 rounds of this championship have been settled with passes on the last lap. This series is just unmissable at the moment.
Yeah, and even though, you know, Max Verstappen probably won't be here, he's got some Formula One duties to attend to. We'll still have plenty of fun. We'll have some championship intrigue, of course, and so we hope you'll join us for the final 4-hour event of the season here today. So that will hopefully see us have a chance to grab a look through the results, talk to ourselves about what has happened, and build and prepare for that season finale. I got very excited about a race control decision that I saw pop onto my screen. The only way to describe it is a breach of rules for not returning to the pit lane under their own power. Now, I don't know what this will mean officially, but the penalty for the number 5 AMG Team Williams esports car is not scored. You read into that how you will read into that. To me, that means Sontec Racing classified as the winners here in the Bilstein 3-hour race. Although, at the line again, it was the AMG Team Williams number 5. We'll have to update you on social media as the final confirmed race result. AMG Team MSI will grab 3rd, Seppinen and Ellis Jr. staying out of trouble and having a quiet, calm day to grab the final spot on the podium. Before BS Plus competition, remember, 5 seconds added to their time penalty, and they just do enough to finish in front of Team Redline. Yes, the number 9 will get promoted to 4th, the 7 will drop to 5th, but Redline, Verstappen and Weinig in what was a very difficult day with a total of 50 seconds of penalties accumulated, both on track and from the results of the last round. 6 for them, the best they could do. Falcon Sim Racing grabs 7th. At points, we saw Jan Turnak leading on the alternate strategy. 50 seconds adrift from your leaders, but in front of the AMG team HRT by UOL. Of course, so many acronyms in that team name. Jimmy Antunes and Lucy Treves. 52-odd seconds off of your leaders and finding themselves still, though, in a decent finishing spot. They were in front of the likes of the AMG Team Williams Esports number 47, which, of course, Carl Janssen, Wiltrid Goethe sharing in and amongst themselves, 67 seconds behind of your leaders. And then you go through the rest of the really drivers that were finding themselves in fights. The Nürburgring esports team, we looked at Greg Akinski's perspective a couple of times. Lion GP Fenster, one of their best results in terms of staying out of trouble today. Pro Sport Sim Racing, 12th for them. And then WS Racing, Harley Horton got tangled up with the stewards early doors, and that kind of set the tone for them. Unlucky 13th to end the day. AMG Team Apex Racing team then were down in 14th, RC Car Shops 15th, M&J Downforce and Holder Motorsports, the rest of your top 17, before Leipert and Coanda Esports by Manthey, the two DNFs in the class. Unfortunately, no real luck for either of those machines, and both Porsches as well. Remember, still plenty of things that Race Control is looking at, and I don't think there's much really at the front of this Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring class to worry about. So Scherer Esports grabbed the victory, the 115 in front of the 103 and the 105. Again, great for Greiker Motorsports to be able to get that result. They'll have 20 seconds to sit stationary in the first pit stop of the next round as a result. But most importantly, Scherer 1 and 2 in the championship put some more space between them and the likes of the Apex Racing team, Dory Sports and Team Redline. Apex, another one of the crews that had a 5-second penalty. They also did enough to get in front of Team Redline even after the penalty is applied. You run through the rest of the order. Coanda and Nürburgring Esports 7th and 8th positions. 9th for WSR Esports Butt Kicker and 10th for Holder Motorsports. David Williams, still not sure exactly what happened to him, but he's only classified one lap down in 11th. Kramer Racing Esports 12th, Avia W and S 13th before PB Performance Pro Sports Sim Racing, the rest of the 15 cars classified in the Porsche Esports Endurance Nürburgring class. All by himself as well. We did not pick up on that. Victor Brill brings the Pro Sport Aston Martin to victory after 3 hours of hard racing. Only 2 seconds as margin to the Mahler Racing Team Mercedes at the checkered flag. Sontek and Tatu Siepel, a third Frozen Speed. The final car scored on the final lap, on the lead lap, and that's why they saved a bit of fuel to be able to run their way on forward. Door, X-Racer, Adopt Don't Shop, and then the Nürburgring Esports teams make up the rest of your top 8 as we flick back on over to the first page of results. Just want to give another shout out to Adopt Don't Shop. When Rene Lant first was talking to me about the first race of the season, he was just like, I don't want to be last. I don't want to qualify last. He didn't qualify last. They don't finish last. Pretty decent result for them. Adrenaline Motorsport, Leipert Esport, and then the Bilstein by Black Falcon crew, Jimmy Broadbent and Steve Brown, Super GT, pairing up to grab 11th in front of the ATRS Aston Martin. So that's, of course, SP10. 2 more categories to talk about. Not many cars in the class to run through. SP3T means Scherer Esports on top after the drama with SimRC in the final stages. Of course, sets up what should be a fun championship showdown for all these teams. Team Hoisingveld back in 3rd, and then clear of Pro Sport before you get into those that, well, got separated out from your leaders. The likes of Impulse, Parabit, SimRacers.de by Racing 77. And let's not forget the Carlar Esports team, the only DNF in this class of the 8 that took to the green flag. And of course, you only need 2 to tango. These teams prove it. They show it week in, week out when it comes to this championship. The same thing can be said in that VT2 class with the drivers that compete in just 5 Toyota GR86s. So just a reminder, even though they're not the largest classes, there are some really interesting stories to talk about. Wolf Motorsports and Connor Karnick, 3 hours of racing later, all by himself, winning the Bilstein 3-hour race in front of the Nürburgring Esports team, 17 seconds down the road. Fast Lane by Smilla Esports, 3rd for them, and then the 2 Kaufman entries, 4th and 5th positions as we wrap our way through the results. So we'll look top to bottom at how we finished up. Ewan, some closing thoughts as we get ready to say goodbye.
Yeah, one of the wildest rounds of the DLS we've ever had. Absolutely fantastic entertainment. Positions settled on the last lap for the lead and for other places as well. And what we've got in a couple of weeks' time is not to be missed. An engrossing championship finale with success penalties added into an already very exciting series.
Absolutely, and of course, no Max Verstappen, yes, but there'll be plenty of excitement. I've got to ask you, in 4 hours of racing, how do you think that's going to change the preparation for the teams, for the drivers, heading into a season showdown?
I don't think there's going to be too many things different to this race, Jamal. The strategy is pretty similar because it's such a round number at 4 hours compared to the 3 that we had in this round and round 2 as well. So I don't think it'll be too much different to this one, but of course, a longer race, which will help those that did well today.
Well, thank you so much for joining us here for the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series. I mean, what a treat we've had this season. And we've still got that 4-hour finale to go. 5 champions to be crowned, in addition to our overall champion of the series. Don't forget the dates for the Nürburgring Landstraßen Series have officially been announced. 6 mega blockbuster weekends. And of course, that doesn't include the 24-hour race itself. It all begins with a 2-part race, 2 4-hour affairs, 6th and 7th on April. We hope you'll join us for all of that, moving forward through another great year of racing at the Green Hell. Whether it's real or virtual, it's always great. It's here live on Nürburgring TV. For Ewan O'Leary alongside myself, Arjuna Kankipati. Thanks for joining us. What a great race. What a blockbuster the Bilstein 3-hour race really was. Can't wait to close out the season in 2 weeks' time for the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series.